Super USB Chapter 251. Super USB Chapter 251. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. There are people there. At this moment, everyone understands that someone actually exists in front of him. Bang 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 bang. However, before these FBI investigators came back to his senses, suddenly one after another fire tongue directly it exploded in the air, and suddenly 7 or 8 people were shot and fell screaming. Hurry up! Jelason rolled subconsciously and avoided shooting, and then he realized with horror that the bullet came from more than one direction. That is, all directions have people. There is more than one monster that can be invisible. As this thought arises, Geraldson suddenly feels of one's hair stand on end. He hears a container in front of him, and a truck behind him. He can hide for a while, but other people are not so lucky. These FBI members keep moving towards the direction where the gunfire came from and shoot. But after all, they couldn't see the other party, and they were shot in succession and fell to the ground wailing. The gunfire is a common MP27 pistol, and the direction of the gunfire comes from 1, 2, 3.4.5. He counted the numbers silently. Jelason quickly calculated based on the location from the gunshots that there were 5 people on the other side. Although the number of people is small, but within a few tens of seconds of contact, his own side fell for the most part, and Geraldson even saw a man who had followed him for a long time shot in the eyebrows, straightened fallen in a pool of blood. Just when Geraldson and the others were in a rain of bullets and were about to make dumplings, a sound of helicopter propellers began to be heard in the distance. It was from the FBI reinforcements. After hearing the sound of the helicopter, everyone refreshed. At the same time, even the gunfire outside the container was also extinguished. Those twisted silhouettes seemed to understand that it was impossible to remove everyone before the helicopter arrived. Killed all, then immediately fled and disappeared on both sides of the highway. When the helicopter hovered over everyone's heads, Jelason and other survivors were relieved, and one by one fell to the ground. Save people, help people. When came back to his senses, 3 helicopters have landed. More than a dozen the fully armed special forces quickly rushed out of the helicopter and began to treat the wounded lying on the ground. Geraldson first walked to the hand that shot the gun in his forehead, closed his eyes lightly, then thought of something, looked towards the direction of his first shot, but only looked when a pool of blood stays on the ground. There is nothing apart from this. Didn't that shot kill the opponent? Geraldson murmured. These 3 helicopters were all dispatched by the FBI nearby, because they were reported up when the vehicle overturned. Therefore, the FBI immediately sent helicopters for reinforcements to prevent accidents. Looking at it now, these helicopters really came at the right time. After all, in a few minutes, all of my people may be killed in battle. After counting, in this attack, there were a group of 4. A total of 8 groups of 32 federal investigators. 15 people died on the spot. Obviously, the other party was well trained. Spear art was amazing. Almost shot dead. There were only 8 severely wounded, and the remaining 9, including Geraldson, had minor injuries in the form of abrasions. First, the 8 severely wounded people were sent to the hospital. Then Geraldson and the other lightly wounded people got into the car in shock and went to the hospital for examination and treatment. As for this batch of statues, although one group was lost, the death order was still issued on it, and these statues must continue to be transported. But before arriving at the hospital, Geraldson's boss called. Jelason, what is going on? Minister, I am not very clear. Jelason said tiredly. The 3 statues I am responsible for have been taken away. The other party is who? I don't know. I only heard that the other party uses the NP27 version of the pistol, which is the most popular type in gun shops. Every day all across the country sells tens of thousands. It is likely that the other party chose to use it to hide their identity. This kind of firearm, Jelason analyzed, but I injured one of the opponents. As long as the on-site inspector who arrives later collects samples, maybe we can find it in the blood. The existence of that mysterious organization. Mysterious organization? Are you serious? The supervisor on the phone made a surprised tone. Yes, I'm pretty sure that the other party is a tight organization and has some brilliant stealth technology. Hey, hello. Just when Geraldson was talking about stealth technology, there was a zizzy voice on the phone. It seemed that the signal was disturbed and no signal was received anymore. What's wrong? Jelason was frowned. He looked towards the side. Another FBI officer was talking on the phone with his family, but the signal was disconnected. Your signal is also broken? Yes, so do you? Geraldson tried to make a call again, but for some reason, although the mobile phone signal is full, I can't make a call no matter what I try. It's as if all the signal towers and even the communication satellites have lost their function. Maybe it's a nearby signal. There's a problem with the tower. Jelason frowned, and the vehicle drove into the hospital. I have invaded the North American network, and invaded all communications satellites in North America, causing them to show symptoms of the virus. At present, communications and networks in the United States have been paralyzed. At this time, Chen Chen heard the voice of Xiao X. This was nodded. Very good. How are the casualties on our side? One of the CENTBSS team was injured, but the statue has been successfully recovered, but it cannot be transported back temporarily. Let's go by sea. Chen Chen completely relieved. I have to say that our luck was not good. This accident happened the first time we contacted the Federation, but fortunately he sent a team of night-ended. Speaking, Chen Chen asked again, has the TFUS arrived in Los Angeles now? It is about to arrive, so do we want to? Xiao X lowered his voice. Yes, it's not time to show down with the Earth Federation. Chen Chen nodded, sighed, although the Federation knows our existence. There will definitely be disadvantages, but it is not irreparable. It is enough to compress the evidence of our existence to the limit. For example, at least the Federation cannot be known. We have the ability to be invisible. So you let me temporarily collapse the communications of the entire North America? Yes, the stealth capability has an incomparable advantage in both tactics and strategy, and lets the Federation know that our existence is not terrifying or terrifying. They know that we have the ability to be invisible, because invisibility can be targeted. Apart from this, the blood sample of the injured BSS member must also be recovered. So, speaking of the end, Chen Chen decisively extended his right hand and gently stroked his neck. All the members of the FBI who experienced this incident and all the FBI high-level officials in Los Angeles who have received reports clean up, one is not left. Super US Speak Chapter 252. Super US Speak Chapter 252. At Los Angeles International Airport, a large number of passengers walked out of a plane coming from Namibia. After these passengers passed the immigration check, some left the airport directly, and some seemed to be companions. These people talked and laughed, and the atmosphere at the airport was as normal as usual. Immigration prosecutor Johnny stands in his post, tirelessly searching for everyone's body, pockets, cuffs and luggage. This is also his daily job. But for some reason, when searching for a robust man with a height of 1.8 meters, he suddenly felt a sense of have one's hair stand on end. He didn't know what kind of feeling it was. For this reason, he stared at the opponent's cheek subconsciously for a few seconds, but saw that there was a pool of stagnant water on the opponent's face. As if nothing in the world could make him, there was a slight fluctuation. The person in front of him exudes a lifeless breath, even giving Johnny an illusion that he is not like a living person. For this reason, Johnny is secretly vigilant. The entry and exit will not happen without a plot similar to vicious criminals trying to get through the border, and then being seen through the prosecutor. But fortunately, in the end he didn't find anything on the opponent. Obviously, although the opponent has a seamy face, he is a big benefactor. So, he let him go. But soon, Johnny met another lifeless passenger. Johnny was a little strange in his heart. This person had a temperament similar to that of the passenger before. If it weren't for the two of them to be black and white, he would even think that they were biological brothers. Perhaps I have been too tired recently, so I have an illusion, Johnny murmured in a low voice, then stopped thinking about it. But what he didn't know was that at the checkpoint next door, His colleagues had the same thoughts as him. There were 10 of these lifeless passengers. They were mixed in the flow of thousands of people entering Los Angeles and finally integrated into the city. This is how it happened. In the conference hall of the Los Angeles branch of the FBI, a dozen high-level executives sat in the conference hall, listening to a bald old man explaining, "We the team was attacked unexpectedly. The missing of the statue is a trivial matter, but the FBI's attack represents the meaning. I think you don't understand it. Is the opponent Zongzu the secret troops in the district, or is it Bizu?" Someone asked. "This is not something we can guess, but the answer is obvious. This is an extremely tight organization. The opponent even suspects that there will always be a single Zolgi or optical stealth device." "Is the information reported?" someone asked. "No. The entire communications system in North America has been attacked by hackers. I even think that this kind of attack may also come from this organization." "Are you kidding me?" everyone yelled. But, at this time, the door of the conference hall suddenly opened slowly with a creak of its own. Everyone heard the sound and turned their heads to look subconsciously, but what did not see it either. "It's Wendy." The old man headed by him was confused. And then he seemed to think of something. Suddenly his expression changed drastically. "Be careful." Not finished yet, the door of the conference hall quickly closed with a bang again, and the solid sound insulation material completely isolated the screams and calls for help in the conference hall. Jelason suddenly opened his eyes and got up from the bed. His eyes were at first confused, and it took a few seconds before he gradually came back to his senses. Easy to dream. After wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he realized that he had just had a terrifying nightmare. At this time, Geraldson was lying in a hospital bed. Because of his colleague's previous gunshot wound, he did not at all leave the hospital, but accompanied his colleague's bed for a day. Jelason looked at the phone, only to realize that it was late at night again. The whole room was dark, and in front of the bed was a colleague who had gone to sleep after the operation. Even Jelason's screams did not wake him up. Geraldson stood up slowly. After a few hours of sleep, his spirit finally improved, but his throat was hot and he seemed to have some cold symptoms. So, he picked up the water cup on the bedside table, poured himself a glass of water, and then gobbled it down. After drinking, Geraldson tried to call home again, but the busy tone was still on the phone. What the hell happened? Jelason is frowned. He has never encountered this kind of situation. At first he thought it was just a communication interruption in his own area, that's all, but only later discovered that it seems that the entire Los Angeles has suffered from this situation. The news from the government is that the communication network in Los Angeles has been attacked by some kind of virus, and even the communication satellite has fallen. This is really a house leak, windy and rainy. Some helplessly hung up the phone. Geraldson subconsciously took out a pack of cigarettes, and drew one of them on his mouth. Just about to ignite, suddenly realized that this was a ward, so she had to get up and came to the corridor. At this time, it was early morning, and the corridor was extremely quiet. Only rows of bright lights extended to the depths of the corridor, and rows of wards on both sides of the corridor, like a large open mouth. Seems to want to swallow everything in the corridor. For some reason, Geraldson suddenly developed a depressed mood. Shook the head, Geraldson walked to the window at the end of the corridor, silently lit a cigarette, and then exhausted all his energy to take a deep breath. Suddenly, the cigarette butt on his mouth burned a small part directly, emitting a fierce flame. As he exhaled again, a thick smoke sprayed out, which also slightly eased the depression in Jelason's heart. But at this moment, Jelason suddenly heard a faint footstep behind him. The sound of footsteps came from the stairway at the end of the corridor. Originally, there would be no footsteps from such a long distance, but the exaggerated silence in the middle of the night amplifies the sound infinitely, so Geraldson he heard the extremely calm voice. The sound of this footstep is a bit wrong. Jelason slowly turned his head. As a rigorously trained investigator, he can certainly distinguish the footsteps of ordinary persons from those of special people. the difference. The footsteps of an ordinary person and those of a specially trained person seem to be indistinguishable, but the footsteps of a specially trained person will be more calm than that of an ordinary person. The calmness here means that the time interval between the sound of footsteps is more even, and the size of the sound of footsteps is also more consistent, which is a more coordinated performance of the use of the body. Is this a veteran of special forces like yourself? As one of the elites in the Cobra Special Forces, although he has been retired for many years, Geraldson still maintains an extremely self-disciplined routine. Even his body is perfectly controlled. The only shortcoming is that peak is no longer up. However, his experience is still there. At this time, he heard a special feeling from the precise and dull footsteps. That was an ominous premonition. Super US Speak Chapter 253. Super US Speak Chapter 253. The North America region near Christmas has already ushered in a bit of chill, but at this time, Jelason turned his back to the window, but the chill was not as strong as before. The smoke at the corner of his mouth slowly burned, and the ashes spread. But Geraldson didn't care about flicking the ashes. He just stared at the stairway at the end of the corridor. The corridor was completely dark, and only a dull sound of footsteps was gradually approaching. The sound was dull. It seemed that every node was stepping on Geraldson's heart. Subconsciously, Geraldson slowly extended the hand and drew his gun from the inside of his jacket. That is a Beretta M9. With a total length of 217 mm, a weight of 0.96 kilograms, a muzzle velocity of 333.7 sec, and an effective range of 50 meters. This gun follows Jelason has performed many missions for many years, wounding and killing more than 10 criminals. As he squeezed the old friend in his hand and felt the pattern on the handle, Geraldson felt a little certain in his heart. And then he stared at the dark corridor. It seems that only a few seconds have passed, and it seems that several minutes have passed. When the approaching footsteps reached the top of the stairs, Chen Chen finally saw a man in a trench coat and a top hat appeared. At the end of the corridor, this man is about 1.8 meters tall and of medium build. He is wearing a black trench coat, a black scarf, and a black jazz hat, like a patient coming to the hospital to see a doctor. The brim and scarf of the jazz hat obscured Geraldson's eyes, making him unable to see the other side's face. Seeing this scene, Geraldson not only did not relax, but his heart tightened. He slowly raised his pistol and aimed at the mysterious man outside several dozen meters. "I'm a federal investigator. This, sir. Please stop now." Jelason's voice echoed in the empty corridor. It sounded abruptly, but before his eyes. But the mysterious person didn't care at all. He still lowered his head, and kept approaching Geraldson intently. "I will warn you again, stop now, and stand for me." Geraldson gritted his teeth and warned again. However, the second warning is still invalid. Seeing this, Geraldson has determined the identity of the opponent. He simply aimed at the opponent's right thigh, then hooked his finger and decisively pulled the trigger. Peng! A violent gunshot broke the silence in the middle of the night, and it reverberated in the corridor, but Geraldson's eyes shrank with a shocked expression, because he can see clearly. The moment he fired, the other side swung his right thigh slightly, and directly escaped the bullet. Coincidence? Still, it seems that he understands the terrifying of the opponent, and Geraldson no longer keeps his hand. He directly aimed at the opponent's chest and pulled the trigger again and again. Bang, peng, 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 bang. A series of gunfire came, but at the same time he shot, the mysterious person suddenly got short, and his body trembled like an electric shock, bending at a speed that was too fast to cover his ears. My body. Suddenly, all 5 bullets fell through. Looking at the mysterious person who is going on like a gay person, Geraldson only feels his scalp explodes, and the other party can even open more bullets. How is this possible? Suddenly, Geraldson saw a gap in the corner of the mysterious person's clothes being cut by a bullet, and he immediately realized that the reason why the other party was able to avoid the bullet was only because the other party kept staring at his fingers. The other party calculated the ballistic impact point at the moment his finger pulled the trigger, so in the eyes of ordinary people, it seems to have avoided the bullet, but it is not. This is a kind of prediction. This kind of prediction is impossible for ordinary people to achieve. After all, the speed of bullets is as high as more than 300 meters per second, which is not the speed at which humans can respond. If you want to hide bullets, there is nothing except predicting in advance. Method. Thinking of this, Geraldson simply covered his trigger finger with left and right, and aimed at the opponent's head again. "I can't see my fingers bend, I want to see how you can hide," Geraldson murmured, and then moved coldly again the trigger. However, at the moment of pulling the trigger, Geraldson suddenly saw a flash, leaving only the sharply enlarged silhouette of the opponent in his sight. The opponent's speed was so fast that he almost squeezed into Geraldson's eyes in a posture of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Before Geraldson even pulled the trigger completely, the barrel was like a steel claw. "Hold it like a palm firmly." Not good. Geraldson's eyes shrank. At this time his barrel was held by the opponent, and he was already in a state of hanging up with an empty position. No matter how he pulled the trigger, he couldn't fire half a bullet. So he could only simply pull back and kick like the other party's lower body at the same time. With the strength of special forces for many years, whether it is a male or a female, as long as he is kicked in the lower body, he will immediately lose battle strength. However, this foot is destined to fail. I saw that the opponent withdrew a step back. This foot completely aborted. At the same time, the opponent's counterattack was simple, that is, raising his right fist. With a gesture of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, it blasted at Geraldson's chest. Geraldson just kicked out and had no time to dodge, but his years of fighting experience still made him subconsciously set up his arms and cross his chest. Caca. Unfortunately, the opponent's fist did not touch Geraldson's arm at all, but penetrated through the gap between his arms at a more tricky angle, directly smashing his sternum. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Geraldson's mouth. His remaining fighting will made him poked into the eyes of the mysterious person, but only reached one. Put on a jazz hat and take the hat off the opponent's head. Suddenly, a pair of eyes that were almost as cold as humans appeared in front of Geraldson. Geraldson quickly retreated to the window, clutching his chest with an expression of horror. "What kind of eyes are those?" Geraldson has seen countless eyes. Some are full of vigor, some are full of gloom, and some are cruel or compassionate. No matter who has eyes, they are not as lifeless as the person in front of them, and there is hardly any anger of a living person. "What kind of monster are you?" Geraldson murmured. Then he gritted his teeth and slammed behind him. Suddenly, only hearing the sound of glass shattering, Geraldson completely broke through the window block and fell directly downstairs. This time is no longer the time to care about the lives of colleagues. Falling directly downstairs will not necessarily lead to death, but if you continue to face the monster in front of you, you will undoubtedly die. At this moment, it was the only thought in Geraldson's mind. All of this only happened in a flash. If you look at it from the perspective of an ordinary person, the two sides only fought for an instant, but within these few seconds, the two experienced gun battles and hand-to-hand combat. Geraldson, a retired ace of the Special Forces, was abused like a child in front of the opponent. Just when Geraldson was ready to be thrown to death, suddenly his chest tightened again, and the opponent's big hand came out of the window and grabbed Geraldson by the collar. It's over. At this moment, Geraldson's body is cold, and the despair in his eyes is lingering. Super US Speak Chapter 254. Super US Speak Chapter 254. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the ABC Morning News. Today is our day approaching Christmas, but this day has become our darkest day. None of us thought that an inexplicable new worm virus would compromise our network on this day, paralyze our communications, and plunge the entire continent into a 24-hour medieval era of no communications. According to investigations by various countries, this act was indeed a terrorist attack. which caused a total economic loss of $300 billion. It is the largest and most damaged computer virus in history. It is currently not at all any person or organization announced responsibility for this matter. On the second day, when the dust settled, TV and internet media broadcasted everything that happened in North America. Many people speculated that this incident was probably the actions of a hacker or a hacker organization. Furthermore, this virus is actually controllable. Everything is business as usual in all continents except North America. There is no such virus in any computer as the best evidence. Moreover, the virus only existed for 24 hours. After 24 hours, all computer viruses in North America disappeared. This is like the reality of God's vestige, and it shocks all programmers extremely. However, all this makes all continents and even the Earth Federation endlessly afraid. After all, the North American network can be compromised, and the entire state will be paralyzed. If the initiator is unhappy, other continents will naturally not be immune. No one wants to be coerced by others and hangs a sword of Damocles over his head. So, the Earth Federation is all operating on this day, with a kind of collapse and digging 3 feet to find the organization that can paralyze the entire continent. It's a pity that after that day, the mysterious organization that attacked the communications network in North America was hidden again. On the other side, there was also bad news in North America. The violent agency of the Earth Federation, the Los Angeles branch of the FBI North America, suffered a mafia-style slaughter. In the entire department, 153 people were assassinated on this day, and none of them survived, including 4 FBI ministerial-level high-level officials. Just to prevent panic, this news in the end, it was hidden by the Federation. At this moment, many people have faintly guessed that the worm incident in North America this day and the FBI incident are probably inextricably linked. And that mysterious organization killed so many people, I'm afraid it was trying to hide some kind of secret. So, in the next few months, the entire North America region was in a state of turmoil. Undercurrents surged, and countless federal investigators were dispatched to secretly inquire about all the information about this matter. Unfortunately, this is destined to be a futile effort. A week later, Chen Chen took an international flight and arrived in a small city called San Diego in North America near Los Angeles. In the end, he still did not order the 3 statues to be shipped back to Namibia, because he suddenly thought of something. If the Earth Federation had positioned the 3 statues in the large area of North America before, does it mean that once Chen Chen transports the 3 statues back to Africa, the Earth Federation can get the same news? If this is the case, then stealing chicken is not a counterattack. If the Earth Federation really knows that he is a hacker who compromised the communications network in North America some time ago, I am afraid that nothing is useful. It is directly a crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Even if Chen Chen did all this for the sake of humanity, it is useless. Therefore, it is sufficient to explain that Chen Chen's current military force is not enough to make the Earth Federation refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases, and there is no force to challenge. Chen Chen did not dare to risk being discovered by the Federation, so he not at all brought the 3 statues back to Africa. But these 3 statues are to be dealt with anyway. Otherwise everything that happens on the plane of bliss is the fate of mankind today. As for the study of statues, Chen Chen couldn't even think of it for the time being. X112 said before that with the current technology of mankind, he doesn't understand the basic principles of the 3 statues, let alone said a more profound application. Under the guidance of Black Rider, Chen Chen came to a manor and then walked into the basement of the manor. Although this manor is rented, it is very luxuriously decorated. There is also a huge basement. At this time, a desk is placed in the basement and a desk is placed on the desk. Laptop. Beside the desk, there are 3 weirdly shaped statues that are suspected to come from the plane of bliss. This is the first time Chen Chen has faced 3 statues. Before, he had always used the X112 artificial intelligence to analyze the 3 statues through remote control to control the plane of bliss. However, it is clear that Chen Chen's doubts have not diminished at all, but have expanded even more. Looking at these three statues, Chen Chen had ridiculous thoughts in his heart. For the first time so far he has basically calculated that these three statues usually do not have any ability to move, think, attack, etc. If it weren't for monitoring and observing everything that happened on the plane of bliss, Chen Chen would never have imagined that three statues would be enough to destroy a civilization. As for why Chen Chen is so bold in this matter, it is because Chen Chen knows how this statue kills people. It seems to be an electromagnetic wave that travels at the speed of light. Chen Chen is hiding on the earth. The other side is of no avail. In this case, it is better to face it actively. Even more, how? These three statues want to activate the power of extinction level. It seems that they need to meet certain predetermined conditions. If not, they are just three ordinary stone statues, that's all. As for what the predetermined conditions are, Chen Chen thinks it is the three brains. When X-112 was studying the three statues in the plane of bliss before, X-112 found that there are three human brains within the body of the three statues, and the owner of the brain has long been several hundred died years ago. However, as the first human whose brain was taken away by the statue on the plane of bliss, Gross did not die in reality. In other words, it is very possible that all three statues within the body are empty. For the time being, there will be no crisis of extinction of mankind. But this is just a conjecture after all. Even Chen Chen himself is only certain, not 100%. So, in order to eliminate the hidden dangers of this world, Chen Chen has only one option, that is, to open a passage to another dimension and throw the three statues back. So there is the scene in the basement now. Since it was the first discovered statue of annihilation from the plane of bliss, now I will return it to you. Chen Chen coldly snorted. Plug in the computer on the U-disk. The channel of the plane of Elysium space was opened again. Next, the three Black Riders hugged the three statues and threw the statues one by one into the opposite side of the passage of Elysium. This is probably the greenest and most environmentally friendly garbage disposal method in the world. Super US Speak Chapter 255. Super US Speak Chapter 255. Click, click. Papa. In the dimly lit basement, Chen Chen kept throwing out pieces of luminous bodies. These luminous bodies exuded bright blue rays of light in the dark. I held it with my hand, but quickly turned into red light. This red light at first is very strong, but as time goes by, the light gets weaker and weaker, and finally fades completely. Then Chen Chen will throw these luminous bodies under his feet, and at the same time stretch his hand into the screen again, and take out another piece of the same thing from the screen. Several hours later, Chen Chen's feet are already full of fist-sized, completely extinguished luminous bodies. When I look faintly, I will find that these luminous bodies are crystal clear and near-transparent gems. Class substance. Who? After calculating the number silently, Chen Chen finally sighed in relief. He wiped his bleeding nose, and then stood up. However, when Chen Chen stood up, his expression suddenly changed. He stooped down suddenly, and crash-bang vomited. It wasn't until sour water was vomited all over the floor, and the sour smell filled the basement, Chen Chen was supported by several Black Riders. At this time, Chen Chen has passed out in a coma. Because of the previous statue incident, Chen Chen thoroughly felt the maliciousness of the USB flash drive, so he did not continue to save energy, but consumed most of the power stored in the USB flash drive in the past few months. 500 divided supercrystals were extracted. According to the weight of a superpowered crystal of 4.7 kilograms, Chen Chen ingested 2.4 tons of material from the USB flash drive, which is the power generation of the nuclear power plant for 2 months. This wave cost more than the Medbed 3000 fully automatic medical platform exchanged at the beginning, and it can be said that Chen Chen once returned to the pre-liberation period. The symptom of Chen Chen is the repercussions caused by large doses of radiation. Because not at all in the movie gives the performance of the three protagonists after the first exposure, so even Chen Chen didn't expect that after absorbing so many super crystals at once, there would be such strong side effects. In the early morning of second day, the rays of light of dawn shone through the glass on Chen Chen's face. After a night of cultivation, Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes from his sleep. I didn't expect the symptoms of splitting headaches in ordinary people after coma. Instead, they felt refreshed, just like a long sleep full of sleep, and every brain cell is emitting a satisfying cheer. At this time, the entrance is a pink room with a delicate fragrance. There are a lot of bright decorations in the room, and there is a wind chime at the head of the bed. With a certain rhythm, the air is filled with inexplicable fragrance. Chen Chen I sat up blankly, got out of the bed barefoot, and looked at the room carefully. Here, what seems to be a woman's boudoir. Chen Chen frowned, walked to the desk aside. Besides a mess of women's magazines, Chen Chen also saw a picture frame with a Chinese girl. Chen Chen subconsciously extend a hand to take the photo frame, but before his hand touches it, the frame is softly trembled and flies directly into Chen Chen's hand. The field power has been enhanced a lot. Chen Chen murmured in a low voice. He still remembers the second day in the early morning when the protagonist gained superpowers in the movie. He could control flexibly and freely. Baseball can even stop a baseball thrown by others in the air. It is known that the weight of a baseball is about 150 grams, plus the strength of the throw. The impact force at close range can reach 2,530 newtons or more, but for the three protagonists in the movie, it will be thrown out. The baseball is not difficult to stop. This is just the performance of the first superpower. When Chen Chen first gained superpowers, his instantaneous explosive power was only 0.3 newtons, which was only 1% of others. Later, after more than half a year of training, it only increased to 1 newton. But now I have absorbed 500 superpower crystals in one breath, and it is immediate, and even essence, chi, and spirit feel a lot fuller. I just don't know, how much power can my field energy reach now? Chen Chen laughed, suppressing his inner expectation, and carefully looked towards the girl in the frame. In the photo, the girl looks like her in her 20s, with a pursed mouth and cute expression, with slightly raised eyebrows, with a 70% sweetness and 30% melancholy atmosphere. At this moment, Chen Chen's eyes appeared blank, and he suddenly had a special feeling, as if he should be familiar with this girl. However, his reason was telling him that it was the first time he saw this girl and saw this photo. Is it a sense of sight? Chen Chen frowned. The so-called sense of sight is actually the experience of déjà vu suddenly arises when meeting someone or something at a certain moment. According to the interpretation of physiology and psychology, it is just a very common physiological phenomenon, which occurs mostly in youth. In other words, this sense of sight may be just a coincidence, that's all. Thinking of this, Chen Chen silently put the photo back in place, and then walked to the window to look out the window. Outside the window is a lawn of neither too big nor too small, which is separated from the next door by a fence, and beyond is the gate and the road in front of the gate. There are 2 rows of trees planted in front of the road because in winter, the trees have become bare. This is just an ordinary house. It is called a house in North America. It is not a villa. Instead, it is more similar to a rural self-built house in China. But the planning and environment are better. Most citizens of North America live in such houses. And this private house is the hiding place where Black Rider escaped the North American regional government. It was bought by a BSS member a few days ago. Chen Chen didn't know the specific process. He only knew the previous owner of this house moved out not long ago, because the scent of girl hormones still remains in that boudoir. Slightly took a deep breath. Chen Chen stopped staying, turned and walked out of the bedroom, and came to the basement again. At this time, in the basement, the previous vomit and the remains of the superpower crystals have been cleaned up. In the empty basement, only the U-disc is still quietly inserted in the computer. Pull out the USB flash drive and put it away. Chen Chen took out a pair of Bluetooth headsets and pinned them to his ears, and said, Send me the address of the Monster Consortium. Since you are here, yes, then I will go and meet him in person. Will it be dangerous? Little X said somewhat worriedly. Chen Chen touched the blue button on the neckline, and laughed at the same time. If you wear a GS combat suit and have a memory eraser and a stealth device as your whole cards, then you can still encounter danger. There is no way. Understood. Xiao X immediately understood what Chen Chen meant and said directly, I have sent the address to you. Very good. Chen Chen nodded, just about to walk out, but suddenly thought of something. Right, check the details of the residents of this house. I want all their information. Speaking, Chen Chen turned and left the basement, disappearing at the end of the room. Super US Speak Chapter 256. Super US Speak Chapter 256. Chen Chen took a taxi and directly reported the name of Los Angeles to the driver. San Diego is only 100 kilometers away from Los Angeles, and it took only 2 hours to arrive. After paying the fare, Chen Chen took the last nutrition bar from his backpack and ate it, but still felt empty in his stomach. He wandered around on the side of the road, but he heard a hum of music coming from the street. Chen Chen moved towards the direction of the sound source, but saw that a KFC is opening, and on the top of the KFC screen, there is a white-beard grandfather leading a group of strong young men dancing. Howdy mum, I eerie uthubstmamenth world, well. What do you think, boys? I love you mum. You're a real special lady. Happy Mother's Day. Looking at the KFC Infinite Loop advertisement, Chen Chen couldn't help but wonder, it doesn't seem to be Mother's Day today. Why does KFC put this ad? However, Chen Chen didn't at all think too much. He simply walked into KFC and ordered 3 family buckets with his mobile phone buffet ordering system. KFC in North America is very cheap, but when the waiter put 30% of the whole family bucket on the table where Chen Chen is sitting, the waiter was stunned, and then subconsciously asked, May I need me? Do you want to pack 2 of the family buckets? No, you just put it here. Chen Chen waved his hand. Seeing this, although there are some doubts, why a young man who looks very normal in height and weight should call the 30% family bucket, but the waiter not at all expressed his doubts, but put the 30% family bucket in front of Chen Chen. He left immediately. Seeing this, Chen Chen did not hesitate anymore, and directly took out 2 burgers from the family bucket and got up oneself. Just as Chen Chen was eating at the rate of 3 bites of a burger, his perception quickly sensed several glances and the whispers of everyone. Mother, look over there. A few seats apart, a pair of blonde mothers and children are sitting on chairs by the window. At this time, the little boy can't help but exclaim, pulling Mother to look here. Umeka. Not far away, under the guidance of friends, several other guests dressed as college students put on glasses and turned their heads. Even the waiter at the service desk kept looking at this place, looking at Chen Chen's exaggerated eating speed in despair. In this regard, Chen Chen didn't care at all. Xiao X had already breached the KFC's surveillance. During Chen Chen's arrival, the surveillance was completely blank. However, as Chen Chen ate up 1 family bucket in 3 minutes and opened the second family bucket, he began to hear the sound of all around the audience gradually sucking in a cold breath. Not only that, a college student even set up a mobile phone over the 4-seater side and took pictures here. For this reason, Chen Chen didn't even have a station on his head, and the college student's mobile phone suddenly made a caca sound, and his screen cracked radially. My phone. The college student wailed, but he didn't know what happened. Well, it seems that at a distance of 8 meters away, crushing a mobile phone screen is still very easy. Chen Chen meditated, and then the one who swallowed the date will be the second the chicken rolls in the family bucket were all stuffed into the mouth. And then the third bucket of family bucket was opened with bulging cheeks. Hiss. The voice of sucking a cold breath is louder. 10 minutes later, Chen Chen left the KFC store unsatisfactorily, leaving only a group of dumbfounded passers-by. It was not until noon that Chen Chen came to Munster, the home base of the consortium. Like Edwards Manor, the base camp of the Monster family is also located in the wealthy area Holby Mountain, which is a huge manor with an area of 50 acres located on the east side of Banshan Highway. Chen Chen can even see tall iron fences and some blue signs. The sign reads "Visitors from private domains stopped." Chen Chen looking along the iron fence. A palace-like building stands in the garden of deep purples and brilliant reds, which has the atmosphere of a southern pastoral slave during the Civil War. On the east side of the villa, Chen Chen even saw a golf course with an artificial lake. The value of this manor alone is almost as many as $1 billion. Chen Chen shook his head. Although his financial resources have exceeded some consortiums now, he still cannot understand the luxury life of capitalism. In his opinion, the house is so big. Is it not afraid to go to the toilet too much? Is it too late? Chen Chen feels that if he is free in the future, he can buy 3 suites at Thompson Grade 1 from Lu family, which is probably the most luxurious life he can understand. Shaking his head, throwing these unreliable ideas out of his mind, Chen Chen flipped his palm, and a metal ball of dragon eye size appeared in Chen Chen's hand. Chen Chen extend the hand means, lightly flick on the metal ball, and immediately, Chen Chen's silhouette disappears directly, turning into a twisted light. If you don't pay attention, you can't even find. Although this stealth device has some drawbacks, such as being easily visible in water and not being concealed in open places, etc., it is very portable and can store a huge amount of electricity. Chen Chen has always never changed. At this time, as Chen Chen became completely invisible, he just stepped on one foot like no one, climbed directly over the wall, and stepped into this private territory. At this level of the consortium family, the establishment of private bodyguards is an inevitable thing. Although the number will not be too much, it is definitely not less than 2,030 people. Chen Chen glanced at it and saw there are 3 bodyguards on patrol ahead. These private bodyguards may have received a lot of military training, and some are even special soldiers who are out of the ordinary. However, in front of Chen Chen today, they are nothing at all. Whether it is a GS protective suit, or the state when NZT-48 is swallowed, on with the power of the field, you can easily kill dozens of private bodyguards. This is Chen Chen himself. The confidence to come. Chen Chen gradually realized that at this level, he has gradually distanced himself from mortals. Along the way, Chen Chen easily avoided 2 waves of patrols and walked into this heavily guarded manor easily and freely, and when Chen Chen came to the bottom of the villa, Xiao X also happened to eye-sent a diagram of the internal structure of the villa and the possible location of the target. The next step is even simpler. With a gentle kick under Chen Chen, he rushed into the manor's kitchen from the window like an ape, and walked behind a chef who was cooking. Over. The chef couldn't help shivering. He looked behind him subconsciously, and when he found that there was nothing behind him, he turned his head again and continued cooking. At this moment, in a corner of the Munster family villa, there is a huge study room. This study room is not so much a study room as it is a library, with an area of hundreds of square meters, solid wood wall bookshelves and book ladders extending to the form at a high roof. These bookshelves, the upper part is densely packed with nearly 10,000 books. At first glance, it looks like you are in a sea of books and learning. At this time, there is a student wearing gold glasses and nearly 50 middle-aged man sitting at the desk seems to be the reason for his long standing. There is a heavy upper-level breath in his body. This is the owner of this manor house, Adrian Munster, the actual helmsman of the Munster Consortium. Super USB Chapter 257. Super USB Chapter 257. After 10 minutes, I looked at the middle-aged man in the study. Chen Chen shook the head. If it is not necessary, he does not want to force the other party too much, because he has seen the information of this middle-aged man before. This is a very capable talent. Although he did not start from scratch, he started working in his father's company from 20 years old and showed amazing talent. It only took 1 year to triple the market value of my father's company. Afterwards, his father directly promoted his position to the general manager of the company, giving Adrian a stage where he can truly display his talents. So just like fish leaping over the dragon gate, Adrian gave him an out-of-control gesture, started his road to rise. It took only 20 years, and Adrian managed the company with a market value of tens of millions in his father's hands to become a supergroup with a market value of hundreds of billions and spread to all walks of life. The business included finance, electronics, and entertainment, service, etc. various industries. This kind of commercial genius is much stronger than the Wall Street Consortium, which relies on the accumulation of wealth from ancestors and ancestors. And Chen Chen can't help but feel a sense of love for talent. I have to say, in fact, behind every character's rise, a legendary can be written. Thinking of this, Chen Chen sat down across from Adrian's desk and sighed at the same time, releasing his invisibility. Adrian was immersed in correcting documents, but he heard a man's voice in the quiet study room. He couldn't help but look up and suddenly saw sitting Chen Chen across the desk. Adrian looked at the closed door of the study blankly, then seemed to understand something, and stared at the man in front of him. From Adrian's point of view, sitting across from him is an ordinary-looking young man from Central Asia, probably in his 20s, with an extremely ordinary face. If he is placed on the street, even will not go to the second glance. However, when Adrian looked into the opponent's eyes, his eyes shrank. What kind of eyes are they? As dark and deep as a black hole, and even light can be absorbed, even in a dim study. Those eyes are very conspicuous. At this time, the young man and Adrian faced each other with a smile on the corners of their mouths, but after seeing this jackal smile, Adrian could instinctively feel a palpitating heart. This young man, even with a smile, has a bloody smell. Your Excellency Adrian, this time I turn up without being invited. I need to discuss the matter with you, and please forgive me for taking the liberty. Chen Chen spoke lightly. Although he said so, his tone meant not at all for forgiveness. Who are you? Adrian took a deep breath with a serious expression. Also, how did you come in? Where are the bodyguards outside my door? If he hadn't deserted, he should come in soon. As Chen Chen spoke, the conversation in the study finally attracted the attention of the bodyguard outside the door. Knock knock came in. Adrian's expression is a joy. As long as the bodyguard finds out about his current situation, it's easy to handle. Even if he doesn't remind the other party, as long as he doesn't say anything, the bodyguard outside the door will detect something wrong and react quickly. Please come in. However, to Adrian's surprise, the young man in front of him actually spoke for himself. Kaka. The door of the study was opened, and a man in a suit with a stature like Stallone poked his head in. Boss, I heard you are talking to someone. Before he finished speaking, the man saw Chen Chen with his back to him. You are. Almost instantly, the man understood the situation in front of him, and saw him jump in. The right hand quickly grabbed Chen Chen's hair. Both speed and explosive power have almost reached the limit of ordinary people. However, he only rushed 2 steps forward. The moment he stepped out of the 3rd step, his head slid directly off his neck, and then his body fell on the carpet with a puff, convulsing continuously. Get up. The blood spurts out like a high-pressure fountain with the beating of the heart, filling the precious carpet, and in a moment, the whole room is filled with a strong smell of blood. Crunch. Almost at the same time, the door of the study was closed automatically without wind. All this happened at the moment of in a flash, and it was almost too late for Adrian to even react. It was not until the dust settled that Adrian felt cold all over. What's even stranger is that the young man in front of him didn't move at all, even without blinking his eyes. His bodyguard was instantly killed. How did you do it? Adrian asked hoarsely. A little trick, that's all. Chen Chen opened his hand slightly, and suddenly a nearly completely transparent playing card appeared in the palm of his hand, as if there was life. While spinning, he showed a sincere expression. Sorry, you are frightened. I just made the decision, that's all, to prevent someone from disturbing our conversation. I hope you don't mind. Adrian's face was deathly pale. He wanted to lose a smile, but he couldn't even squeeze a smile out of trembling in fear. No one should bother us now. Chen Chen lightly put away the graphene poker, then stood up and walked to the bookshelf to observe the one above row of books. Your Excellency Adrian, I heard that your father has shown symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. Yes. Adrian An looked at Chen Chen, who was not reading the book, and suddenly asked, "Who sent you?" Stupid. However, Chen Chen just picked it up. After publishing a book, he said lightly, "Why do you think there is power behind me? Couldn't it be me who came by myself?" Adrian did not dare to refute and fell silent. Your Excellency Adrian, in fact, I am here this time to make a deal with you. Chen Chen said again, "I know why you invested Osmond Company is for their medicine to treat Alzheimer's disease, but why don't you try our Life Science City?" Life Science City? Adrian immediately understood Chen Chen's identity. He shook the head. "I asked experts to analyze the set of your Life Science City. At best, this technology can only inhibit the development of Alzheimer's disease, and there is no cure at all. Moreover, although the patents of these technologies are controlled by the Life Science City, secretly, the major nursing homes in North America have long been popularized, and there is no need to go to the Life Science City." "I understand." Chen Chen nodded, turned around to look at Adrian, and at the same time threw the book in his hand back, and sat back on the seat again. "In that case, please look at your computer." "My computer?" Adrian was stunned, but then he saw that his computer turned on itself strangely, and saw that the computer was not controlled. I opened a web page with the words "God Forbidden Zone" marked on it, and then the computer clicked on another chapter of information. Suddenly, a chapter about Alzheimer's AD001 specific medicine was displayed. Looking at the above paragraphs of information and experimental data, Adrian suddenly showed a look of shock, and for a while he even forgot his current situation. How is it possible?" "There is nothing impossible, Lord Adrian." Chen Chen laughed. "You should know, before the Aging Reversal Treatment Project was announced, many consortiums in North America and Europe returned to their youth thanks to our God's Forbidden Zone organization. In fact, we have the most advanced medical technology in the federal government, and Alzheimer's disease we have already developed a special effect medicine for. That's all. It's just that's all has not been announced." "Why didn't you announce it?" Adrian couldn't help but wonder. "You guys, it should be understood that once this medicine is announced, it will have such a powerful influence, and even the influence will not lose to your first achievement in researching the Blacklight virus vaccine. Let's start with the purpose of our God Forbidden Zone organization." Chen Chen lightly said with a smile, "Our God Forbidden Zone was spontaneously founded by a group of people who are dedicated to prolonging life. The goal is to break the limit of the human body Heflik and obtain the right of the gods' immortality." "Eternal life?" Adrian asked. "This is impossible. And whatever it is, it will decay. Even metal will decay. There is nothing impossible. The so-called death is actually just a misunderstanding, that's all." Chen Chen shook the head. "Your Excellency, you should know, we have a general term for the advancement of organisms: evolution. For the natural world, evolution has no reason for us to live longer than now, as long as we can live to give birth to offspring, and raise offspring to an age that can protect ourselves. That's enough. Therefore, for the evolution of life, it's actually sufficient for humans to live to 30 years old. Gene mutations that extend life extra are not loved by natural selection, so as we humans get older, a variety of weird genetic diseases will appear. This is actually very boring, isn't it?" Chen Chen spread his hands, helplessly said, "It is because everyone will die. So we always say that death is inevitable. We look at aging like time. They keep moving forward, and we can't stop them." But suddenly, Chen Chen's words changed. "In fact, this assumption is wrong. Feynman, the founder of nanoscience, once mentioned that in all the biological sciences, we have not found any evidence to prove that death is inevitable. One day biologists will discover what is the cause of our death and cure this terrible disease, and the human body will no longer be just a temporary container." Actually, aging and time are not tied together. Time will always move forward, but aging is not necessarily. Chen Chen pointed to his head. "Think about it carefully, Your Excellency Adrian. Aging is just that the constituent materials of the body are worn out. The car will wear out after a long time, but the car will definitely age. If you can have perfect repair technology and directly replace old car parts, won't this car be able to drive forever? The human body is just more complicated. In fact, it is essentially the same as a car. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Adrian fell silent for a moment, as if thinking about Chen Chen's words as several points of credibility. Because we want to trying to live forever, so we united the major consortiums in North America and Europe to start a project called the Human Lifespan Escape Project. The purpose is to extend the human lifespan as much as possible. Of course, if there is no evidence, even if I tell you a flower, Your Excellency Adrian will not be gullible. Chen Chen made a please gesture, but it doesn't matter. You can access any file on this web page temporarily. You can see what's inside. Adrian nodded. He closed this information about the medicine of AD001, and opened another information about cancer-specific drugs, suddenly revealing the look of shock. This and the anti-cancer that you have announced medicine is completely different. This is the fourth anti-cancer drug. Yes, Chen Chen nodded, although Blackwatch has only announced 3 anti-cancer drugs. In fact, we already have 6 anti-cancer medicines that can completely cure cancer, and there are 10 the remaining anti-cancer drugs are being tested. The reason why they are not announced to the outside world is only because our God's restricted zone is currently under membership. It means that because some technologies are too shocking to the world, so in order to prevent the impact on society, we are only open to a few people for the time being. Chen Chen explained. The few people here refer to the members who have joined our God Forbidden Zone organization. We rely on the investment of major consortiums to develop new drugs. When the research and development is completed, they will naturally be immediately used in major consortiums. This is the operating mechanism of our God's Forbidden Zone. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Adrian's face finally showed a trace of movement. So, what is the purpose of your coming to me this time? I came here for 2 purposes. Chen Chen said. First, invite His Excellency Adrian to join the God Forbidden Zone organization. Second, we want to buy all the shares of Osmond from your hands. If I join, will I be able to enjoy various medicines that have not been announced on the website, including AD001? Adrian's eyes lit up. Yes, just based on your identity. You are temporarily not eligible to join The-12 Disciple Council in our God's Forbidden Zone. After all, you are still a little short of the old consortium. But if you want, you can choose an Alpha level member. This is the highest level member of the second only to Disciple Council, but it's not as powerful as the Disciple Council, and there is no free medical quota. That's all. The money aspect is not important. I just want to get this AD001. Adrian shook the head. This is not difficult. Chen Chen replied, as long as you can transfer the shares of Osmond to us, it is enough. Are you afraid that Esmond will develop a second medicine for Alzheimer's disease? Hearing this, Adrian finally woke up. Putting it that way, Osmond's research direction is correct. Yes, Chen Chen nodded. So, Lord Adrian, can you tell me your answer? Hearing this, Adrian's expression flickers. I am willing to join God's Forbidden Zone, but what if I refuse to hand over the shares of Osmond? Chen Chen, hearing this, laughed, did not speak, just turned his head to look at the corpse on the carpet that was getting colder. Seeing this scene, Adrian suddenly understood Chen's deep meaning. He sighed, nodded. I understand. I need to think about this. No problem. Chen Chen nodded, politely stood up and said, please give me the answer as soon as possible. Speaking, Chen Chen directly opened the door of the study, walked out of the room, and disappeared into the long and narrow corridor. Looking at Chen Chen, who was gradually disappearing, Adrian, expression gloomy and uncertain, completely lost in thought. Super US Speak Chapter 258. Super US Speak Chapter 258. In the end, Chen Chen bought all the shares in Munster at a price of 1.2 billion. Munster was $1 billion when he bought the shares, and now he has a net profit of 200 million, which is a lot of face for him. Although he is unwilling, Adrian knows that this is the best result. Although Osmond is likely to develop a medicine to cure Alzheimer's disease in the future, it is only possible, and even if it succeeds, it will be a matter of years or even several decades later. If you want to cure your father's disease as soon as possible, you need to go to God's Forbidden Zone. Even more how? The young man who came to negotiate with him is mysterious and even has supernatural power. Obviously, if he is unwilling to give up his shares, I am afraid that there will be a disaster. The playing card that can kill people invisible has left Adrian very impressed. So far, Blacklight Technology officially holds 50% of Osmond's shares. This news has made a lot of noise for a while, causing countless people to imagine. In the God Forbidden Zone, Chen Chen also officially announced the news of the special drug AD001 for Alzheimer's disease. This news Chen Chen was originally intended to be announced after experiencing the movie plot in 2025, but the plan cannot keep up with the changes. Now that Osmond is on the rise, if you don't want to suppress it, when the time comes, it's embarrassing to roll over. Even more how this news is not abrupt within God's Forbidden Zone, because as early as September last year, Chen Chen raised a mouth to these members of the Discipline Council. At that time, Chen Chen revealed to this group of people, at most 3 years, a medicine will be born, ending this century's disease. Although only more than a year has passed, but it also makes people psychologically prepared. Following the news, some consortiums thought to be Chen Chen's boasting of haiku began to re-examine the technological power of God's Forbidden Zone, and those consortiums that were originally dubious were certain. Nowadays, the two major killers of the elderly, cancer and Alzheimer's disease, have cures. The human lifespan escape plan is truly emboldened, and the aging reversal treatment is extended by 30 years. Lifespan is also guaranteed. Without staying too much in North America, Chen Chen returned to Namibia. He also has an experimental project in his hands, which does not consume too much time. Back to the Steeple experimental base, Chen Chen returned to his secret laboratory while listening to Xiao X's report. In other words, during this period of time, you have deciphered all the gene maps of the Tyrant clone. After disinfection, Chen Chen opened the door and walked into the laboratory. I immediately saw a group of Black Riders who were busy. Yes, through comparison, I found that the genetic similarity between your Tyrant clone and your ontology is 99%. Only 30 genes have mutations, Xiao X explained. So what we have to do next is to perform gene editing on the T-virus, and keep editing the same gene expression that can transcribe the 30 genes of your within the body into the Tyrant clone T-virus. At that time, you can inject this T-virus safely and without side effects, so as to achieve the physical fitness like Alice in the movie. You are doing well. Chen Chen is satisfied with nodded. I have to say that Xiao X has more and more unique ability. Although there is no innovation, as long as there are solutions in reality, Xiao X can transform it into his own. Lu Xun once said that there is no way in the world. If there are more people walking, it becomes a way. Xiao X has no ability to take a new path. She can use it only when others have walked, and she can even go better than the first person to go out, so that others have nowhere to go. Next, about the gene editing of T-virus, this is a complete watermill. Xiao X needs to try one by one, just like an exercise. After knowing the answer, Chen Chen needs to find a way to find the formula that can get the answer. At the genetic level, it takes a lot of manpower, material resources and time to find the correct formula. Of course, you don't need Chen Chen to do it yourself. Anyway, there is a small X who presides over the overall situation, and there is also Black Rider, which does not know the hard work to squeeze. Chen Chen only needs to wait quietly for the result. Walking around in the laboratory, Chen Chen left directly. My godfather, there are already a lot of stocks of normal temperature superconductors produced today. Do we want to find a way to start the particle accelerator construction plan? Xiao X asked again. Let's take a look again. Chen Chen shook the head. hesitantly said, "We do not have the research conditions for high-energy physics for the time being." This is not inferior to the Spire experimental base. The huge project plan, whether its materials or construction, can't hide from Namibian officials. However, without a particle accelerator, we would not be able to make isotopes, such as high-offset metals. Super materials can't be made. Xiao X couldn't help but feel a little pity. This is also something that can't be helped. Chen Chen nodded. Recently, our venture capital is too prosperous and it is easy to become a target of public criticism, so it is best to slow down and wait. In another 2 years, when our forces spread across the Earth Federation, and then cross-border development will be the real where water flows, a canal is formed. Understood. Little X replied. By the way, have the unmanned aerial vehicles over there in the industrial zone been manufactured? Chen Chen asked. I gave the UAF spy drone samples. They, at the same time, gave them that many ultra-high precision machine tools. Haven't samples been manufactured yet? The drones have some technologies not at all to overcome, Little X replied. However, the weapon manufacturing expert Professor Charles has produced results in 2 days. They have successfully manufactured the first batch of electromagnetic weapons based on the design drawings of the Elysium plane. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. In that case, let Charles send me some samples. Following Chen Chen's order, soon, a few, and in the movie the Kuzakro pulse rifle had 560% similar firearms delivered to Chen Chen. At this time, Chen Chen also came to the shooting range of the Spire experimental base. This is the first batch of medium-sized weapons manufactured based on the design drawings you provided. Little X's voice came slowly through the Bluetooth headset. Because of the relationship between technology and time, those heavy weapons are still under study and are expected to take shape in the next year. Chen Chen did not speak, but quietly picked up the weapon in the iron box. Just from the appearance of this rifle is very out of the ordinary. It has a dark and heavy body, without any abrupt butt and barrel structure, and looks like an oversized rifle as a whole. August. Super USB Chapter 259. Super USB Chapter 259. In the movie, the Kuzakro pulse rifle is a portable weapon designed for humans and large vehicles. This gun has a light structure, simple operation and a relatively small range, but it has a huge formidable power and a set of anti-propulsion piston muzzle system, which greatly reduces the recoil. Pure black nitrate oxide baking varnish layer, single-point burst-free switching, and the size of many rifles are not much different, but the sleeve part appears very thick, full of a heavy sense of strength. There are 2 pipes inside the front end of the gun body. In addition to the barrel, there is also a pipe for the fuel cell, which is filled with a hydrogen fuel cell with a diameter of 3 cm and a length of 20 cm. The discharge voltage can reach 400 volts. The barrel is inlaid with a layer of toroidal coils laid with superconducting material at room temperature. No rifle is needed. As long as the Lorentz force principle is used, the bullet can be launched by electromagnetic force. At the same time, the high-speed rotation depends on the voltage. Moreover, because bullets are also made of magnetic metal, according to the diamagnetic principle of superconducting materials, bullets will not touch the barrel at all when they are fired, which virtually improves the lifespan of the firearm. The ammunition used in this electromagnetic rifle is the same as a batch of weapons powered by Star River that Chen Chen asked Professor Charles to make. The traditional gunpowder structure of the cartridge case is abandoned. Load more bullets. At present, this electromagnetic rifle uses a shuttle-shaped hollow bullet with a size of 520 mm, and a palm-size magazine can hold up to 200 rounds. In addition to this hollow bullet, there are several types of ammunition, such as spiral arm or piercing bullets and blasting bullets. Except for a few core parts such as barrels, most of the whole gun is made of engineering plastics, which greatly reduces the weight of the gun. The whole gun is 54 centimeters long and 23 centimeters high, but only 4.5 kilograms weight. Moreover, there is a biometric authentication system inside, and the situation of being picked up by the enemy will never happen. Looking at this dark and heavy murder weapon, Chen Chen adjusted to the single-point mode, with the right hand holding the butt against his right shoulder, and at the same time raising his left hand horizontally, passing 3 points and 1 line. Aim at a target 100 meters away. Then gently pull the trigger. Just listen to Thee's wish. The steel plate 100 meters away is directly pierced through a large flowering hole with a diameter of 3 centimeters. This sound, Chen Chen's eyes lit up. This sound is not like the firecracker-like peng-peng sound when traditional gunpowder weapons are activated, but like speed the su-su sound when something very fast cuts through the air current is just that's all mixed with the sound of electric current. The decibel of traditional weapons when firing is extremely large. For example, when firing in a noisy urban area, you can hear violent gunfire from half a kilometer away, but at this time, the sound of this firearm is even 50 decibel is not enough. Much smaller than the 145,160 decibel when traditional gunpowder weapons are activated. Not only that, because of the anti-propulsion piston muzzle system in terms of recoil, Chen Chen feels that recoil is extremely small, just like the recoil of a pistol. The reason why ordinary firearms are loud is because the air pressure inside and outside the space is different. The moment it pops out of the chamber pressure drops sharply, and it will make a loud noise. Xiao X explained, the new rifle does not require pressure, so there is only the sound of bullets breaking through the air. Chen Chen nodded, there is a flash of wonder in his eyes. He is in Namibia. I played a lot of guns in the year, but this is the first time I feel so comfortable with a gun. Probably, this is the legendary technology gun. I love it. Afterwards, Chen Chen tried again in terms of rate of fire. The entire Cusa Claw Pulse the rifle can be divided into 2 modes, semi-automatic and full auto. After adjusting it to full auto mode again, as Chen Chen pulls the trigger, he just feels that the firearm in his hand seems to be alive. With a slight tremor, but within 10 seconds, there was a caca from the rifle, and all the bullets were shot out. This rate of fire is already twice that of ordinary machine guns. Chen Chen touched the barrel and found that the barrel was only slightly hot. Obviously this is with the diamagnetic effect of superconductors. With this characteristic, even if tens of thousands of bullets are fired, there will be no metal fatigue. After testing, the rate of fire of this gun can reach more than 1,200 rounds per minute, and it explodes 17 rounds in 2 seconds. Finally, the gun data tested by Chen Chen is, length 545 mm, weight after loading 4,545 grams, aiming baseline 203 mm, barrel diameter 8 mm, magazine capacity 200 rounds, initial speed 1,200 ms, kinetic energy 2,500 joules. Effective range 600 meters. Looking at the exaggerated data, Chen Chen can't help but be speechless. The initial velocity of the bullets fired by ordinary rifles is only 800 ms, the kinetic energy is about 1000 joules, and the effective range is only a trifling 400 meters. Even for sniper rifles the initial speed of the bullet is not as high as this rifle. In terms of kinetic energy, although it can't reach the kinetic energy of some huge might sniper rifles, it's not too much. If another type of armor-piercing projectile is used, there is no problem in penetrating 50 mm thick steel plates. Very good. After testing the gun in his hand, Chen Chen couldn't help but secretly sighed. No muzzle flame, comparable to a silencer, extremely low recoil, and formidable power comparable to a sniper rifle. These features are perfectly combined, and it is almost a qualitative change. If all Black Rider units are equipped with this weapon, who else is our opponent in conventional warfare? However, this is only a small and medium-sized electromagnetic weapon, that's all. Xiao X said, the real formidable power is actually a large-scale electromagnetic weapon, such as an electromagnetic railgun, which passes huge voltage. Instantly accelerate the hundreds of kilograms of shells to the first cosmic speed. and the generated formidable power can instantly flatten a mountain or destroy a city. Chen Chen, hearing this, couldn't help laughing. This we can indeed make weapons, but how can we hit other cities? It is not an anti-aircraft gun, unless you put this electromagnetic gun on a satellite and shoot from top to bottom. Yes, Little X looking thoughtful. So, the most practical on Earth is a missile? Yes. For example, it can pass through the atmosphere and then dive at several times the speed of sound. Intercontinental missiles. This kind of weapon is the ultimate weapon of conventional warfare on Earth. Chen Chen nodded. So if we don't have missiles and air dominance, we will not be known by the Earth Federation. Otherwise, even conventional military, how strong is the force? There is no air supremacy. It's still just a living target, that's all. According to the technical data retrieved from the plane of Elysium, there is a Bugatti Forge luxury transporter inside. The small aircraft that can step out of the atmosphere and shuttle back and forth between the Earth and the Bliss space. And it is only the size of a car. X thought, can you try to save energy to take it out? Chen Chen, hearing this, suddenly recalled that in the movie, Armadine's Bad Luck Ghost, CEO John Carlyle seemed to be riding this aircraft. In the movie, the protagonist knocked down the aircraft he was riding in, and was robbed of his brain memory before he died. He was the most aggrieved upper-class person who died. Thinking about it, Chen Chen couldn't help but shook his head and denied Xiao X's idea. This kind of aircraft is not at all invisible. I require my aircraft to have optical, infrared, and radar 3 radar invisible. Even more, how one or two of these aircraft will not change anything. What I need is an aircraft that can be manufactured continuously. So, all this is still a problem of industrial development. Chen Chen showed a thoughtful expression. And if I remember correctly, this kind of aircraft can only cross outer space by nuclear fusion engines. Although we have also obtained nuclear fusion engine data, if we want to copy it, there is still a long section of the road to go. So, in the next step, we still have to tackle the problem of nuclear fusion first. Super US Speak Chapter 260. Super US Speak Chapter 260. There are three forms of nuclear reactions known to mankind, namely nuclear fission, nuclear fusion and nuclear decay. Among them, nuclear fission and nuclear fusion can provide energy for humans. According to Einstein's mass energy equation, E equals mc2. It can be known that as long as there is a mass attenuation before and after the nuclear reaction, they release a certain amount of energy. The so-called nuclear fission is the production of energy by mass loss through the nuclear fission of heavy atoms. Nuclear fusion is, on the contrary, it is through the aggregation of light nuclei to produce heavier nuclei, and mass attenuation occurs, thereby generating energy. The reason why nuclear fusion is better than nuclear fission is not only because the energy released by nuclear fusion is greater, but more importantly, the raw materials for nuclear fusion can be extracted from seawater, and deuterium is stored in the Earth's seawater. The amount is abundant, up to 40 trillion tons. If all is used for fusion reactions, the energy released will be enough for humans to use for tens of billions of years. And the common nuclear fission reaction raw material uranium-235 reserves are scarce, and the nuclear waste generated will affect the geology for hundreds of years. Therefore, whether it is reserves or clean and safe, nuclear fission cannot be fusion mentioned on equal terms. Therefore, nuclear fusion energy is an infinite, clean and safe new energy that countless people yearn for. Of course, nuclear fusion does not only refer to deuterium-tritium fusion. As long as it is an element smaller than iron in the periodic table, nuclear fusion can actually occur. The reason why humans choose only tritium and deuterium as fusion materials, because they have the simplest conditions for nuclear fusion, compared with other elements. Both the hydrogen isotope deuterium and the tritium nucleus have only one proton. The fusion reaction between tritium and deuterium only needs to overcome the repulsive force between the two protons. The element needs to overcome the repulsive force before a bunch of protons, which is incomparable. Now that he has determined the next route to overcome nuclear fusion, Chen Chen returned to his office and found out the nuclear fusion reactor technology of the plane of Elysium. But after a few glances, Chen Chen is frowned. He has been specializing in medicine and biology. Although he has a slight understanding of nuclear physics, it is limited to the surface. At most, he knows better than an ordinary person. That's all more. So Chen Chen raised his head and said, X, immediately sought out a document that can quickly understand nuclear physics. Speaking, he took out the chewing gum and the box was opened gently, and an NZT-48 flew into the mouth. Then Chen Chen's expression was completely in vain. At the same time, Xiao X quickly sorted out a piece of information about nuclear physics from shallow to deep. So Chen Chen looked at the technical documents provided by Xiao X and confirmed it. Information on nuclear reactors on the plane of Elysium. This time, Chen Chen can almost understand it. Unexpectedly, there is more than one nuclear fusion reactor technology used on the plane of Elysium. Chen Chen laughed and opened the second drawing. Inertia is the confinement nuclear fusion reactor and the magnetic confinement nuclear fusion reactor. Really incredible. In fact, the mainstream of the continents of the Earth Federation is also these two. Xiao X explained said, but if these technologies are subdivided, they can be divided into multiple branches, and even similar jokes are circulating on the internet. What joke? Chen Chen couldn't help asking. It divides all kinds of fusion technology into the 9 camps of D&D in a straightforward way. Each camp has an anthropomorphic speech. Xiao X explained. For example, a star simulator that represents lawful goodness. Anthropomorphic speech is, my heart and my walk are as calm as stars, and everything I do is steady. Neutral and kind magnetism. The anthropomorphic statement is, there is no magnetism to leak, there is no helium-3 to burn, because I don't make a reactor. There is also chaotic and kind tokamak, it'll tell you the plasma current again. Don't mess with it anymore. Apart from this, there are spherical tokamak representing lawful neutrality, and field reverse configuration representing absolute neutrality constraint tokamak, and magnetized target fusion, which represents chaos and neutrality, etc. The more I talk about it, the more excited little X's tone is, and the most funny is the chaotic evil laser fusion technology its anthropomorphic statement is, I trademark shoot. Chen Chen looked up in amazement, X, I heard that right? You are in GHS? I don't. Xiao X suddenly hesitated. What is this yellow? Humans are called yellow. Emma Smart Life. Can you call yellow about Smart Life? Emma Stalker. A stalker of nuclear physics. Chen Chen shook the head. Not here on the issue. I just remembered the more and more human change of X in the heart, and said again, now I basically understand why the development of nuclear fusion is much more difficult than nuclear fission. In fact, it is because of two kinds of the physical laws of the reaction are different. The nucleus of nuclear fission is relatively large and unstable. Therefore, as long as the environment of normal temperature and pressure can achieve fission reaction, nuclear fusion is different. There is a huge electrostatic repulsive force between them. Without enough energy or special environment to break the critical point of this repulsive force, it is impossible to fuse the nuclei together. So, the key is to create high pressure and high temperature environment. Yes, little X replied. The most common nuclear fusion reaction in the universe is the Sun. The Sun is due to its own mass. It can make the core form an ultra-high pressure of 200 billion atmospheres, plus a temperature of 15 million degrees, can fuse hydrogen atoms into helium atoms. But if humans want to achieve this on the Earth for the same nuclear fusion, ultra-high pressure conditions are completely impossible to achieve. Therefore, today's nuclear fusion devices need to work hard at high temperatures, and the core temperature needs to be changed from too high. The 15 million degrees of the Yang core can be raised to over 100 million degrees. The simplest and most direct method is to use a large number of energized coils to enclose a ring along the ring to generate a strong magnetic field to form a magnetically confined nuclear fusion reactor. and this can generate sufficiently strong. The device with the toroidal magnetic field is called the tokamak device. Another type of inertial confinement nuclear fusion reactor is to put a mixture of deuterium and tritium in milligrams into a small ball of a few millimeters in diameter, and inject a laser beam uniformly from the outside. The spherical surface evaporates outward due to the absorption of energy, and by its reaction, the inner Chi body of the ball is squeezed and the pressure rises, accompanied by a sharp rise in temperature. When the temperature reaches the required ignition temperature, the inner Chi body exploded and produced a lot of heat. Super USB Chapter 261. Super USB Chapter 261. This kind of explosion process time is very short, only a few picoseconds. As long as 3 or 4 such explosions occur every second and continue continuously, the energy released will be equivalent to a 1,000,000 kilowatt power station. Chen heard Xiao X's explanation, and suddenly nodded. I still know a little bit about the tokamak device, but I remember that tokamak should have a lot of. The big flaw is that there is another inertial confinement fusion reactor. Does this Earth Federation also have similar devices? Yes. The tokamak device that represents magnetic confinement does have a large defect, because the core of the tokamak device is the appearance of a magnetic field. To generate a magnetic field, a coil is needed. If there is a coil, there is a wire, and if there is a wire, there is resistance. Little X replied, tokamak device, the closer it is to practical use, the stronger the magnetic field and the greater the current that must be passed to the wire, so the resistance of the wire will appear. The resistance will reduce the efficiency of the coil and limit the strength of the current. It will not make the tokamak device generate enough magnetic field. So, superconducting technology is very important. Today's Earth Federation is to make low-temperature superconductors into coils, so that the amount of current and loss problems can be solved. Therefore, the combination of this superconductor and the tokamak device is called the super tokamak device. Today, there are only 3 continents in the Earth Federation that have super tokamak, respectively. It goes to North America, Mid-Continent, and Europe. Among them, there are 5 in North America, 2 in Mid-Continent, and 1 in Europe. As for inertial confinement fusion reactors, this equipment is worldwide. Many countries and continents have them, but the one that is truly famous is the National Ignition Facility Project in North America, or NIF for short. This device can focus 2 million joules of energy through 192 laser beams on the deuterium-tritium pellets with a diameter of 3 millimeters. Each laser shot lasts for about 3/3 of a billion seconds, generating a high temperature of 100 million degrees, and a pressure exceeding 100 billion atmospheres, which will trigger nuclear fusion. Understood? Chen snapped his fingers. In other words, magnetic confinement nuclear fusion uses a strong magnetic field to confine deuterium and tritium in a magnetic container and heat it to hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. The fusion reaction is realized, and the inertial confinement is achieved by irradiating deuterium and tritium with ultra-high-intensity laser in a very short time. After understanding this, Chen reads Blessed Space. The nuclear fusion reactor technology of the plane suddenly became clear. In simple terms, the 2 technologies of magnetic confinement and inertial confinement have different focuses. The magnetically confined super tokamak device has a good nuclear fusion reaction effect and does not require repeated ignition, but its disadvantage is it is large in size, not flexible enough, and the cost of electrical energy required to maintain a strong magnetic field is not low. Therefore, the Ultra Tokamak device is used as a nuclear power plant reactor in the plane of Elysium. The advantage of inertial restraint is that the equipment can be made very small, and the performance of open and close fire control is better. But the disadvantage is that it needs to consume a lot of energy to generate laser to continuously ignite. Therefore, the inertial restraint device is used as a spaceship engine in the plane of Elysium space. Chen reviewed these 2 technologies and compared them with the nuclear fusion devices of the countries of the Earth Federation, and found that the reason why the plane of Ellistic space can produce these 2 nuclear fusion devices, except in addition to some of the conceptual reasons, The biggest advantage is the room temperature superconductor. The normal temperature superconductor can reduce the liquid helium cooling system of the super tokamak device, greatly reducing the complexity and cost of the super tokamak device, plus the stability of the high offset metal. A mature nuclear fusion device is naturally where water flows, a canal is formed. The same is true for the inertial restraint device. The normal temperature superconductor can double the energy released by the laser ignition device several times, continue to increase the laser energy, and even form a laser effect called ultra-high field. This kind of laser can instantly generate 200 times 10^15 power watts of energy, which is 100,000 times higher than the total global electric energy output, but it takes less than 1/1,000,000th of a second. With this energy, the fuel formed by deuterium and tritium can instantly reach the critical point of nuclear fusion, without having to be as complicated and huge as the NIF device. And the efficiency is not high enough. But the only regret is that if you want to make a mature super tokamak, you still need to use high offset metals. But Chen has no conditions to make such high offset metals. To produce this metal, you need the help of a particle accelerator. Chen couldn't help but turn to the material of high offset metal and read it carefully. In fact, the so-called high offset metal is actually a kind of metal aluminium, but it is not normal aluminium, but an isotope of aluminium. Generally speaking, aluminium does not produce isotopes, but with the help of particle accelerators, artificial interference and manufacturing can be carried out. For example, the high offset metal made of metallic aluminium is essentially an aluminium element with a high number of excess neutrons. It first relies on normal temperature superconductivity to form a strong magnetic field, and then uses a particle accelerator to emit ion atoms through strong magnetic area. Because the magnetic field in the strong magnetic field has reached the energy level of tearing the atom, when passing through the magnetic field, the ion atom will disintegrate, and the electron will fly to the side of the magnetic field, and the proton will fly to the other side. Only the neutrons are left unaffected, and continue to fly forward with the flight trajectory. After that, just collect these neutrons with a resonance machine, and then use a strong electric combiner to stick the electrons to the surface of the neutrons to form virtual particles. Because the virtual particles are negatively charged, as long as the particle accelerator is used again to accelerate the virtual particles and accelerate to a sublight state, they can be used to strike aluminium atoms. Because it has reached the speed of sublight, under the huge kinetic energy, these virtual particles can overcome the repulsion force and forcefully penetrate into the aluminium atom, so that the aluminium atom will be filled with a large number of neutrons, resulting in the element structure shift. So it is called high shift metal. Because the neutron content is highly imbalanced, it is extremely insensitive to energy conduction, and completely ignores thermal energy weapons and wave weapons. Coupled with super metal strength and toughness, it is far better than any alloy. It is even called the tenacious substance in the solar system. Since it is impossible to manufacture a super tokamak device, Chen can only retreat and build another type of inertial restraint device reactor. To build this kind of reactor, Chen needs to purchase many high-precision laser equipment components and modify them to produce a device that can emit ultra-high field lasers. Thinking of this, Chen couldn't help touching his chin. It seems that it's time for the consortium to work. The reason for uniting these people was not because of their influence. Super USB Chapter 262. Super USB Chapter 262. The reason why the perfect super tokamak device requires high offset metal is that the energy generated by fusion needs an inner wall called a cladding to absorb. The cladding, also known as the first wall of the fusion reactor, means to directly face the inner wall during fusion. It has to face a high temperature of tens of millions of degrees or even hundreds of millions of degrees. With high plasma and a large amount of neutron radiation, the strength of the material depends on the arrangement of atoms. Under such extreme conditions, after the atoms are continuously strikes, the properties of the material will soon deteriorate. Therefore, This kind of inner wall will be extremely complicated to manufacture. For example, in the International Thermonuclear Fusion Experimental Reactor project, the thickness of the cladding of the tokamak device reached 80 cm to 100 cm. But for high-energy neutrons, this thickness is still not enough. Therefore, the emergence of metamorphic materials such as high-offset metals is necessary. But now Chen Chen does not have the conditions to make high-offset metals, so he can only retreat to the next best thing and find a way to create another inertial fusion reactor. Inertial confinement fusion is also called laser fusion. It requires a very high laser power to achieve it. At the same time, it also requires high-precision optical instruments to control the laser's aiming. So far, only the NIF project in North America in the world can focus 193 laser devices simultaneously. In the Elysium plane technology, only 48 can be done, but the premise must be that all laser transmitters are in a supersymmetrical state. These the components of the laser generator are of course impossible to count on in Namibia. Chen Chen asked Xiao X to check it and ordered a large number of optical components and control chips directly from various high-tech companies in North America, and then ordered many lenses in Europe and optical components. Some of these suppliers even serve Assimer, the Netherlands. The components of the UV lithography machine are produced by these suppliers. As for some things that cannot be obtained, Chen Chen relies on those consortiums. So at the beginning of the new year in 2024, Chen Chen returned to Handu and spent a new year with his parents. According to the tradition of Zongzi district, the new year is a new year greeting to the elders, and the New Year's Day is a New Year greeting to the elders of the father. Chen Chen's father has 3 brothers and 1 elder sister. Among them, Chen Chen's father is the youngest, which means Chen Chen has 2 uncles and 1 aunt, and these people also have 1 or 2 heirs. The eldest of them is the son of Uncle Chen Chen. He has been in his 30s this year and established his own family. I heard that he works in a bank. And the youngest is the youngest daughter of second uncle's father. He is the same age as Chen Chen, has entered the senior year, and will graduate in half a year. Chen Chen is not familiar with this kind of annual family gathering. When he was young, Chen Chen's father was assigned to the frontier area because he was admitted to the military academy. Chen Chen went from birth to 18 almost all years old, grew up in the frontier. Then Chen Chen's father had no chance of being promoted in the army for a long time, so after serving as a battalion commander for nearly 10 years, he chose to change jobs and return to his hometown of Handu, becoming a general public servant. But who would have thought that this is the grassroots level for a lifetime? After his father returned to Handu, Chen Chen began to contact his parents' relatives. Chen Chen's life was not bad, that is, an ordinary working family, and every family gathering is quite satisfactory. And Chen Chen's 2 uncles are also birds of a feather. Only Chen Chen's uncle survived and became the deputy director of the Electric Power Bureau. He has always been the core of the annual family gathering. However, with more and more news about blacklight technology in the past 2 years, relatives have gradually learned something. Maybe they don't know anything else, but at least they know that blacklight technology is a giant multinational group company, and which one has the name of a multinational group, which has a market value of hundreds of millions. After Chen Chen's parents bought a villa in a wealthy area, the relatives gradually became more enthusiastic about Chen Chen's family, which also made Chen Chen's parents straighten up here. Xiao Chen is 22 years old this year. She is really promising. At the dinner table, Chen Chen's aunt exclaimed, "I still remember Xiao Chen was a few years ago." Not a little bit. Didn't expect it was so big in the blink of an eye. Yes, it's time to talk about the object. Xiao Chen, is there any girl you like? The mother of second uncle on the side asked quickly, although foreign women are also good. After all, genetics often mutate. For example, our neighbor found a big Myanmar wife and finally gave birth a little black boy, or our own genes are stable? Chen Chen raised his head if he felt it. Is Xiao Chen still young now? Chen Chen's father was a little embarrassed. Now we still have to focus on career. Wait 35 years. We can still afford it. Brother, you said that well. Chen Chen's uncle gave a thumbs up. After all, the man's ambition is everywhere. Great, very great. Everyone have a big laughter. By the way, Xiao Chen, now that I have started a company, there should be a lot of entertainment, right? Uncle Chen Chen picked up a glass of wine. And you are not a child anymore. Give your uncle a face and have a drink. I don't know how to drink. Chen Chen waved his hand. Xiao Chen's words are out of the question. Uncle Chen Chen's expression was stern, and he was a little unhappy and said, if you don't want to drink, then say no drinking. They are all big boss people who believes that they don't know how to drink. Uncle, I really don't know how to drink. Chen Chen said quietly with a smile. It's not that he is carrying the airs, but it is indeed the case. It has long been shown in the movie that after taking NZT-48, the male protagonist went to the bar to fool around during the medicine efficacy period. As a result, the whole person fell into a fragmented state after drinking a few drinks. There is no memory of everything that happened in more than 10 hours. For Chen Chen, who is trying to control everything, this kind of situation that he can't even control is totally unacceptable. So since the day he got NZT-48, he has never touched a drop. Liqueur. Xiao Chen, today is a holiday anyway, why don't you accompany your uncle for a drink? On the side, Chen Chen's father made a round, and secretly urged Chen Chen. Chen Chen's father has always been a traditional man, observing stereotypes, and does not want to see Chen Chen disobey his elders. Seeing this, Chen Chen lightly laughed, picked up his Pepsi and poured it into an empty glass, and then said to his uncle, Uncle, I toast you, speaking, and drank a large glass of Coke. Seeing this, Chen Chen's uncle didn't say much, he just drank his wine angrily and sat down, and the atmosphere at the table was a bit dull for a while. When the meal was over, Chen Chen sat on the sofa and played with his mobile phone. This is also the character of Chen Chen until now. It is introverted and less talkative. If someone does not take the initiative to speak, Chen Chen can do not say a word a day. However, if Chen Chen, who used to have such a personality, was just a little transparent in the party, then it is no longer what it used to be. Although everyone seems to talk very happily on the surface, in fact everyone pays attention, consciously or unconsciously, concentrated on Chen Chen. Just sitting on the sofa for a while, Chen Chen felt everyone watching secretly, and the uncle's son Chen Zheng was also a little fidgeting, frequently looking towards him. It seems that after hesitating for a long time, Chen Zheng finally plucked up the courage and walked secretly to Chen Chen's side and gently patted Chen Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chen, come here, brother, tell you something. Chen Zheng lowered his voice. Chen Chen nodded, put away his mobile phone, stood up, followed Chen Zheng and left the living room. While Chen Chen stood up, as the core of the whole party, almost everyone looked over subconsciously. Seeing the reaction of everyone, Chen Zheng, who was walking in front, blushed even more. Quandang did not see. Second uncle mother on the side even pinched the second uncle father's arm fiercely secretly. Chen Zhenkai sighed in relief until he walked to the yard and avoided everyone. He took out a pack of cigarettes, took 2 cigarettes from it, and handed them to Chen Chen. Chen Chen waved his hand to indicate that he did not smoke. Seeing this, Chen Zheng is somewhat blushed with shame. You have started a company, don't you even smoke? Carbon monoxide kills human brain cells. Chen Chen pointed to his head, and then said, cousin, please tell me what's the matter. Oh, since that's the case, I'll just say it. Chen Zhengking is lightly coughed. It's such a cousin, I'm tired of working in the bank recently. Seeing you are so mixed up now, I also want to start a company to invest in a project, and now I have saved more than 200,000. It's a pity that it's almost too late, so let me see if my cousin can lend me a little bit. At the end of the talk, Chen Zheng's face was a little flushed. Chen Chen did not agree immediately, but asked, what is the project? Does my sister know? I want to open an advertising company, but your sister basically doesn't. I agree, so I came to you. Chen Zheng shook the head, said with a bitter smile, in her opinion, starting a company is not stable enough to work in a bank after all, but I know if continue to work, this will be the case for the rest of my life. I am really unwilling. Chen hearing this thought for a while, why don't I invest 1 million? You have 70% of the company's shares. Your cousin manages the company and owns 30% of the shares. As for your deposit, don't use it. I heard that my sister is pregnant, so it's better to keep that money for emergency. Really? Chen Zheng hearing this was overjoyed. Thank you, cousin. Didn't expect you to be so generous. Chen he waved his hand. Okay, the past few days I will stay in Handu for the time being. Please come to me after you find a lawyer and draw up a contract. Speaking, Chen returned room. When he returned to his sofa, Chen was secretly sighed. He understands in his heart that this kind of thing is indeed inevitable after he made his fortune. In fact, Chen's parents were taken in the name of borrowing by all-around relatives as early as 1 or 2 years ago. Less money. Although Chen will not feel distressed even if the amount of money borrowed is 1,000 times more, it will always make people feel uncomfortable. However, Chen is different. Like himself, he belongs to the kind of person who is less honest and never asks for help. According to Chen, among all his relatives, the uncle's family does not have borrowed money from Chen's parents. Now that the other party speaks, Chen is naturally willing to give the other party a chance. However, although the other party keep on saying is borrowing money, it is actually not at all ability to repay. In case of loss, Chen can't let the other party take the real estate certificate as mortgage. Besides, Chen's parents would not let Chen do this. Therefore, Chen simply joined the other party's venture in the form of a shareholding system. Whether it is to make a profit or lose in the future, Chen will not feel itching. Moreover, if you really lose money, the relationship between the two will naturally end. Even if the other party wants to borrow money, Chen has a reason to go back to the absolute side to stop him. Sitting on the sofa again for a while, the father of second uncle, who was urged impatiently by second uncle's mother, finally walked over and said in a low voice, Xiao Chen, come out, my uncle I want to tell you something. Chen didn't look up, just swiped his phone, and said at the same time, father's second uncle, I'm a little tired today. Let me just say anything. Chen learned from the bodyguards placed next to his parents that second uncle's father had taken away more than 800,000 yuan from his father in the name of borrowing money, even as much as Chen's father. Good people don't want to lend him anymore. Suddenly, the face of second uncle's father showed embarrassment, and he looked back at second uncle's mother. At a glance, this brace oneself said with a smile, that's it, my uncle has a tight hand recently. Can you lend me some money from my uncle? Second uncle father, I remember you didn't I borrow a lot of money from my dad? How can I repay it? Chen pretended to be said curiously, you know, it's not easy for me to work outside alone. I originally wanted to save some money to marry a wife in the future, but didn't expect was borrowed by everyone, and now I don't even see the IOU. I am also very embarrassed. Xiao Chen, you said you know money, we don't believe it. Finally, the mother of second uncle, who has been secretly directing the father of second uncle, couldn't help but speak. Who doesn't know that Blacklight Technology is a multinational corporation? Everyone knows that the boss of Blacklight Technology is worth tens of billions. And your family lives in a villa of millions and drives a luxury car of millions. We will lend you a small amount of money. They are the closest relatives. Is it necessary to be so stingy? Just opening his mouth, he showed a pungent look. For a while, the atmosphere among the people cooled down again, and all of them showed embarrassment on their faces. Chen simply ignored the other party. He stood up, Dad, Mom, let's go. Oh, good. Good. Chen's father just woke up like a dream. He sighed, said hello to everyone, grabbed Chen's mother and walked out. Second uncle's mother was dumbfounded, staring blankly, but never knew what to say. After leaving his grandmother's house, Chen drove his parents back. Chen's father sighed frequently along the way, and still seemed to be a little confused. The second brother who was so good, why did he suddenly become like this? Chen Chen's father couldn't help asking. Probably, this is life. Chen Chen answered in a low voice. Super US Speak Chapter 263. Super US Speak Chapter 263. At the 7th day of the lunar day, Chen Chen was going to take a train to Chengdu, and went to the head office for a round of inspections, and by the way, he went to visit Professor Wang Zai. Chen Chen greeted his parents and turned around and walked out of the house. However, just after leaving home, Chen Chen received a message from Xiao X via Bluetooth headset. Your godfather, that night of the defense group found 2 international spies outside the door, trying to contact you. Spy? Chen Chen asked in a low voice, where is the spy? Eastern Sea continent. Little X replied, I can trace their identity through their communication records. These 2 people seem to be from the Chamber of Commerce, but they have been in contact with the liaison of the secret department on the Eastern Sea continent many times, and they can basically be identified as the Eastern Sea continent's spies. But don't worry, these 2 people not at all mean you are enemies. The task of the 2 people seems to be to persuade you. Chen Chen nodded. When he walked out of the gate of the community, Chen Chen saw 2 men in neat suits standing outside the gate. When these 2 people saw Chen Chen, their eyes lit up, and then they showed a warm smile. Mr. Chen Chen, we have been waiting for you for a long time. I don't seem to know the 2. I don't know who the 2 are. Chen Chen pretended to be strange. Looks like. Sorry, we are employees of Huaguang Credit Company. The man in the lead laughed and said, my name is Wei Chengmin, and the colleague next to me is Li Ren. We, Huaguang Credit, want to discuss some company matters with you. I wonder if you are free? After that, the man took out a business card and handed it to Jiang Heng, looking very humble. I haven't had much time lately, so please come back. Chen Chen waved his hand. Mr. Chen Chen, it only takes a while and won't delay you for too long. The man named Wei Chengman continued to persuade. After knowing the identities of the 2, Chen Chen also disinclined to pay attention to the 2 of them. He walked past them directly, got into a taxi and left. Seeing the taxi moving away, the 2 put their smiles away. The man named Li Ren couldn't help being frowned. Muto-san, it really failed. It's normal. Another man waved his hand and said seriously, being able to become the world's first genius who has developed a black light virus vaccine and has many patents in the field of cutting-edge medicine. Powerhouse certainly has his own pride, but we don't need to be too discouraged. We have to believe in the truth that Jinxing caused Jinshai to open. Muto-kun, you are right. The 2 talked briefly, then turned and left. Of course, these 2 people didn't know, they had been spotted when they were close to Chen Chen's parents' community, and their identities had long been exposed. In order to be safe, Chen Chen sent all 5 special forces who followed Sheng Zhao to protect his parents, and distributed 3 sets of GS combat uniforms, stealth devices and amnestics to everyone. Of these 5 people, 2 are acting as drivers in Chen Chen's parents' home, while the remaining 3 are secretly performing shift protection. At the end of last year, Chen Chen once again sent a Black Rider unit of 5 men and 5 women to expand the secret protection team to 15. For this reason, Chen Chen even bought the houses of his neighbors without his parents knowing. Now these villas on the surface are just ordinary villa complexes, but they have been secretly caught by Chen. Chen operates like an iron bucket, and any stranger will have nowhere to hide. Soon Chen Chen arrived at the train station. Because of the new year, it was the peak of returning home at this time. The flow of people in the station was turbulent. At first glance, it was dark and heavy, and there was almost no end in sight. The reason why Chen Chen chose the AMU is because there are through trains from Handu to Chengdu, which can span more than 2,000 kilometers in just 5 hours and reach Chengdu. Although it is still longer than the flight time, it is much more flexible and safer than flying. However, just as he had just squeezed into a crowd of hundreds, and when he walked into the station, Xiao X suddenly reminded, "Your godfather, your second uncle father has come to your parents' house. Chen Chen frowned. What are they here for? They still seem to have come to borrow money and are arguing with your parents. Xiao X said weakly. Let Xiao Wang and the others watch, don't hurt my parents. Chen Chen warned repeatedly. Xiao Wang is one of Chen Chen's bodyguards placed by his parents. Now he has followed Chen Chen's parents for nearly 3 years and has won the trust of Chen Chen's parents. It's just that Chen Chen hasn't finished saying these words. Xiao X suddenly exclaimed, not good, your godfather, your mother was pushed by second uncle mother and fell to the ground and fainted. It's gone. At this time, Chen Chen was entering the ticket gate. After hearing this sentence, his face suddenly changed, and he turned around and squeezed out. It doesn't matter if my mother is hurt, how about Xiaowang and the others? Are they eating shit? Chen Chen asked savagely as he ran out of the station. There is no trauma. The bodyguard has taken your parents to the hospital. It is almost the first time that Xiao X heard Chen Chen's tone so eagerly, and quickly explained, sorry, during the quarrel, the 2 bodyguards were distracted by your father. He said that the affairs between relatives do not require bodyguards to intervene. And your father does this every time he quarrels with second uncle father. Asshole. Chen Chen expression is even more hideous, and I don't know if he is scolding second uncle father or who. He quickly stopped a taxi and moved towards the mother who was being rushed to the hospital. Half an hour later, when Chen Chen walked into the ward, he immediately saw the conscious mother on the bed and several people around the bed. Mom, are you okay? Chen Chen sighed in relief when he saw that there was nothing wrong with the mother except look pale. It's okay, it's just that the body is a little weak. Chen Chen mother shook the head, comfortably said, did you not go to Shangdi Xiao Chen? Why are you back again? Xiao Wang informed me. Chen Chen looked at the second uncle father and second uncle mother who were standing aside, and his expression was a bit bad. In fact, they are all misunderstandings. All misunderstandings. Chen Chen's father quickly explained, just now your second uncle father and second uncle mother came home. Who knows your mother? Suddenly I fainted. Fortunately, there is nothing wrong. Xiao Chen, you can be busy on your own. Here you and I will take care of your second uncle father and second uncle mother. Take care. Chen Chen stared at each other. Pushing someone is also called taking care. Your mother pushed me too. Second uncle mother hearing this, suddenly she screamed. At that time, she also pushed me. We were pushing each other. Who knew your mother couldn't help pushing? How can you blame me? Don't talk about it. Chen Chen's father hurriedly finished. Dad, do you still speak for them? Chen Chen took a deep breath and pointed at the 2 of them. Now you guys get out of me immediately. If within 10 seconds if you don't get out, I won't, Pa. But before finishing talking, Chen Chen suddenly felt a pain in his cheek, but his father slapped Chen in the face. Chen's face. How did you talk to your second uncle mother? Father Chen Chen scolded. Chen Chen was taken aback for a moment, and then his expression was completely gloomy. He sat down on the empty hospital bed beside him, silently twisting his neck, making a click. For a while, the whole air seemed to be quiet. Seeing Chen Chen's attitude, for some reason, Chen Chen's father suddenly felt regret. He turned his head and said to the second uncle mother, I will consider the money. You guys get out of here. Seeing this, the second uncle mother is coldly snorted, and the 2 of them walked out of the ward. Waiting until the 2 left, Chen Chen's father was side and sitting next to Chen Chen, earnest and well-meant advised. Xiao Chen, although you're out there, mixed up with people, but after all, those 2 are your second uncle father and second uncle mother. No matter what, you must maintain the most basic respect for your elders, understand? Not soon. Chen Chen hearing this, suddenly an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he murmured, what did you say? Chen Chen's father did not hear clearly. Nothing. Chen Chen twisted his neck, stood up and turned his head and walked outside the ward. Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen? This child, no matter what his father shouted behind him, Chen Chen didn't pay any attention. Super USB Chapter 264. Super USB Chapter 264. Wow! Chen Chen pushed open the glass door of the hospital building with a palm, and the whole piece of glass was opened to the maximum angle by the huge force, and then he completely accepted it. Can't help that power, it bursts like blood. In the hospital lobby, everyone could not help but exclaim. But Chen Chen, the initiator of all this, did not pay attention at all. He strode out of the hospital and disappeared into the crowd. At the same moment Chen Chen left, on the ring road of Handu, a white car was driving neither too fast nor too slow. It's really bad luck. In the carriage, a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup kept yelling, "Isn't it just walked the lucky dog excrement to make money in business? What is arrogance?" Exclamation mark. I'm so mad at me, I'm so supercilious when I make money, they don't have a good thing at all. Speaking, the middle-aged woman turned her head and looked towards the middle-aged man in the driver's seat, kept asking, "By the way, didn't you often say that your younger brother was very sticky when you were a child? Will he listen to you? Why don't you even have to pay for this? Not a man? Okay, well, don't say it." The middle-aged man in the driver's seat has a headache, let's go down and ask for money. How many times do you want them? And I'm afraid they won't be able to give it. Why don't you say, why should I be so angry? However, the middle-aged woman yelled, I gotta speak louder. Why don't you say it? Why don't you say it? Why should I be so angry? I really want to get more angry. That bastard dare to talk to us like this. I really have no education. Only those uneducated families like Chen family can teach such uneducated children. Obviously their family is so rich. But I have heard that this is a company run by a jerk. If you earn more than 100 million a year, you can give us hundreds of thousands at a time. This is a beggar. Along the way, the middle-aged woman continued to abuse her, and she was Chen Chen's second uncle mother, and the driving force is naturally the father of Chen Chen's second uncle. Okay, don't say it, don't say it. Can I make my ears quieter? Chen Chen's second uncle father helplessly said. Oh, do you put it on my old lady now? Second uncle mother suddenly sneered. Why did you go? It was not like this when I tricked my old lady into bed. Attitude, I thought that you would be able to look like a person in the future, but as a result, a cock is richer than you, and you have lived as a dog in your entire life. I say it, shut. Bang. Second uncle yelled. But he didn't even blurt out the word shut up completely. The impact suddenly came, and the whole car rolled quickly like a piece of paper. At this moment, the two of them only felt that the sky was spinning, their minds were blank, and at the same time, the whole body seemed to fall apart, and there was constant violent vibration. The whole car kept rolling on the ground, circle after circle, and soon lost its original shape and turned into a pile of broken copper and iron. I don't know how long it has passed. It seems that only a few seconds have passed, and it seems that a long time has passed. The mother of second uncle suddenly came back to his senses, only to find that she was being strangled in the passenger seat. I am in a state of head and feet. Obviously, the whole car has completely turned over. Hey, how are you? Second uncle mother subconsciously looked towards side husband, but found that the other party was already bloody, and most of his head was cut off by an unknown blunt instrument, and an empty tongue was drooping and exposed to the air. Second uncle mother uttered a harsh scream. However, this scream was once again submerged in the rumbling sound of the engine. Hearing the approaching engine roar, the mother of second uncle turned her head subconsciously and saw that a heavy truck with a slumped front was coming fast. Immediately, she completely lost consciousness. Knight has completed the mission. There is a small X prompt from the Bluetooth headset, the target has been destroyed, and the chance of survival is 0%. At this moment, Chen Chen is sitting on the bench in their hospital garden, staring at the mobile phone in his hand. A video is playing on the screen of the mobile phone, which seems to be taken from the perspective of bayonet surveillance. On the upper right corner of the video, a white car is approaching from far and near. But before driving far, a heavy truck suddenly rushed out behind him, hitting the rear of the white car fiercely at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour. Suddenly, the whole white car, like a piece of paper, was lifted away directly. The white car flew directly more than a dozen meters away, and changed its shape as it rolled continuously, and finally fell completely upside down in the middle of the road. From this perspective, Chen Chen can even see someone in the carriage slowly struggling, seemingly escaped. But at this moment, the truck that had stopped suddenly fell backwards for a while, and then accelerated again, fiercely hit the white car. Bang! This time, the whole white car was battered and couldn't hold on anymore and was smashed into a fireball. Obviously, the people inside cannot die anymore. After watching the video on the phone, Chen Chen's face finally looked better, and then he turned on the dialing function and pressed the 3-digit number. When it was connected, Chen Chen said, "Hello, is it the Public Security Bureau? I met 2 suspicious people this morning, suspected to be outside spy. They also threatened me against my loved ones. I was afraid that my loved ones would be harmed, so I prepared to call the police." After calling the police, Chen Chen stood up and prepared to go to Public Security Bureau, made a transcript. But when he got up, it seemed to think of something. Let Xiao Wang tell my parents. I am going to take them to Namibia for a while. You are going to use Medbed 3000 for your parents already? Xiao X suddenly understood. Yes, my mother's body is still a bit poor. It should be caused by too much fatigue in the early years. Chen Chen nodded, looked up towards the sky. I know I don't want to leave Zongzi district, and I don't want to leave my hometown to live in a strange country. I don't insist on this. I only want to give them the strictest protection and the best medical treatment. But if you used Medbed 3000 for your parents, wouldn't the secrets be exposed? Xiao X asked curiously. Of course I will not let the secrets be exposed. Chen Chen shook the head. At worst, make an exception for my parents to use an amnestic device. I'm not like my father. So pedantic. Sooner or later what should be let them know will let them know, what should not be let them know will never let them know. After all this, Chen Chen put away his phone, turned around and left the hospital. Super USB Chapter 265. Super USB Chapter 265. Are you saying that there are 2 suspicious-looking people who are suspected of being spies who want to contact you? Yes, those 2 people said they were from Huagyang, the credit company, wanted to talk to me. After I disagree, they threatened me with my relatives. In the police office on duty in the police station, Chen Chen was sitting at the table with a cup of tea in front of him. On one side of him, and on the other side, there was a policeman sitting. At this time, upon hearing Chen Chen's remarks, the policeman couldn't help showing his doubts. Sorry, I haven't asked what your identity is. I'm the chairman of Blacklight Technology, and my name is Chen Chen. Blacklight Technology? The police suddenly froze. This name is so familiar. It's the Blacklight Technology in Chengdu. It turned out to be you. Long and Long. The police were suddenly shocked and quickly stood up and talked to Chen. Chen shook his hand, and then he didn't doubt that he was there, and began to talk to Chen Chen. But before a while, the policeman who was taking the transcript for Chen Chen was suddenly called out by another policeman. The policeman seemed a little mysterious. About 5 minutes later, the policeman who talked to Chen Chen about the transcript returned to the office. There was a bit of pain between the expressions. Mr. Chen, we have verified one thing, a very unfortunate thing. Listen, don't be afraid. After he finished, Chen Chen, hearing this, suddenly became serious. I am a philanthropist. I will not be afraid. Please say, yes, that's it. The police sat back across from the desk. Just now we received an alarm. There was a car accident on the southern section of Baibo Road. A white Zaka small car was caught in the wind. The heavy truck hit the rear of the car, causing the vehicle to roll over, and there was a second collision. We have suspected that this is a malicious murder case, and the deceased is under investigation. However, according to the license plate information, the owner of this car is suspected to be your relative Chen Xiang's car. What? Chen Chen, hearing this, rounded his eyes and stood up abruptly. This is my second uncle father. What a mess. Will my parents be in danger? Mr. Chen, calm down. The police quickly calmed down. Please calm down. We will investigate this matter closely. I wonder if you have the contact information of Chen Xiang's immediate relatives? We need someone to confirm the identity of the deceased. Yes, my second uncle father has a son and a daughter. Call my parents should. Yes, I will ask my parents now. Chen Chen nodded. After several hours of recording, Chen Chen left the police station and returned to the hospital. As soon as he returned to the ward, Chen Chen's father asked eagerly, "What the hell is going on? Xiao Chen, what happened to your second uncle father and the others?" "There was a car accident. There is no major event." "Maybe the police made a mistake?" Chen Chen frowns, saying, "Now you can take care of my mother. Everything is waiting for the police to judge this." Chen Chen's father only felt distraught. Could it be that the police made a mistake? Another car had an accident. It should be like this. Chen Chen nodded, comfortable. "Dad, don't worry, my second uncle father and second uncle mother, heaven helps the worthy, it's definitely fine." But why can't they get on the phone? Chen Chen's father not at all was relieved because Chen Chen said a few words. Instead he walked around the house more anxiously. It may be that both of them have turned off. After all, the pressure in modern society is so great. It is normal to have nothing to do to turn off and find quiet. Chen Chen walked to the mother's bed. "Earlier, I peeled an orange to my mother." "Mom, you don't feel better now?" "I actually didn't have anything at all. Now I still care about your dad. Look at him in a hurry." Chen Chen's mother couldn't bear it. "What a big deal." Chen Chen curled one's lip, suddenly said with a smile, "By the way, my second uncle mother didn't want to ask us to borrow 1 million to do business. I agree to this matter." "Ah, Xiao Chen, it's not easy for you to make money." "Did you really agree?" Mother suddenly felt distressed. "Agree? Why don't you agree?" Chen Chen lightly said with a smile, "Mom, I'm not so stingy, and the money can just be left to me." "Sister Chen Shan, with this money, my sister will not have to worry about her future life." "You child, how do you speak?" Chen Chen mother. I immediately understood Chen Chen has hidden meaning and couldn't help but blame it. Chen Shan, the youngest daughter of Chen Chen's second uncle's father, is the same age as Chen Chen, but a month younger than Chen Chen, and can play with Chen Chen as a child, and not at all infected with the pungent breath. As they grew up, the relationship between the two faded away because of the years of separation. Now Chen Chen has not seen his cousin for about 4 or 5 years. And Chen Chen's second uncle father also has an eldest son, 28 years this year, but he is not familiar with Chen Chen. The money is naturally out of his share. At this moment, Chen Chen looked at his particularly anxious father, and couldn't help shook the head. My father of value emotion, value friendship certainly didn't know that his second brother and sister-in-law not only died long ago, but they were cremated on the spot. It is estimated that the ashes of the wind will blow. He raised _ A few days later, Chen Chen's father still had to accept this cruel fact. After attending the funeral, Chen Chen once again persuaded his parents to go to Namibia for a holiday. Chen Chen's parents hesitated and agreed. "After all, there is a city built by my son himself. Now I invite them, as parents, reasonable in every circumstance, to visit the place where my son works hard. Anyway, it is not a permanent residence." So Chen Chen rested at home for a month, then returned to Namibia and settled down with his parents. Even in order to allow parents to use Medbed 3000, Chen Chen deliberately disguised the Medbed 3000 as a CT machine, and used the excuse of physical examination to repair the body of the elderly. The repair of Medbed 3000 is much more brilliant than any maintenance technique in Chen Chen's hands. Only in one day, Chen Chen's parents changed from their 50-something appearance almost at a speed visible to naked eye. He looks like nearly 30 years old. However, Chen Chen thought for a while, and used an amnestic device to erase a short period of memory for his parents, making them think that he had undergone the operation of the aging reversal treatment program. But even so, Chen Chen's parents were still shocked when they saw their younger face. Chen Chen said that if he wanted to, he could do this for his parents' relatives for free surgery, including Chen Chen's grandmother and grandmother. Chen Chen's parents are naturally 100 willing. After fulfilling his wish to treat his parents, Chen Chen finally felt relieved. After Medbud 3000's restoration, Chen Chen's parents' bodies have reached their best condition, and the equivalent to ordinary person has a life extension of 20 years. Of course, the effect of repairing the body once or twice with Medbud 3000 is not very obvious. The real terrifying part of this instrument is that it can always maintain the human body in the best health state. So, in fact, repairing once a month, or even repairing once a week, is the best maintenance. After all, as long as the body is kept in the best condition for a long time, the lifespan will naturally become longer and longer. Like the rich people on the plane of bliss, they can easily live over 250 years old. Super USB Chapter 266. Super USB Chapter 266. In Namibia, the orders for various laser components that Chen Chen needs have been sent down, but it will take a long time to receive the finished products temporarily. After all, what Chen Chen needs is high-precision laser lens and other components. Each of these components is priceless, and the production time is naturally extremely long. Chen Chen sent bodyguards to travel around Namibia with his parents, and he once again got into the Minaret experimental base. Since Chen Chen was absent for a month, Xiao X has performed a modified T-virus injection experiment. Unfortunately, in that experiment, Chen Chen's clone did not withstand this modified T-virus at all, but turned into a zombie directly. At this time, Chen Chen looked at the isolation room, a whole body rotted, aimless wandering, and had a zombie 90% similar to Chen Chen, couldn't help but didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Your godfather, after this zombie is fused with T-virus, we have checked his DNA and found 3 errors in total. Little X's voice came. Now that these 3 errors have been improved and converted into a virus numbered T002, do I need to conduct a second experiment? Go ahead. Chen Chen nodded. T002 is the name given to this modified version of T-virus by Xiao X. The original full name of T-virus was Tyrant virus, and the first version of T-virus improved according to the Chen Chen gene was named T001. Then T001 failed, and it was improved again, and it became the current T002. At this moment, Chen Chen suddenly asked again, by the way, how many more clones do I have? You mean there are no clones injected with T-virus body? Xiao X asked. You made a total of 5 cloned fertilized eggs that were fused with T-virus, and 5 cloned fertilized eggs that had not been injected with T-virus. There are still 4 clones, and 3 normal clones that have not been injected with T-virus. 3? Chen Chen thought, remanufacture 10 normal clones. After all, the cultivation of normal clones takes half a year. Cultivating earlier will prevent no clones available when the time comes. Understand? Little after X agreed, several Black Rider assistants immediately stepped forward, opened a life incubator, and took out a clone of Chen Chen inside. After tying this clone to a stretcher and connecting various life-sustaining equipment, a Black Rider took out the modified T-virus that had been prepared and injected it directly into the clone within the body. The blood pressure of the clone is normal. The heartbeat is normal. The brain waves are in a normal sleep state delta wave. The frequency is 13 Hz. The amplitude is about 20200_V. Xiao X kept reporting the clone's body readings, while Chen Chen was also watching silently with his arms on the side. But over time, the physiological characteristics of clones began to change. The body temperature of the clone is rising rapidly, and its immune system is starting to work, and it is competing with the T-virus for control of the body. The blood pressure of the clone is rising rapidly. The current systolic blood pressure is 180 mm of mercury and the diastolic blood pressure is 140 mm of mercury. The heartbeat speed has accelerated to 120 beats per minute, and it is still rising. That's it. 2 or 3 have passed hours. Well, the clone's heartbeat has stopped. His immune system has collapsed, and he is transforming to zombie. Obviously, the second experiment still failed. Watching all this silently, Chen suddenly divine light flashed. By the way, did you try immunosuppressive agents for the clones? Immunosuppressive agents? Xiao X asked in surprise. Yes, Chen nodded. I have been thinking about the reason why our customized T-virus cannot be fused with the experimental body. Besides the genetic problem, is there a certain impediment to the immune system? Just like a newly implanted human organ, a variety of immunosuppressants are needed to reduce rejection and increase the implanted organ's survival rate, but without the help of immunosuppressants, newly implanted organs in the human body will be rejected due to the attack of the immune system. Chen continued to explain, and this kind of the same is true for viruses. After all, this virus is customized according to my genes. It shouldn't be such a violent reaction. Is it possible that it is because the immune system resists too strongly? If an immunosuppressive agent is used, can it reduce the fighting intensity between the immune system and the T-virus within the body, so that the body can support it for a longer time? You can try, Little X replied. So, can I start the third experiment directly now? Let's open it. As for the choice of immunosuppressive agents, Chen thought for a while. Try rapamycin first, and use it in conjunction with cyclosporine A and FK506. Understand? The so-called rapamycin is actually a compound that was first isolated from a bacteria unique to Easter Island. With the emergence of antibiotics, a wave of searching for new antibiotics emerged in human society. At that time, the act of searching for various bacterial medicines was called scientific research. There were many scientific research teams rushing around the world in order to collect mud from all over the world and separate microorganisms from it, and microbial secondary metabolites in order to find new antibiotics. In 1964, such a scientific research team came to Easter Island. After this group of scientific research personnel arrived on the island, they quickly discovered that the residents on the island were barefoot and had many horses. Since it's barefoot, it will definitely cause frequent injuries to the soles of the feet. For this reason, and horse dung contains a lot of bacteria and viruses, and raising horses will greatly increase the chance of contracting tetanus. But this scientific research, after investigation, the team found that the residents of Easter Island did not have any signs of infection. Could it be said that there is a new type of antibiotic on this island? So the scientific expedition team began to dig mud and collect soil samples. However, when the group of people passed the stone statue on Easter Island, they found that there was a piece of land at the foot of the statue in shadow all the year round. He collected a scratch of soil and brought it back and checked it. Planting soil has an antibacterial effect. So far, rapamycin was discovered. Later, rapamycin went through several storms. First, as an antibiotic, it was found to have the side effects of suppressing immunity, and then it was looked at by surgeons, and finally its true role was determined. A better immunosuppressant with fewer side effects. However, since 2006, many scientists have once again discovered that rapamycin has the ability to extend lifespan. A large number of laboratories have conducted related studies and discovered that from nematodes to worms, to fruit flies and even mammalian mice can be extended lifespan by rapamycin. The most notable of these is the research on the little white mouse. The experiment found that for the little white mouse that told you was about to die, taking rapamycin also had the effect of forcibly extending life. This almost no medicine can do it. The specific performance is that rapamycin can slow down the hardening speed of tendons and the degeneration speed of liver function. And these two characteristics are precisely the two major signs of aging. And scientists have also discovered that restricting calorie intake can delay cell aging to a certain extent. A series of human body reactions will switch the body to a low-speed gear, allowing more energy to be used for a long time. In terms of survival, Rapamycin can also play a similar role. Super USB Chapter 267. Super USB Chapter 267. Nature magazine published several papers on rapamycin in 2009. Some scientists divided nearly 2,000 little white mice that were 20 months old and equivalent to 60 years old in humans into two groups. One group had food mixed with rapamycin and the other group did not. The final results of the experiment were unexpected. The lifespan of white mice ingesting rapamycin increased by an average of 14% compared with the other group. In the last century, scientists discovered two ways to prolong the life of mammals. One is to repair genes, and the other is to control diet to reduce fat intake. There is no need to say more about the method of repairing genes. That is something MedBed 3000 can do. The purpose of reducing fat intake is to reduce the activation of a protein molecule called TOR. TOR is a signal molecule originally secreted by the human body, which can regulate the growth of each cell of eukaryotes. When TOR is activated, it will cause the cell to synthesize biomolecules and increase the cell mass and volume. Enlarged, the synthesis of protein and nucleic acid increases, which promotes the cell to become larger and heavier. If you compare a person to a large precision machine, even if it can continuously take in energy from the outside world, the various parts within the body will wear out with the years of use, and the activation of TOR is like in addition to meeting the basic needs of life. The extra parts work overtime to make the machine age faster. The reason why rapamycin can prolong the lifespan of the little white mouse is probably because it deceives the body of the little white mouse and makes the little white mouse believe that the fat intake is reduced. Of course, this is not supported by any human clinical trial data. All applications for the use of rapamycin to extend lifespan clinical trials have been officially rejected. In spite of this, in the period from 2010 to 2020, you can still hear the gossip of many doctors taking rapamycin secretly. However, after 10 years, rapamycin, the life-prolonging medicine, overturned again. Journal of Clinical Medicine published a paper in April 2020, claiming that too low TOR activity will cause the aging of the hematopoietic system. In short, at the cellular level, inhibiting TOR can deceive the body and delay aging, but in the hematopoietic system, TOR activity is needed to support itself. Excessive inhibition of TOR will directly cause the senescence of the cell niches in the bone marrow, which will lead to the aging of the hematopoietic stem cell function. In fact, Chen also considered improving the way of rapamycin or using medicine in combination to offset the side effects and find a specific medicine to prolong lifespan. Only later Chen discovered that in the field of stem cells, it can play a far greater role on the human body than this medicine, and has more potential. So he gave up rapamycin and turned to specialize in stem cells. And finally developed an aging reversal treatment project. Now, in the face of immunosuppression, Chen once again thinks of this legendary medicine, which can be regarded as a historical retrospective. In the next half a month, Chen picked out a clone and gave it a daily synergy of rapamycin, cyclosporine A and FK506. The three medicines were used in combination. Soon then the clone's immune coefficient was completely suppressed. After the clone's immune system was suppressed, Xiao X extracted his clone and placed it on the stretcher again. And this time, the clone injected is no longer T002, but after two failures, another improved T003. Compared to T002, the T003 virus is more complete, knocking out two RNA errors, and more in line with Chen's genes. Sure enough, in the face of T003, although this clone has been suppressed by the immune system, it easily broke the record of 3 hours and 28 minutes for the previous clone. After the virus was injected, it was completely there was no death for 6 hours. Not only that, because the DNA of the clone within the body is undergoing heaven and earth turning upside down changes, the little X continues to inject a large amount of nutrients such as glucose and carbohydrates into the clone. The anti-cloning body did not die on the T-virus, but on the malnutrition. In Chen Chen's eyes, this clone was almost swelling like a steamed bun, and it quickly grew to a height of 2 meters. The whole body was tangled like a small one. Tyrant. This is the first time Chen Chen and Xiao X have seen this situation. However, this clone eventually died. After all, his body has not survived the transformation of T-Virus, but it is worth celebrating that the clone persisted for a total of 8 hours. The extension of time has given Chen Chen new hope. Looking at eventually becoming a zombie clone, Chen Chen revealed a thoughtful expression, although it still failed. This experiment has a lot of reference. Yes, our direction is no problem, Xiao X said while controlling Black Rider to collect clone DNA. Rapamycin can effectively inhibit the body's rejection of T-Virus. Generally speaking, the behavior of suppressing immunity is indeed death. After all, the immunity of an ordinary person cannot compete with the T-Virus at all, and suppressing immunity will only make people die faster. But, if this T-Virus matches the host's DNA, it's a completely different result. Speaking, Xiao exchanged the DNA of Chen Chen's Tyrant clone with the latest zombie clone. The DNA was compared. Look, we are getting closer and closer to the correct answer, but we only have one mature clone left. It will take 6 months for the new batch of clones to mature. Speaking, Xiao X became distressed. Moreover, the closer the improved T-viruses to the formula, the slower the progress. It's normal. Chen Chen nodded. It's like a game. Modifying a bug will inevitably generate a new bug. Although the code can be modified continuously to make the game close to perfection, as the game becomes more and more perfect, the difficulty of fixing bug will inevitably increase. These all are affected by the whole body. So, in the end, we still have to try one's luck. X asked. Chen Chen nodded, sighed. It's like the original ancestor virus was improved into a perfect T-virus, which contains the ingredients of luck, and many special drugs in the world. The original intention of research is not in view of this disease. Their appearance is a kind of luck. It can even be said that scientific research has a certain element of luck in itself. This is something that cannot be avoided, but the diligence and ability of scientific researchers can make up for this kind of luck. After all, luck will not always be on our side, but diligence and ability can. After thinking about it, Chen Chen added again, of course, money is also possible. Little X. Super USB Chapter 268. Super USB Chapter 268. The project of customizing the T-virus that conforms to the Chen Chen gene is definitely not a task that can be completed in a day or two. Good luck. Maybe Xiao X will be able to develop this T-virus tomorrow. If you are unlucky, you may have experimented hundreds of times, and you will not be able to study it for several years. But Chen Chen can afford to wait. With the help of a strong artificial intelligence like Xiao X, and endless financial support, the T-virus that can meet the Chen Chen gene can be researched sooner or later. Chen Chen is very confident about this. Soon, Chen Chen's parents returned to the central continent by plane again after playing half a month in Namibia. After experiencing the benefits of Medbed 3000 for restoring the body, Chen Chen's parents readily agreed to Chen Chen's suggestion that they would come to Namibia every 6 months for special maintenance. In fact, they would receive Medbed 3000 every 6 months. Repair the body once. In the next few days, Chen Chen suddenly received a message from the research department responsible for reverse engineering of the UAF spy drone in the industrial park. Are you serious? Chen Chen lifts the head, looked towards the computer screen in front of him. Are you saying that the UAF spy drone has been copied? Yes, after using high-precision machine tools to process some parts, the UAF spy drone has been successfully copied. Little X replied. Now the research team is working. Apply for your inspection. Let's go and have a look. Chen Chen hearing this immediately stood up, turned and walked outside the door. After Chen Chen went downstairs, Cheng Zhao had already parked the Wrangler at the exit of the building. Go to the industrial park. Chen Chen sat in the back seat, and then closed his eyes to rest up. Soon, under Cheng Chaos Familiar Road, Chen Chen arrived at the back of the industrial park, which is isolated from the 10,000 person factory in front. Once there are any idlers and other people in it, they will be immediately. He was warned by the security guard and taken him away, and the security guards here are all from the Black Security Service Department. When I came to the mechanical processing factory responsible for drone manufacturing, several professors had already waited outside the gate early. These all are Chen Chen dug from all over the world. With the level of recuperation of the life sciences city, coupled with a high salary, it is now easy for Chen Chen to absorb some experts in various fields, and he does not need to be as intimidating as before. Mr. Chen, welcome to you. A middle-aged man with black rim glasses and a big beard greeted him. There are a group of researchers. You are? Chen Chen raised his eyebrows. We are a researcher in the pneumatics department. I am Mark Dawson. You can call me Mark. Mr. Mark, hello. Chen Chen take the initiative to extend the hand. Hello, hello. Mark was immediately flattered. Although the youth in front of him was very young, no one in the audience dared to underestimate the other party, let alone the chip planted by the other party on the back of his neck. The money and power in the opponent's hands is enough to make people look impressive. And Chen Chen didn't hold on to the stand because this group of people were his own employees. After shaking hands with the people who came to greet him, Chen Chen said, "Time is limited. Engineering-made drones. Of course, please come in." Mark led Chen Chen forward and said as he walked, "You provide the samples given to us really amaze us. The device called UF Spy drone not only has an extremely strong and light engineering plastic shell, but also the technological advancement inside is almost beyond reality for more than decades. When I first disassembled it, I couldn't even believe that this was a scientific creation in reality. So, where is the brilliant technology content inside?" Chen Chen asked, slightly interested. Tao. The most advanced of these should belong to the Fourier pulse vector propulsion units. Mark explained, it was originally converted into AN pulses by electricity. So the technology to push objects into the air is difficult to achieve, but the samples you provided have solved this problem well. It can even be said that this kind of thruster device is much more advanced than the lift fan on the F-35B fighter. Fortunately, you have allocated 2 ultra-high precision machine tools to us. At the same time, we also have the kind of super technical employees, so we can process fan gears with an error of less than 1 nanometer. At least 3 years. The employees Mark mentioned are more than a dozen Black Riders. Although they don't have the ability to innovate, they can still guarantee hard work and work accuracy. Several people talked and finally came to the inside of the factory. As soon as Chen Chen entered the door, Chen Chen saw several drone manufacturing lines. But these lines are used for deception. They are really precious. It is a variety of high-precision machine tools and other equipment that are more internal. The few people did not pay attention to these assembly lines, but continued to walk in. After passing a door curtain, Chen Chen finally saw an assembly workshop in front of them. The length of the station is about 1 meter and the height is 20 centimeters. It is a saucer-shaped machine like a flying saucer. It's just that these 2 devices don't seem to have a casing installed, and a large number of wires and internal structures are exposed. These 2 sets are the samples we made. Mark stepped forward and explained, "Look, are they almost identical to the prototype? Where is the sample machine?" Chen Chen hearing this looked around. "This stall of parts not far away from you is." Mark pointed to a pool of parts in the corner of the workshop. "In order to study this kind of drone, we almost put them. It was dismantled into the smallest unit. Not only that, but also the nature of the raw materials was restored by cutting, soaking in medicine, etc. The sample machine has been scrapped." Chen Chen is nodded, and pays attention. Pull back on the 2 newly manufactured drones. Seeing this, Mark naturally knew what to do. He instructed everyone behind him, "You guys, go control these 2 drones and let them fly." Immediately behind him 2 people stepped forward and turned on a switch on the drone. At the same time, they took out a device similar to a remote control and pressed it lightly. Suddenly, Chen Chen saw these two drones flying silently. This is the advantage of the Ion Pulse Vector Propulsion Unit. It is super silent. If you are a little far away, you can hardly hear any sound. This is the fundamental reason why it is called a spy drone. What about the endurance and flight speed? Chen Chen asked. Can it reach the level of the original version? Unfortunately, compared to the original version, it's a little too close. When he heard this question, Mark was a little embarrassed, but he still said, the speed of the original drone can reach 1,201,000 meters each hour and the range can reach 2,000 kilometers. This is actually because the original version has a very advanced nuclear fuel cell inside. If we want mass production, we can only use the second-class hydrogen fuel cell. Therefore, neither the power nor the battery life can reach the level of the original version. Super US Speak Chapter 269. Super US Speak Chapter 269. Two new drones underwent multiple tests in front of Chen Chen. The two UAFs that are so grey are like two UFOs, dangling in the sky, constantly turning and moving, seeming to be more flexible than birds. The new drone is equipped with a face scanning system and a 12K high-definition zoom camera. It can confirm a person's accurate identity up to 500 meters away, and it can be converted into night vision mode even at night. It's the same as during the day. Of course, we don't know the specific program for the time being. These all depend on the motherboard chips you provide. Mark explained while testing the flying noise of our drone is 20 decibel, which is equivalent to the rustling sound when the wind blows over the leaves. In terms of the power system, the cruising speed is 80 kilometers per hour. If it is only used for patrols, it is completely sufficient. After thinking for a while, Mark added again, of course, it is not extreme speed now. We may need some time to improve the Ion Pulse thruster. In the future, we are expected to improve the speed to more than 1,201,000 meters each hour. Excuse me. Do you need to improve? Chen Chen nodded. It is definitely necessary. This technology is not too much, so what about defects? If there are defects, probably the load is too light. Mark regrets. Although we have minimized the weight of the drone, after all, we need to carry high-precision cameras. 2 cameras alone weigh up to 3 kg. In addition to all kinds of instruments, the weight has exceeded 10 kg. Every additional kg of weight will reduce the efficiency of the drone exponentially, and it will be difficult to maintain flight status if it exceeds 3 kg. Chen Chen nodded. So it's impossible to carry weapons? Yes, Mark replied, even our newly developed electromagnetic rifles. In terms of weight it is definitely not possible to carry it. But even if it can be carried, electromagnetic weapons also have recoil. The stability of the drone is not allowed to exceed the impact force of more than 3 newtons, otherwise it will easily lose control. Why do you have to? Is it equipped with an electromagnetic rifle? Chen Chen asked suddenly. I think the drone has ceramic armor. If the ceramic armor is removed, how about a pistol and other weapons? But, without armor, the survival rate of drones is not a problem. Mark stunned. Moreover, the effective range of pistol weapons is only about 50. If the drone wants to attack the enemy, it must be close, and without armor, the performance of the drone will really not be able to be used. Chen Chen hearing this laughed. Don't worry about this problem. It is enough to make samples according to my requirements. If you insist. Mark was reluctantly nodded, but secretly there must still be thoughts of Chen Chen as layman instructing experts. Seeing this, Chen Chen didn't want to sell it anymore. He took out a metal ball with a diameter of about 3 centimeters was placed in front of Mark's eyes. All new drones must have a slot to fix the ball. Mark was stunned for a moment, and when Chen Chen signaled, he slowly took the metal ball in Chen Chen's hand. Suddenly, just listen, the metal ball made a ding sound, and Mark suddenly realized that there was a flash in front of him, and his hand was disappeared. Mark looked down in amazement, but was horrified to find that his body also disappeared. No, It's not disappearing. Mark found that he could still feel the presence of his body. Not only that, with his actions, a faint twist of light could be seen in the air. Other scientists around the body screamed. In their eyes, Mark had just received the metal ball, and then only heard a crisp sound from the metal ball. And then Mark disappeared without a trace under the eyes of everyone. Part R. Just when Mark was shocked, his hand suddenly swiped and the metal ball fell to the ground. It was only then that Mark found that he had recovered again. Seeing this, Mark quickly grabbed the small metal ball, revealing the look of shock. This ball can be invisible? Yes, this metal ball can generate a certain frequency electromagnetic field, which has the ability to distort light. Chen Chen replied, if this kind of stealth device is mounted on a drone, does it still need armor? If you can be invisible, then you really don't need armor. Mark was a little excited and nodded, but then asked again in doubt, if it is through twisting light if I make invisibility, then it stands to reason that I cannot accept the light from the outside world. Equivalent to being invisible, I also become a blind. But why can my eyes still receive light from the outside after I am invisible? If I know, what else do you need to do? Chen Chen did not answer, but changed the subject. Okay, the sample has been given to you. I hope you can improve the UAF as soon as possible, at least so that the UAF has the attack power of light weapons, rather than a movable monitor. Yes. We must be able to transform the new drone in 3 days. Everyone was nodded. Seeing this, Chen Chen turned around and left. Of course Chen Chen knew it. Compared to the Plane of Bliss UAF spy drones, produced by experts like Mark Dawson, are naturally much inferior. For example, the original version uses an engineering plastic, which is an armor with strong pressure deformation ability inside. The weight is about the same as ordinary plastic, but the bulletproof ability is comparable to steel. Not only that, the nuclear fuel cell in the original drone can support the drone to float continuously in the air for more than 1 month. Now Chen Chen's battery technology can only allow drones to fly in the sky for 24 hours. After all, the technology generation gap is too large, and the hydrogen fuel cell technology of the Terminator plane Chen Chen not at all fully understands, let alone the nuclear fuel cell technology of the Plane of Bliss. Therefore, when the energy technology is not in place, it is inevitable that the performance of drones cannot catch up with the movies. However, there is no need to worry about the intelligent system of drones. After all, there is a small X. As long as these drones take off, they will immediately be a pair of eyes of the small X, and then paired with the surveillance camera everywhere, the whole life there will be no dead ends in the science city. This is Chen Chen's goal. With the blacklight technology constantly refreshing the cutting-edge medical technology, the life science city has almost become a battlefield between great influence. There should be an endless stream of spies. For this reason, Chen Chen expanded the BSS department twice and recruited hundreds of foreign mercenaries. Although the quality of mercenaries is high, the elite spies sent by great influence also not to be trifled with. After several times, the BSS department has suffered a lot of damage. But if the Black Rider troops are used, it will be dead again. Black Rider can indeed quickly and effectively crush most of the spies in the life science city. Military force collisions will never suffer, but once Chen Chen does this, does it mean that he is telling the Federation that he has a battle strength in his hands? The legion that crushes the entire world? Once the Black Rider is exposed, public opinion alone can crush the blacklight technology to death, not to mention the sanctions from the Earth Federation. Therefore, Black Rider can only be used as a whole card, which may produce miraculous effects when it is critical. But when it is on the table, it can only be courting death. 3 days later, Chen Chen once again came to the research workshop headed by Mark Dawson, and Mark also sent the improved UAF to Chen Chen, and carried out a simulation test flight in the wind tunnel. The effect is also very surprising. The new version of the drone has an extra small electromagnetic gun, which is the same model as the electromagnetic pistol in the electromagnetic weapon that will be installed on the Black Rider. It uses a 415mm shuttle-shaped hollow bullet because of its weight. The problem is that the load is only 30 rounds and the effective range is 100 meters. Of course, the reason Chen Chen is equipped with weapons. Chen Chen just wants to use this drone to perform assassination missions in certain special situations, and will never use it to perform frontal combat tasks such as fire suppression. Chen Chen does not want to expose this killing move. Apart from this, minus the armor of the shell, the weight of the new drone is reduced to 8 kilograms. Although the weight is reduced by 2 kilograms, the speed is still not much improved, but the battery life is improved for 4 hours. Finally loaded with a stealth device, this drone immediately turned into a ghost everywhere, and its invisible and silent ability is enough to make the ace spies of the cream of the crop fear. Very good. Looking at the outstanding drones in the small wind tunnel, Chen Chen nodded praised. It is worthy of being the team of the global cream of the crop. Mark caught recognition. Your abilities are indeed worthy of your identity. Mr. Chen praised. Mark laughed heartily. The reason why you can achieve such a point, it has something to do with the funds you provide us, as well as various top-notch instruments. Otherwise, we will not be able to quickly replicate this kind of drone. Then, add the lens, battery, and all cost. How much is the final cost of such a drone? Chen Chen finally asked the most critical point. Excluding the research costs, the cost of such a drone is about $3 million. Mark pondered for a while and said decisively, if an assembly line is developed, if it is produced, it can also reduce the price by about 30%. Very good. Chen Chen nodded. Although the price is a bit expensive, Chen Chen is still affordable. At least much better than extracting UAV spy drones directly from U-Disk. A UAV spy drone weighs more than 10 kilograms, and a nuclear power plant can consume less than 100 units after a month's charge. Chen Chen is not crazy. How could it be specially extracted stuff? Mr. Chen, now that all the data tests have passed, shouldn't it be time to name this drone? Mark asked again, and his eyes flashed the color of anticipation. Chen Chen, hearing this, glanced at Mark. Yes, your team has the right to name this aircraft. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Mark, hearing this, was immediately overjoyed. I have already thought about the name. How about the Mark 1? It is called the M1 spy drone for short. M1? Chen Chen reluctantly nodded. In this case, the rewards for your team will be sent to your account soon, and your authority in God's restricted zone will also be upgraded for you. It is enough for you to hand over the design of the drone to the department responsible for production, and someone over there is responsible for mass production. Understand? Mark nodded. So our next step is to improve the drone on the basis of the Mark 1 model drone? Yes. For example, design another type that pays more attention to speed and endurance, and at the same time a smaller spy drone. Chen Chen replied, or design a larger combat drone that can carry weapon platforms, etc. My unmanned machines are all needed. Mark, hearing this, was shocked. He seemed to faintly understand Chen Chen's ideas, but then he was a little embarrassed. It is not difficult to continue research and improvement, but the difficulty lies in for equipment. Look for your needs. We may need a larger wind tunnel. Wind tunnel? Chen Chen turned his head and looked towards the small wind tunnel behind him, suddenly understood. The development of aircraft really requires this kind of facility called a wind tunnel, and the most basic small drones are no exception. The so-called wind tunnel is actually a large-scale test facility that artificially generates airflow to simulate the flow of air around aircraft or entities. The difficulty and value of this kind of facility is even greater than that of a shield machine. Wind tunnels with various functions are indispensable if you want to build an aircraft. Seeing the other party mentioning the wind tunnel, Chen Chen's heart suddenly moved. After all, Chen Chen had always been interested in the Bugatti Forge transporter in Elysium before. After all, in some cases, a small aircraft the size of an ordinary car is enough to make Chen Chen cross the Pacific Ocean overnight, from one end of the Earth to the other. However, Although the Bugatti is already the smallest aircraft, according to the data obtained by Chen Chen, this Bugatti still has a weight of 2.4 tons, and Chen Chen needs to save at least 2 monthly power is enough. So Chen Chen understood that this kind of small aircraft could only be useful occasionally. True King said, he still built the aircraft himself. And if you want to build an aircraft, you still cannot do without building a wind tunnel. Thinking of this, Chen Chen immediately made up his mind. He lifts the head and said to Mark, in this case, Mark, do you have the confidence to pick up a new drone while taking on the mission of the drone mission? Please tell me. Seeing Chen Chen's solemn appearance, Mark's heart moved. If it's not too difficult, I think I can try. Chen Chen said, if it is the same as a drone, I will give you a sample of a manned aircraft. Are you sure to replicate that aircraft? Mark hearing this was silent for a while, and then hesitantly said, although the manned aircraft and the drone are very similar in principle, the difficulty is basically incomparable, and the drone, the small wind tunnel used, is fundamentally impossible to support the research of manned aircraft. Don't worry about the wind tunnel. Chen Chen waved his hand. I am going to invest $3 billion to build a group of large-scale special wind tunnels here. Mark hearing this suddenly shines. If so, I am willing to try. Super US Speak Chapter 270. Super US Speak Chapter 270. Time flies like a white horse, and the special existence of the Life Science City in Namibia is constantly being built. This once was just a desert, with few villages within 100 miles, completely in the undeveloped primordial landform. But with the arrival of a man, this area has undergone a change of heaven and earth turning upside down. At the end of 2021, the man came from a long distance from the central continent and signed an agreement with the Namibian government. Starting from early 2022, a biological research center has actually been established here. At the same time, a huge nuclear power plant project has also begun to be established. After that, it started to be out of control here. In March 2023, the Life Science City will be completed, and in May 2023, the nuclear power plant will be completed. The world's richest people will come to the scene. The entire Life Science City seems to be alive and glowing with unprecedented vitality. The only pity is that this year the blacklight virus outbreak broke out throughout Africa, and the entire Africa was hit hard, which also delayed the development of the Life Science City. However, as the plague passed, this private city broke out with amazing vitality again. Every day hundreds of wealthy people from all over the world appeared at the Walvis Bay International Airport in Namibia, and they came in unanimously. Life Science City. Today, the resident population of Life Sciences City is about 50,000 or more, and this number continues to rise over time. As a last resort, the new development zone of the Life Science City is also rapidly being established. As early as before, Chen Chen took the initiative to fund the Walvis Bay Airport in order to build his own Terra Resources strategic company business, and upgrade the international airport from 3C to 4E. Airport level generally refers to the completeness of the runway, lifting belt, taxiway, apron and other facilities in the airport flight area. Generally speaking, the flight area is divided into 6 levels below 3C, 3C, 4C, 4D, 4E, and 4F, which are represented by a 2-part code. The first part is a number, which means the length of the runway. The number 4 means that the length of the runway is more than 1800 meters, and the second part is a letter, which means the wingspan and wheelbase of the aircraft that can take off and land. A to F gets bigger as you go back. The 4A class flight zone can take off and land 4-engine long-range wide-body airliners and large twin-engine airliners such as Boeing 747 full-weight, Airbus A340, Boeing 787, Boeing 777, Airbus A330. The upgrade of Walvis Bay's airport from 3C to 4E is like changing shotguns. It has become one of the largest airports in Africa. It is not only a famous transfer station in Africa, but also throughput and passenger flow. It even made the Minister of Finance laugh from ear to ear. As the most investor, Blacklight Technology has also gained many benefits, such as exclusive airport runways, cargo inspection free and so on. And through this epidemic, the subsidiary of Blacklight Technology, Terra Strategic Resources, made a fortune. In order to get a life-saving money, countless countries had to sell their resources. Mining rights, including gold, diamonds, rare earth mines, etc. These minerals were originally very difficult for countries to mine or transport, but now they have experienced the epidemic again, and they are even more difficult. However, the Terra subsidiary has various types of transport aircraft, and has advanced equipment and sufficient investment funds. Naturally, mining is not a problem. So, every day there are a large number of rare minerals transported from the Terra Strategic Resources company's transport aircraft to Walvis Bay International Airport. Among these minerals, gold, silver, diamonds, etc. Chen Chen is naturally not interested. Directly it was sold to the international community, and those strategies and minerals were transported to the industrial park of the Life Science City for direct internal digestion. For this reason, the scope of industrial parks is getting larger and larger, and there are also more and more factories of various types. Gradually, the night is here. The Life Science City at night is like all international cities, brightly lit, and the street lights on the streets are lined up. The storefront was dazzling with lights, and the residential complexes and nursing homes in the distance were even more illuminated, suppressing the sky full of Star River. Originally, because of its backward industrialization, Namibia had the most beautiful starry sky certified by the whole world, but with the establishment of the Life Science City, the stars here were polluted by the city's prosperity and industrialization. For this reason, a group of environmentalists even scolded the world, believing that Blacklight Technology has polluted the pure land of Namibia. However, Chen Chen only finds it funny. For those living in modern cities, a clear starry sky is rare, but they never think about it. Under this perfect starry sky, there are very backward villages, and the wild residents struggling all day long on the edge of life and death. If these African villagers are allowed to choose, will they choose a city that can meet their living needs? Or will they choose a primordial village without a medical environment? The answer is self-explanatory. At this moment, Chen Chen is sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in a newly completed building. Here is a new office building built by Blacklight Technology, with a total investment of $500 million, 230 meters high, a building area of 150,000 square meters, and a 62-story main building. At the beginning of construction, Chen Chen planned to use this office building as the African headquarters of Blacklight Technology, and it was also a landmark building in the Life Science City. From a distance, the whole building is like a diamond-shaped spire. Even if it is far away from Walvis Bay International Airport, it can be seen at a glance. At this time, Chen Chen was sitting on a black leather revolving chair, holding a goblet in his right hand, and there was a stream of bubbling transparent liquid in the goblet. Slightly sipped the Sprite in the goblet, Chen Chen looked at the brightly lit night view outside the French windows, enjoying the long-lost peace. It's no wonder that countless people want to stand in peak's position. The higher they stand, the more beautiful the scenery they see. The people from the past truly haven't deceived me. My godfather. At this moment, Xiao X's voice suddenly came over. My godfather, the bionic technology has fallen into a bottleneck in the industrial park recently. Let's talk. What bottleneck? Chen Chen asked without looking back. It's about holographic stereo technology. X replied, my calculation speed can fully support all calculations in the Bionic project, but our research team is combining Rita, Battle Angel, Ghost in the Shell, Terminator, Elysium, Robot in the 5 films of the bionic technology, when creating a new robot, but discovered this bionic technology. However, the development of holographic stereoscopic technology needs to be combined with holographic stereoscopic technology, otherwise some calculations cannot be simulated at all. I remember that the data retrieved from Elysium Space also has holographic stereoscopic imaging technology. Chen Chen frowns, saying, "Can't reproduce that equipment?" Sorry, if you want to reproduce the holographic imaging technology in Elysium, you need to use less than 1 nanometer level. There are also many technology generation gaps. We can't do anything about it, Xiao X replied. Chen Chen, hearing this, suddenly fell into a thoughtful expression. Holographic projection technology is very advanced in the film, I know too. After a while, Chen Chen opened the mouth and said again, Prometheus, the holographic environment simulator in Detective Pikachu, and the holographic projection in Detective Pikachu. If the technology of these 2 planes can be brought back, can it replace the holographic stereo technology? Absolutely, Little X replied, and it's more than a lot. That's good, I'll go to the nuclear power plant now. Speaking of this, Chen Chen suddenly took a deep breath. He stood up from the seat with the armrest, and then walked to the French window. Different from other floor-to-ceiling windows, the floor-to-ceiling windows of the chairman's office can be opened. I saw Chen Chen wave his hand gently. He did not touch the French window at all, but the window in front of him opened out of thin air. All of a sudden, Chen Chen heard only a scream, and a strong cold wind poured in from the outside world, causing Chen Chen to subconsciously squint his eyes. A while ago, Chen Chen absorbed more than 500 superpower crystals at once, and from that day on, Chen Chen found that his field energy began to grow rapidly at a geometric speed. At first can only affect substances weighing tens of grams, and then becomes several hundred grams, but now, it can affect substances weighing hundreds of kilograms. Sure enough, as the number of super energy crystals absorbed increases, the power of the field energy increases at a geometric speed. At this time, Chen Chen listened to the sound of hoo-hoo in his ears and looked at the bright night view outside the window. He suddenly moved in his heart. Something seemed to have come to mind. Chen Chen suddenly walked forward 2 steps and stood directly on the edge of the French window. Even half of his foot fell in the air outside the window. Chen Chen did not look down, but spread his arms, like a bird with wings spread out, and at the same time he took a deep breath. His body trembled slightly with excitement. Come on, this is my extraordinary start. Chen Chen raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and immediately lost his balance and jumped directly from the 62nd floor. Go on. HNGL_NGL_NGL_NG_. There is a deafening wind in the ears, and the clothes all over the body are hunting and shaking. The strong sense of weightlessness makes Chen Chen's adrenaline soar, but he still just stretched his arms and stared at the ground, getting closer and closer. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds. Weird things happened. Although Chen Chen, it seems that he is landing at an extremely fast speed, but for some reason, his speed is not at all increasing because of gravity. On the contrary, it seems to violate the theorem of gravitational acceleration, falling at a constant speed at a speed of more than 10 meters per second. Until 15 seconds passed, at the moment Chen Chen was about to touch the ground, his rapidly falling body was strangely stagnant again, and then with a clatter, Chen Chen's feet fell heavily on the ground. He unexpectedly jumped from a tall building of 100 meters without any props, and he was unharmed. Fortunately, it is midnight in the early morning, and this shocking scene of Chen Chen has not been discovered by anyone. Obviously, this is the role of field energy. According to the laws of physics, no matter how strong a person is, he cannot lift himself up, because a person's arms rely on the fulcrum of the body to do work. However, the invisible and formless power of field energy does not require any support. As long as the strength is sufficient, Chen Chen can completely rely on the field to drag his body falling at high speed, even out of gravity. Spread your wings and fly. It's just that the strength and durability of Chen Chen's field energy are temporarily not enough to make him fly, and it can only be used to cushion the landing. After doing this crazy move, Chen Chen called Cheng Zhao. Soon, Cheng Zhao ran out of the office building gate, but he saw it at a glance. Chen Chen standing outside the gate. "Boss, you." Cheng Zhao suddenly showed a look of astonishment. He has been waiting on the first floor. If Chen Chen comes out, he can see it immediately. But now Chen Chen appears outside the building out of thin air. What is this operation? Chen Chen waved his hand without explaining. "Super Z, take me to the nuclear power plant." Okay. Cheng Zhao suppressed strange in my heart. I hurried to the parking lot and drove the car over. After Chen Chen got in the car, he drove to the direction of the nuclear power plant skillfully. During this period, the USB flash drive has once again received a certain amount of electricity, but Chen Chen needs to split half of the electricity to maintain the operation of the Life Science City, so the amount of electricity accumulated in the USB flash drive is much less than before. This is why Chen Chen is eager to study nuclear fusion. As the scale of the Life Science City becomes larger and larger, the amount of electricity that this nuclear fission power station can allocate is destined to be less. Unless Chen Chen does not develop the Life Science City, it would be a very stupid thing. Therefore, sooner or later, Chen Chen needs a larger and more abundant power to support the operation of the U-disk. Soon, Chen Chen rushed to the Blacklight nuclear power plant again. Walking into the Longblock substation main control room, the starlight on the U-disk is shining, like a galaxy, and you can easily see the fine and dense light spots on it. Take the U-disk out of it, and outside the main control room, Xiao X has ordered Black Rider to open up a safe place again, and do a lot of protection, and stand ready. The reason for this is that Chen Chen does not usually take things from the USB flash drive this time, but is ready to open the second state of the USB flash drive. The reason for this is that in the movie Prometheus, there is a device like a translucent glass cylinder, which is a kind of equipment that Wieland took out when it entered the luxury market. The product. The full name of the product is Holographic Environment Simulator, which allows users to create a unique living environment based on their own aesthetics and emotions, while also receiving holographic video information from all over the world. And it appears specifically in the movie character Theron's room. But simply ingesting this piece of equipment is definitely not enough. Obviously this piece of equipment is just a terminal, just like the fully automatic medical platform Medbed 3000. If you want to play its role, there must be a host, etc. Hide parts. The holographic imaging technology in Detective Pikachu is even more so. In this movie, there is a holographic technology that is far more amazing than Prometheus. In Chen Chen's view, this technology is sufficiently fake to reach the level of a brain in a tank. Super USB Chapter 271. Super USB Chapter 271. At this time, a laptop is placed in a completely sealed isolation room that can isolate all bacteria and viruses. On the computer, Xiao X has already downloaded 2 movies, waiting for Chen Chen's arrival. And with him are 4 Black Riders armed with pulse rifles and wearing the full version of GS Combat uniforms. The GS Combat suit itself is a kind of sealing material, and in order to meet the sealing requirements when going to the different planes, Chen Chen has manufactured helmets and oxygen tank pendants. This helmet is black, and even the arc mask is pure black. It is a high-strength polycarbonate, a high-impact plastic, and is usually used for bulletproof glass and aircraft portholes and even helmets for astronauts. Moreover, the bottom of the helmet fits perfectly with the collar of the GS Combat uniform, forming a closed state. After disinfection in the locker room, Chen Chen walked into the isolation room wearing a combat suit and inserted the USB flash drive in. Afterwards, Chen Chen clicked on the USB flash drive and dragged the 2 movies in. Finally, the 2 movies were all put on the USB flash drive. Very good. It seems that the USB flash drive has recognized Prometheus. Chen Chen exhaled, Detective Pikachu is after Chen Chen got the USB flash drive. The first movie I put in is naturally nothing to surprise, and Prometheus tells the origin of the alien. Since Pikachu can be recognized by the USB flash drive, it is reasonable for the alien to be recognized by the USB flash drive. But then, Chen Chen did not at all immediately open the channels of the two movies, but fell into contemplation, and did not move for a long time. Your godfather? About 10 minutes later, Xiao X suddenly asked, "Your heartbeat is 30% faster than usual. Are you worried about anything?" I'm thinking, if I really open the channel of the movie Detective Pikachu, what kind of scene will I see? Chen Chen, the corner of the mouth provoked a touch of ridicule. Is the spirit treasure dreaming to kill all mankind, and there is only a sea of human corpses on the earth? Or even the spirit treasure dreams disappear, and the entire world is a mess? Little X choked silently. If it weren't for the holographic imagery equipment that was not at all shown in the movie, I wouldn't have to enter the seat to find the holographic technology inside. Chen Chen sighed. This is what annoys me the most. When I took NZT-48 for the first time, the protagonist at the end of the movie clearly found a way to restrain the side effects of NZT-48, but because it didn't show it, I took it at all. No, in the end it took a long time to find a way to get the antidote. It wasted me for many months. But if it were not like that, you would not create me. They won't meet either, will they? Xiao X said. Yes. Chen Chen startled, then laughed. But now I am more worried about the fact that in the movie, the spaceship Prometheus has crashed. Then if I open the channel, where will the other side of the channel come? This little Xeering this also hesitated. Void, LV-223 planet, or come directly to the timeline before the spaceship exploded, or say the LV-223 planet is the engineer who the entire group of the protagonist in the Prometheus movie came to. The planet where it is. If you open the timeline before the spaceship has not exploded, it will be perfect. Chen Chen shook the head. I totally control the whole thing in 10,000 ways a spaceship, and even drag those scientists into reality and let them work for me. Unfortunately, this situation is very difficult to happen. Speaking of which, Chen Chen looked towards the next Detective Pikachu. The expression is even more weird. However, if I evaluate the degree of danger of these two films, I still prefer Prometheus. After all, in the movie, whether it is engineers or still aliens, and the number is very limited. The threat level is not high for us, but if it is Detective Pikachu, the threat to us will far exceed the aliens. The dream of spirit treasure is far more threatening than aliens. If this sentence is heard by the two thorn apes, you may think Chen Chen is crazy. Only Chen Chen can understand why. After all, the Pock_man in the movie are all equipped with supernatural powers, and there are even the ultimate weapon of the mobile natural disaster class like Kelman. If the Pock_man is really a collective defect, humans are not opponents at all. Thinking of this, Chen Chen finally fixed his mouse on the movie Prometheus, and at the same time clicked on the movie, and fixed the picture on the spaceship wheel and Executive Marodi's. Inside Wicker's room, looking across the screen, Chen Chen only saw the blue lampposts in the room. These were the holographic environment simulators in the movie. Although compared with the holographic image that can almost be faked in Detective Pikachu, this holographic device is significantly worse, but for reality, it is already a highly complete technology. Thinking of this, Chen Chen no longer hesitated and directly opened the channel. Bang! Chen Chen only saw that the screen suddenly went black, and the original 2D vision was directly upgraded to 3D. At the same time, a black ball that continuously rotated from the screen instantly the center of the appeared, and at the same time it was continuously rotating. In almost an instant, the black ball expanded sharply, swallowing the screen in an instant, and even overflowed. How do you feel that the passage is larger than before? Chen Chen raised his eyebrows and stepped back subconsciously. The black rider behind him automatically moved forward and moved. The pulse rifle was aimed at the channel. But fortunately, nothing happened except for a lap larger than before. and there was no monster running from the opposite side of the channel. T0421, fasten the safety belt and prepare to enter the passage. Chen Chen gave the order. Suddenly, one of the Black Riders immediately buckled the safety belt on his back to the iron railing of the wall behind him, and then walked directly into the passage with his gun. Kai. It's as if a black mist that light cannot penetrate. This Black Rider completely disappeared in the plane channel created by the U-Disc. Nowadays, Chen Chen's Black Rider troops are divided into two types. One is the earliest Black Rider with a number at the beginning. The number of this Black Rider is about 1,300. This Black Rider is just an ordinary clone, although it can exercise the physical fitness to the limit of ordinary people under the control of the chip. It is still far from the latter version of the T-Virus Black Rider. So, Chen Chen assigned these unnumbered Black Riders to various highly confidential factories, or acted as scientific researchers, and the newly promoted numbered Black Rider was Chen Chen, the real battle strength. Super USB Chapter 272. Super USB Chapter 272. The reason why the Black Rider was put on a safety line was just in case. After all, the spaceship of the Prometheus at the end of the movie was crashed. If the channel is opened in the room on the spaceship, Chen Chen is not sure if the coordinates are still useful. It is possible that the opposite side of the channel will become the void of outer space. It is also possible that all you can see is maybe a piece of spaceship wreckage. To Chen Chen's surprise, within 10 minutes, the Black Rider returned from across the passage. But it was different from before. At this time, the Black Rider, numbered T0421, was covered with a layer of grayish-brown dust, as if a sandstorm was being blown across the passage. At the same time, Black Rider also brought back a video. Small amount of radiation detected. Xiao X's prompt sound suddenly came out. Godfather, be careful. The dust on T0421 is radioactive dust. It's okay. This radiation is just a few X-rays, even more how I am wearing a GS battlesuit. Chen Chen waved his hand. Isn't the opposite of the void, nor the LV-223 planet? After a few murmurs, Chen Chen asked Black Rider to go for disinfection, and he took the video and opened it to play. Suddenly, a vast world caught Chen Chen's eyes. In the picture, there is a ruined wall, the sky is filled with the faint yellow tone of the doomsday, endless sandstorms are flying everywhere, and the ruins of the city are faintly visible in the distance. Those were once skyscrapers, representing the highest mark of human civilization. Even, in the video, Chen Chen also saw a half-collapsed black iron pagoda-like building, which is the Paris Eiffel Iron Pagoda. When he saw this, Chen Chen couldn't help but shrink his pupils. On the opposite side of the passage, it is not the LV-223 planet, nor the void of outer space, but the Earth. This scene is familiar, isn't it? Chen Chen showed a meaningful color. He looked towards Xiao X. If you guessed correctly, the picture that Black Rider just captured is the end of Alien 4 Inches, right? Yes, Little X replied. I checked. The ending of the movie Alien 4 Inches is divided into two kinds. One is the protagonist Ripley and the biochemical man Call staring at spaceship, the beautiful mountains and rivers of the Earth, and the other is the spaceship landing. After the two walked out of the spaceship, they found that the cities on the Earth were already devastated, and humans seemed to be extinct. And it is worth noting that in the second ending, there was also a broken Eiffel Iron Pagoda picture, which is almost the same as the picture taken by Black Rider at this time except for the angle. Sure enough, hearing this conclusion, Chen Chen couldn't help being nodded, bitterly laughed. U-Disc, you're quite something. The movie I chose was Prometheus, but I jumped directly to Alien 4. The timeline, Prometheus' timeline is 2091, and Alien Ive's timeline is 2381. Which spans nearly 300 years. Sure enough, anything opened by a USB flash drive, the plane can't escape the destiny of destruction. So do you want to continue the mission? Xiao X asked. Although the Earth is in ruins, but maybe the holographic imaging technology we need can be found in the ruins. Chen Chen, hearing this, suddenly fell silent. At this moment, the test result of the previous Black Rider numbered T0421 also came out. Apart from a layer of radioactive dust on the body of this Black Rider, there is no abnormal bacteria in the dust. And viruses. It seems that those bacteria have been killed by radiation. Since it is radioactive dust, the situation seems clear. Chen Chen said, in other words, the Earth has experienced a nuclear war, which caused the destruction of the Earth's environment. Human civilization is cut off. Only in this way can so much radioactive dust be produced. But compared to nuclear war, what I care more about is... Suddenly Chen Chen's words changed. In the alien plane, what is the reason for the nuclear war among human beings? Or is it because they experienced some kind of threat? You mean the war between humans and aliens? Xiao X wondered. No, if everyone in the movie Alien 4 Inches knew that the Earth was destroyed by aliens, then there is no need to leave the aliens in outer space. And in my opinion, the characters in the movie don't even know that the Earth has been destroyed. The protagonist did not discover all this until the protagonist returned to the Earth. This is completely illogical. Yes, your analysis is very good, but you got the point. Chen Chen thought for a while, replied, first, the movie ending only shows a piece of the Earth barren, but never mentioned that civilization is extinct, which means that nuclear war did break out. But mankind is not at all completely perished. Second, the series of aliens is contradictory. Not only humans and aliens, but also a deeper and more concealed dark line. If that dark line breaks out, the cause of nuclear war in human civilization will be very obvious. You mean? Xiao X, surprised and uncertain. Biochemical man. Chen Chen nodded. Since Prometheus, there has been a biochemical man named David in the movie. If not, he will Black Liquid brought spaceship and secretly fed it to scientist Holloway. The heroine Elizabeth Shaw would not be pregnant, and gave birth to the kind of octopus-like monster. Then, in the next Alien in the contract, this David directly used Black Liquid to destroy the engineer's family, and even killed the heroine of the first part and transformed it into an alien queen. It can be said that the appearance of the alien is David controlled by one hand. Not only that, from the first part of the earlier film Alien to the fourth, there are the shadows of biochemical people. The previous three are good, and the human attitude towards biochemical people is still it was friendly, but until the fourth part of the Alien series, all humans suddenly took a big turn in their attitudes. After learning that Call is a biochemical person, they obviously expressed distrust and disappointment. What can you think of? Chen Chen asked. Do you mean that there was a war between humans and biochemicals? And the Earth is devastated. It is actually caused by the war between humans and biochemicals? Xiao X was surprised. Yes. This is my guess. Chen Chen snapped his fingers. The theme of the Prometheus movie is nothing more than expressing a creator and being created, the core of how to get along with each other. For example, engineers created mankind, but later wanted to exterminate mankind. For example, mankind created the biochemical man David, but David destroyed the engineer family and created Alien. There may be the director's views on religion and even God. But in my opinion, the most important thing is David's attitude towards humans. Obviously, David is a new type of life. It is malicious to humans and all life species. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh. No, maybe it's not malicious, but a kind of inhumanity attitude. The life and death of human beings and even all living creatures is not as important to him as that's all. Super US Speak Chapter 273. Super US Speak Chapter 273. Hearing Chen Chen's analysis, Xiao X couldn't help looking thoughtful. In other words, a nuclear war broke out between humans and biochemical people. According to the calculations in the details of Alien 4, in the end, humanity won, but it was only a terrible victory. And even the ability to restore the Earth's topography was lost. Yes, but I suspect that now humanity is dead. Chen Chen replied. Why? Didn't mankind win? Could it be that mankind can't survive in the wasteland world after the nuclear war? Xiao X is a little puzzled. This speculation has nothing to do with the alien plane, it is only related to the USB flash drive. Chen Chen glanced at the USB flash drive attached to the computer, frowns, saying, "Okay, now guess these are meaningless. The most important thing is to explore. In this case, Xiao X, send 4 Black Riders to this world to explore. The appointment time is 72 hours. In these 72 hours, try to collect all the information about the seat opposite, while protecting your own safety." Understood. Following Xiao X's answer, 4 fully armed Black Rider immediately got up, filed in and disappeared into the channel on the computer screen. This time, Chen Chen originally thought that Black Rider would come back empty-handed, or even be damaged on the opposite side, but who knows, the 4 Black Riders returned unharmed before the agreed 72 hours. Not only that, Black Rider also successfully brought back relevant technical information about the holographic environment simulator, as well as some bio-human technologies, as well as nuclear power technologies similar to the Plane of Bliss. At the same time, Black Rider also brought the situation on the opposite side of the passage. In that world, human civilization has indeed perished. The reason for the demise was indeed because of the nuclear war, but it didn't stop there. At this time, Chen Chen was playing with a silver-white Rubik's Cube. This Rubik's Cube is a common third-order style, but only after seeing Prometheus will you know that this is actually a miniature holographic imaging device. But the function of this portable device does not simulate a holographic environment. That's all that large-scale device of the device. Professor Holloway in the opening scene of the movie, the scientist who was poisoned by David, used this device to show the star patterns in the mural. This Rubik's Cube device was picked up by Black Rider from a ruin. After disinfection and scanning, it was confirmed that it was harmless before it was officially delivered to Chen Chen. According to the method in the movie, Chen Chen tried to press a few buttons, and then press the most central one to play. Suddenly, the whole Rubik's Cube opened directly, and Chen Chen's environment changed from the original reality. The appearance became a room full of rust. At the same time, a young woman wearing high-tech clothing and red hair appeared out of thin air and stood in front of Chen Chen. The reason why you can see that it is high-tech clothing at a glance is because this kind of clothing is like a fusion of outer skeleton and close-fitting blue tight clothes. Although it is tattered and full of stains, Chen Chen still sees out of the ordinary at a glance. This is a holographic image. Xiao X exclaimed, obviously it is the same as the holographic environment simulator. This is also a light recording technology. Through the principle of refraction, the recorded pictures, in fact, your environment is not at all changing. I understand. Chen Chen nodded. He looked all around, but found a holographic all around the room. Reflected by the equipment are all rusty metal walls. Except for a closed door, the whole room does not even have any windows, only a dim light source above the head. In this environment, Chen Chen felt an atmosphere of depression and despair. The young woman standing in front of Chen Chen fits well with the environment around her body. Her cheeks are dry. Her expression is haggard, and her hair has even become a piece because she has not touched the water all the year round. Situation. Obviously, she is not doing well here. Chen Chen just glanced over all of this, and then focused on the woman in front of him, and at the same time, the woman in front of him also spoke. Today is the 875th day since the death of Bodhisattva. I have not found any kind, only all around endless monsters. The woman's voice is hoarse and dry, no, with a little bit of emotion. It is like a numb robot, but only Chen Chen can hear how desperate there is in such numb words. Just listen to the voice and continue. I don't know how long I can hold on. Maybe a year, maybe a month, maybe even a week. I can only hide in the safe house and wait for death god's coming. Last night, a monster almost spotted me. Fortunately, I turned on the emergency broadcast and used the remote speakers to divert the monster away. Otherwise, I might wake up and watch the monster's underground lair. And today, The food I collected last time is almost finished. I have to go out again to collect it. I hope I have another chance to record a video. Next, there are some ordinary broken thoughts. It seems that the woman in front of you is venting the inner pressure in this way, otherwise a person will live in the end times, and there will be monsters chased by her side. Anyone has a nervous breakdown. But Chen Chen understands that this holographic device was found in a ruin. In other words, the owner of the image standing in front of Chen Chen at this time is likely to have encountered it after going out this time, unexpectedly, otherwise this device will not be left outside. Although she calls it a monster, but according to what she means, there are also aliens on the Earth. Chen Chen revealed a grave expression and turned his head to look towards Xiao X. Are you sure Black Rider has not encountered aliens? Not at all. Xiao X replied, everything encountered by Black Rider is recorded in the chip. During the test, I have checked that there is absolutely no information about aliens in the chip's memory. So, aliens have entered a dormant state. Chen Chen immediately startled. It seems to understand. As mentioned in the second part of the Alien series, humans emigrated to a planet named LV-223, and there are aliens on that planet. At first, the people in the colony did not encounter anything, but after they built the immigration base and started living on it, they woke up the alien who had been sleeping underground for many years. And finally the entire immigration base changed, become a container for alien reproduction. In the absence of food, aliens will indeed fall into a dormant state, just like cold-blooded animals will hibernate, but it is longer-lasting, and can even sleep for hundreds of thousands of years. Xiao X explained. But I find it strange that how did these aliens come to the Earth? Is your guess wrong? The Earth was destroyed because of the war between humans and aliens? Impossible. Chen Chen resolute and decisive said, looking at the timeline of the plane of Prometheus, you should understand that humans have the ability to colonize outer space in 2091. Needless to say 300 years later, the alien plane will be more advanced in science and technology. At that time, humans must have many outer space colonies, so aliens cannot completely destroy human civilization. However, as long as humans are not perished, then the Earth, as the first home of mankind, is impossible to be abandoned by mankind, and there will be no situation where the whole Earth is in ruins. Therefore, I am pretty sure that all the human beings on the alien plane have been extinct, even the colonies of other planets. Exceptions. Therefore, only biochemical talents who have penetrated into human society and have a better understanding of humans than humans may deliberately launch nuclear wars, because they have the same control over the network as humans. Once the biochemical people rebel, the thing is, of course, to activate the nuclear bomb, destroy human civilization first, and then turn over to become the master. This is the only way that Biohazard has a chance to win. But the holographic device revealed that there are aliens on the Earth. How can I explain it? Xiao X puzzled. Of course the biochemical man did it. Chen Chen said with a smile, isn't alien contract already clear? David, eventually it was mixed into human society. After the war between humans and biochemicals, the biochemicals were destroyed, and humans were also severely injured. It is likely that David was unwilling to fail, so he sent the black liquid to the Earth, and even all human beings. Colony. At this time, the Earth is actually a wasteland, and biochemical people are collectively mutinous. Therefore, alien colonies are not spared. The industrial system that mankind has developed for hundreds of years is destroyed. It's the most fragile time. What do you think will happen if there is a sudden appearance on the Earth at this time? Little X is still a little confused. Then why doesn't David use black liquid directly? The enthusiasm for black liquid research in the movie. Isn't it easier to use black liquid to exterminate human beings than nuclear bombs? Chen Chen continued to explain. After all, there are not many black liquids, and human society is not like that. Like the declining engineer civilization in the movie, it can be destroyed with only a bunch of black liquid. Even if the black liquid is used to create aliens. Even if the aliens are strong, Can they really pose a threat to human civilization? Don't talk about the future hundreds of years from now. Just talk about reality. If an alien egg appeared in a city in North America at this time, it would give birth to an alien after killing a person with its face in its arms. After the growth of the alien will automatically evolve into the alien queen, and then begin to lay eggs, giving birth to more alien eggs. Perhaps in a short period of time, the aliens can explode by hundreds of thousands. But what about afterwards? Chen Chen asked. A large number of missing people and a large number of witnesses will surely alarm the authorities. Then the army will be dispatched. War chariot and helicopters will block the city directly, and artillery will be washed. Land, even if the number of aliens has multiplied over 10,000 at that time, what can it do? Even if there is a fish that escaped the net, how can you sneak into other cities and villages? The same situation in a city is, that's all. And at this time the official must be more vigilant. Once it is detected, those fish that escaped the net will not even have time to develop. Even 1% it's possible that North America and Alien are defeated for the first time. What about other states? How can the Earth Federation sit idly by? So, Alien may be enough to attract human attention, but it never perishes modernity, the capabilities of civilization, let alone a future civilization that is hundreds of years more advanced than the present. It is true that if it is ancient or even the Middle Ages, aliens have the ability to destroy humans, but it is only impossible in modern times. Little X replied. So, if you want to destroy mankind, nuclear bombs are the most useful. Until the biohazard finds that he has failed, the black liquid is released, and the black liquid has also become a pressure on mankind. The last straw of civilization. Chen Chen concluded, this is my guess about the process of the destruction of human civilization on the alien plane. So that's how it is. Xiao X suddenly realized, of course, I am not sure if it is the case. Chen Chen thought for a while, took out the silver-white Rubik's Cube from the ground again, crack it, retrieve all the videos of the woman in it, and then make a report for me. Maybe there are all the answers inside. Understood. After Xiao X agreed, Chen Chen answered the computer again and closed the channel directly. Since the operation is so easy, he got what he wanted. Chen Chen did not intend to continue exploring, but when he was about to unplug the USB flash drive, the action in his hand was paused. Black liquid _ Chen Chen whispered, mumbled, according to the movies of Prometheus and Alien, contract, the role of black liquid has actually been expressed. This is completely a kind of bioenergy. A small amount of infection can cause genetic recombination, and a large number of infections can cause the body dehydration and carbonization. But after carbonization, if it encounters water, new DNA will still be formed and new life structures will be formed. The reason why engineers study this black liquid is actually to solve their own problems. The problem of reproduction. It is described in the movie that the engineer family has a long lifespan, up to 3 to 130,000 years, but because the life is too long, the engineer family does not know when the ability to reproduce and reproduce is gradually lost. For this reason, they began to beg for their own gods, which are the alien-like creatures in the murals of Prometheus. In fact, they are not aliens. Among the engineers, the alien-like god is called Dickon. As long as you drink Dickon's blood, you can find the hope of the engineers' proliferation. The reason why engineers believe in Dickon even believes in Dickens, there is actually a reason why blood can regain the ability to reproduce. According to the details in the extended version of the movie, it is very cryptic to show that it is very likely that Dickon is the existence of the creative engineers. Then, in order to regain the ability to reproduce, the engineers began to take Dickon's blood, which is the scene at the beginning of the movie. Through a method similar to sacrifice, let an engineer take Dickon's blood. Death, genetic recombination produces a new life, human beings. The black liquid in later movies is actually artificial Dickon blood, that's all. After all, natural Dickon blood is very limited. However, Although it is man-made, it still has the ability to recombine genes. It has unlimited potential. All these thoughts flashed past Chen Chen. At this moment, Chen Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Can new life be created? I just don't know. If I use it, can I do better than David in the movie? Chen Chen murmured in a low voice. He raised a curve at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly turned on the U-disc again, and at the same time slowly stretched his left hand toward the screen. Super USB Chapter 274. Super USB Chapter 274. Soon, a pitch-black cylindrical jar 40 centimeters high, 15 centimeters thick, appeared in front of Chen Chen. Looking at the familiar thing in front of him, Chen Chen stepped back slightly, and said, transport this thing to the Minaret experiment base and put it in the highest level biosafety laboratory. Understand. You take this, are you planning to use it for what? Little X said curiously. The performance of watching movies, black liquid seems to only create aliens. This kind of creature. Nothing, just because this kind of black liquid is very attractive to people engaged in biological research, that's all. Chen Chen shook the head, lightly said with a smile, you can't understand human emotions for the time being, and the real purpose of black liquid does have the ability to create alien shapes, but this is not its most fundamental ability. You mean? Xiao X suddenly became suspicious. According to the description in the movie, black liquid internally infects organisms, which will cause the cell to collapse and generate brand new DNA to replace the body, while black liquid externally infects organisms can cause rapid mutations. Very aggressive. Chen Chen continued, then an alien contract. David once again described the role of black liquid. The essence of black liquid is like a radical AI. Become chaotic, produce a unique reaction in each gene, reshape life, and have unlimited potential. So do you understand? Black liquid can create aliens and is not terrifying, but the real terrifying is black liquid can create a new species, which is a new species that can reproduce and evolve on its own. This is a miracle that no existing technology can do. After all this, Chen Chen did not. After taking out the U-disc, disinfecting the whole body and leaving the isolation room. 1 hour later, when Chen Chen inserted the U-disc back into the control center and then returned to the Minaret experimental base, Black Rider had already transported the tank of black liquid into the level 5 biosafety laboratory. After a number of disinfection procedures again, Chen Chen put on a positive pressure protective suit, and this formally entered this highest level safety protection laboratory, which has been closed. According to the international classification, the biosafety level is divided into level 4. Level 1 studies microbial substances that have clear characteristics and have proven not to cause disease, such as measles virus and mumps virus etc. Level 2 biological safety level, which studies microbial substances related to some common human diseases, such as influenza virus, with a moderate degree of risk. Level 3 biosafety level, researches on high-risk microbial substances such as Yersinia pestis, rabies virus, HIV, etc. Biosafety laboratories of this level already have high protection facilities. The highest level is the level 4 biosafety level. The research is all about high-risk microbiological substances such as Ebola virus. Even a drop of water or a little bit of air from such a laboratory must go through strict disinfection treatment before being discharged outdoors. Chen Chen is above level 4, and has also set a more advanced 5th level biosafety level. In this kind of laboratory, whether it is strictness or protection, it is level 4 more than several times the number, even if the aliens are raised inside. It's just that there are no substances that exceed the level 4 biosafety level before. Therefore, the 5th level biosafety level laboratory has not been opened. Even the B006 blacklight virus that almost wiped out the entire Africa was not entered. 5th level biosafety laboratory qualification. But today, the 5th level laboratory, which has never been opened before, was opened for the first time. but it was opened silently. No one among the employees of the entire Minaret experimental base got the news. It is the same as Chen Chen's secret experiment of the modified version of T-Virus. When he walked into this laboratory, Chen Chen glanced around. The fifth-level laboratory was not located on the top floor of the spy laboratory, but on the bottom floor that no one knew. Here, Chen Chen opened up a partitioned space that goes deep into the Minaret experimental base and can be isolated from the upper floor at any time. It covers an area of 5,000 square meters. There are 13 laboratories with different functions, and a living room with 4 bedrooms and 1 living room completely achieves the ultimate in insurance. At this time, only 4 Black Riders in charge of research came in with Chen Chen, each carrying the same sterilized squirrel cage in his hand, which contained 4 groups of little white mice. These little white mice it will also become the first experimental subject of black liquid. Next, without Chen Chen worrying about them, these Black Riders showed good qualities comparable to those of professors, and started experimenting in accordance with the process at a glance. One of the Black Riders came in front of a biological cabinet, and saw the black liquid tank standing quietly in the thick glass of the biological cabinet. Level 3 biological safety cabinet is designed for laboratories with biological safety levels from 3 to level 4. It is suitable for high-risk biological tests. The cabinet is completely enclosed and the experimenter must be connected in the cabinet. The gloves are used for operations, so they are also called glove boxes. At this time, Black Rider proficiently reached in with 2 hands wearing isolation suits, and opened the tank of black liquid through the biological safety cabinet. It can be seen from the movie that David can easily open the tank body. This kind of tank body is very easy to open. Black Rider just pressed the top cover of the black liquid tank and twist it gently. Opened. The tank body seems to be made of silica material, hard and brittle, and not dangerous. Xiao X can observe everything Black Rider sees. In fact, at this time then began to analyze. Chen Chen didn't reply, but walked forward, and suddenly saw that the jar within the body contained a large pool of jelly-like substances, and in this stall, there were 4 popsicles. This jelly-like substance should be a buffer, which acts as a buffer and shock-proof. Following the words of Xiao X, Black Rider directly the popsicles were taken out one by one. The magical thing was that the jelly-like substances fell off directly, and the surface of the popsicles was not stained at all. The buffer is suspected to be a nanomaterial, very silky and not easy to adhere to the surface of the object. The little X deepened the judgment. At this time, Chen Chen has also thoroughly seen the shape of the 4 popsicles. The reason why they are called popsicles is because this kind of thing is exactly the shape of the upper and lower sections of the popsicles, and the overall shape is translucent, with a light green liquid inside, which looks like real popsicles. The only difference is that the shell of the popsicle is made of glass, and the inside of the popsicle has a small pool of black material deposited on the bottom in addition to most of the green liquid. Black Rider shakes gently, and the black substance and the green liquid are completely fused immediately, and the whole ice pop becomes a pure black color. This is the true face of black liquid. Super USB Chapter 275. Super USB Chapter 275. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen's eyes flashed with dignity. In the movie, David just took a small drop and put it into the drink to infect an adult. Transformed into a humanoid monster within 10 hours. It can be seen from this that black liquid is by no means a bacteria or virus, but a kind of very stable polymer compound, otherwise it will not easily resist the damaging effect of alcohol. At this time, the Black Rider learnt the operation of David in the movie, broke the tip of the ice pop, and then inserted a syringe from the side, sucking a very small amount of black from the ice pop liquid. Of these black liquids, part of the Black Rider is directly put into the microscope for analysis and observation, while others are injected into the body of the little white mouse that has already been prepared. Soon, Chen Chen saw that those little white mice injected with black liquid began to develop fever and convulsions. Soon, this little white mouse began to lose hair all over the body, and the pink skin under the hair was exposed to the air, But at this moment, other little white mice on the side seemed to perceive the abnormality, and they all surrounded the little white mouse who was sickened. However, this warm scene was immediately reversed, and the sick little white mouse suddenly jumped up, slammed onto one of the little white mouse, and bit it. Stand up. For a while, that little white mouse was bitten to blood. After being infected with black liquid, you will become irrational and very offensive, Chen Chen silently observed. And soon, the sick little white mouse was easily killed. The other little white mouse in the same cage continued to record. After being infected with black liquid, the host's power will suddenly increase, and it can easily kill similar people of similar size, which is the same as in the movie. After recording all these changes, Chen Chen only saw that the little white mouse in the cage began to turn from bright red to grayish white. At the same time, it began to eat the same kind of flesh and blood. It seems that it must be in order to the next mutation, and accumulate energy. Soon, the body of this little white mouse gradually grew a layer of stratum corneum and began to move towards black. At the same time, under the black, there was dark red flesh and blood. At the end, a layer of fine and dense, but needle-like spikes came out of it within the body, replacing the original white hair. What's even stranger is that these spikes are still continuously once in and out. It looks very strange. This is already a new species. Chen Chen's heart was shaken. He hit a black rider as soon as he greeted. The black rider stepped forward, put on thick protective gloves, and at the same time stretched the needle tube into the cage, gently held the mutated little white mouse, and began to draw its blood sample. After being caught, the little white mouse began to struggle violently, and at the same time issued a very strange scream. This kind of sound is beyond the scope of the sound that a little white mouse can make. It is harsh and cruel. Obviously, this little white mouse has undergone essential changes no matter its genes or body structure. It's just that although this little white mouse has mutated extremely terribly, after all, there is a difference in size. No matter how hard it struggles, it can't break free from Black Rider's grip. However, the blood of the mutated little white mouse has not been analyzed yet, so the black liquid is analyzed first. When the components of the black liquid were resolved, Chen Chen was started. "Are you sure you did not make a mistake?" Looking at the test report in his hand, Chen Chen showed a very strange expression. "You mean, this black liquid is made of 20 a protein composed of a variety of amino acids?" "Yes, it is a protein molecule that can infect a variety of carbon-based life." Little X replied, "If it's not the truth, in front of me, even I would not believe that there is such a strange protein molecule in the world." In other words, this is something similar to a prion. Chen Chen sucked in a cold breath. "Then how is it infected? Is it the same as prions?" "Yes, according to the blood test on the little white mouse, it is roughly." "I got the answer," Xiao X said again, "but unlike other prions, this protein does not deposit in the brain and damage the brain of organisms, but directly changes the human gene chain." After hearing this sentence, Chen Chen understood thoroughly. The so-called prion is not actually a virus, because in international textbooks, viruses can be classified into the ranks of organisms, but prions are not considered as living organisms, but a type composed only of protein. The system is a self-replicating and infectious factor. However, prions are as filterable, infectious, and pathogenic as conventional known viruses, but they are much smaller than the smallest known conventional viruses, and no virus can be observed under the electron microscope. Particle structure and no immune effect. Chen Chen continued to look down and immediately understood why black liquid is a prion. Because the prion protein of the black liquid enters the host within the body, the normal PRP protein of the human body will be easily assimilated by the prion protein of the black liquid, and the protein of the normal configuration becomes the molecular structure of the black liquid, and showed a geometric increase and rapid expansion. But if it's just that's all, the black liquid at most is a fast and highly infectious new prion. But what's more surprising is the prion protein of the black liquid. Not only the ability to assimilate the host within the body protein, but also the ability to disassemble the host within the body nucleic acid. When the black liquid prion protein encounters the host's nucleic acid chain, it seems to trigger a certain program to start to disassemble the host's DNA nucleic acid chain and recombine it into a new form. After the nucleic acid chain is recombined, the prion protein of the black liquid will also wrap this new nucleic acid chain to form a new virus structure. So far, the black liquid prion has successfully evolved into a complete virus by predating the DNA of the organism within the body. And this virus will combine with the black liquid to carry out the two effects on the host's body times transformation. So, the scene presented by the body of the little white mouse just now completely happened. After reading the report in his hand, Chen Chen's expression became even stranger. No wonder it can be after ingesting it. Didn't expect black liquid to be a prion-like substance, but in my opinion, the prion of black liquid is more like an artificial protein robot. I have this feeling too. Xiao X echoed, black liquid is hundreds of thousands of times more magical than prions, and it is not defined by a prion at all. After all, it is the supreme creation of engineer civilization. Chen Chen nodded, sighed, but when I get here, I finally understand the preciousness of black liquid. Compared with black liquid, it seems that T-virus is like a poor quality toy. Most organisms infected by T-virus have the disadvantage of instability. For example, zombie. Only products that are infected from the stage of fertilized eggs can become healthy mutant organisms. But black liquid is different. It can be used directly on adult life. Any organism can directly mutate into a new species after contacting black liquid. What's more commendable is this new species. It has the ability to reproduce, and it can completely form a new population independently, unlike the T-virus that can only undergo monomeric mutation and cannot continue. Doesn't that mean that black liquid can accelerate the evolution of life? Little X asked. No, there is still a gap with evolution. However, Chen Chen said, shook the head. What is evolution? Constantly adapting to the evolution of the environment can be. It is called evolution, and black liquid is not the case at all. From the fate of that little white mouse, we can understand that the change caused by this black liquid should be called uncontrollable mutation. Moreover, the direction of this mutation is uncertain. It may go in a good direction or in a bad direction. And even humans are likely to lose the characteristics and thoughts of higher creatures after infection, just like in the movie. If black liquid is so dangerous, then why do you want to study black liquid? Xiao X suddenly became puzzled. Although black liquid is dangerous, everything has two sides. Chen Chen laughed. After all, it is dozens of times stronger than T-virus, and even hundreds of times as much. Biological weapons are absolutely useful. Besides, the engineer family can live 10,000 years or more, and human beings are a combination of engineers and black liquid. So is there a possibility that we can learn from black liquid? Find out the secret of longevity of engineers. Super USB Chapter 276. Super USB Chapter 276. The reason why Chen Chen took the black liquid is because of the longevity technology. Why is Chen Chen obsessed with longevity? In other words, why do human beings pursue longevity? Because this is an inevitable phenomenon. As science and technology become more and more advanced, human beings must not content with that short 100 years. Compared with the long time counted in hundreds of millions of years, 100 years is like a flash, almost nothing any meaning. Furthermore, as science and technology become more advanced, the accumulation of knowledge becomes more and more difficult. In ancient times, people were able to inherit the wealth of knowledge accumulated by civilization by studying hard for up to 10 years. In modern times, the 9-year compulsory education can only learn a foundation. Human knowledge is divided into hundreds of branches. One person can only acquire it in several branches in his lifetime. Achievement and the accumulation of this kind of civilized knowledge will only become more and more abundant. Is it possible that in the future, a person will have to carry out compulsory education for decades? When a person has finally learned a field of knowledge, but has fallen into the age of old man, and then directly cremated into the earth in a few years. Obviously, no one wants to do this. If human civilization wants to move forward, the need for longevity will become more and more urgent. This is a general trend and will not be shifted by anyone's will. According to Chen Chen's cognition, there are probably three options for human beings to live forever. The first article, keep the original body, genetic evolution. It is true that the conventional way of human evolution is to use reproduction as a means to make races evolve simultaneously. But this does not mean that humans cannot choose more efficient ways of evolution, such as genes, using genetic technology to strengthen oneself, so that human beings are separated from the race, and the phenomenon of evolution occurs in advance, thereby prolonging life. This is the most ideal path. Why do you say that? Because the human being is a sophisticated and complicated machine, but it is organic matter, not steel. Perhaps this body is extremely fragile, so fragile that a bullet or a sharp knife can take away human life, but human beings have the ability to reproduce and evolve, thinking, conscious, and creative. There is subjective initiative. All of this is brought about by this fragile body. The human body is the jewel born during the evolution of life over millions of years, and is the most magnificent miracle of nature. As long as human beings have a complete body, there are unlimited possibilities. The second article, the flesh and blood are bitter and weak, and the machine soars. Although the potential of this path is not as good as the first one, it is a path that is easy to live forever and even closer to immortality. For example, the bionic technology that Chen Chen is developing vigorously, by replacing old organs, is like replacing parts with machines, so that life can survive longer in this way. If you are even more radical, you can choose to keep only the brain and replace the whole body with machinery. In this way, the lifespan of human beings is almost equivalent to the lifespan of the brain. The lifespan of the brain alone is 150 years old. If combined with some special technology, the lifespan of the brain may be flipped a few times. It's just that, although this method is easier for people to live long, and it is easier to ensure the safety of life, but it lacks some of the potential of life that should exist. So unless civilization comes to an end, Chen Chen is this path will not be regarded as the main road. The third and last way is the way of soul sublimation. The general idea of this road is, abandon the fleshy body and stay in the world in the form of soul, and human beings will develop into a civilization of everywhere, but no substance. It's just that modern science hasn't confirmed the existence of the soul, and this way can only be thought of. Chen Chen still remembers what Professor Wang Zai said, we humans still don't know anything about the vast sea of truth. Perhaps even the unreachable dream of eternal life. It's just the first step of pursuing the truth. It is this sentence that opened Chen Chen's desire for longevity. Came back to his senses. At this time, Chen Chen was staring at a humanoid monster covered in black armor and head like a winter melon in the isolation room, revealing an expression of exploration. This monster was still an ordinary human a day ago. His name is Patton. He was once a murderer sentenced to life imprisonment. He was later purchased by Chen Chen and kept in the Delta-level experimental dormitory of the Minaret experimental base. However, after this Delta experiment was injected with 5 milliliters of black liquid yesterday, he began his mutation path. The test subject first showed pathological signs of flushing and fever, then hemorrhages throughout the body, confused, and finally fell into a state of shock. The performance of the human within the body is that the protein of the experimental body is rapidly converted into black liquid prion protein. At the same time, these prion proteins also begin to decompose the DNA of the experimental body within the body and combine with the DNA. The fragments combine to form a retrovirus that only works on the subject itself. Then, because of the principle of retrovirus, the subject began to undergo violent physical mutations, and during the mutation process, the subject developed a strong sense of hunger, and he swallowed any organic matter and protein as food. Eat it. Until this morning, in the process of constantly falling asleep and waking up, the subject finally lost consciousness completely and became an ugly monster with low intelligence and no humanity. Black liquid can promote the strong and rapid division of biological cells, greatly increase the mutation rate, produce a variety of abnormal cells, and eventually grow into new organisms. Chen Chen stated the role of the black liquid, while looking at the monster in the isolation room, and exclaimed, "However, when the genes of the organism itself are changed in an instant, the cooperation of individual proteins, enzymes and DNA itself will cause thousands of absolutely. This is an unpredictable result, so you don't need to be surprised what the subject becomes, but this look is really ugly." But after being infected by the black liquid, the subject appeared human, extremely high energy metabolism efficiency and extremely fast cell division rate. Xiao X added, before the injection of black liquid, the body weight was 55 kilograms. After the injection of black liquid, the body in 5 hours, I swallowed food equal to my own weight. Only 20% of these foods were converted into useless urine and feces to be excreted, and all the rest was converted into the body weight of the test subject. Chen Chen looked at the report in his hand, and sure enough, the body weight after the mutation has now reached 80 kilograms, which is 25 kilograms more than before. This is probably the reason for the rapid growth of aliens. Looking at the experimental body becoming taller, Chen Chen thought, in movies, aliens are often several hours. It can grow from a small great accomplishment to a beast weighing hundreds of kilograms. Although alien eating is rarely shown in the movie, it seems that aliens still need to eat, and they are more appetizing than humans. Speaking of this, Chen Chen suddenly took 2 steps forward, walked to the window of the isolation room, and carefully looked towards this subject. As Chen Chen approached, the subject in the isolation room suddenly burst out with a scream, and immediately rushed in front of Chen Chen. Dong! There was a dull impact, and the subject slammed one head against the glass in the isolation room, and a large amount of pale yellow blood splashed on the glass. Wisdom is very low. Little X regrets, and blood is not corrosive, except that a head is 30% similar to an alien, and there are the most subjects in front of you. It can only be regarded as an alternative zombie, that's all. It is normal. In the movie, the process of the birth of aliens requires the participation of engineers. Chen Chen explained, the alien outer skeleton has a mechanical style, which obviously comes from the outer skeleton structure worn by the engineers. Later, in Alien, contract a spore plant infected with black liquid. This spore, after infecting the human body, a white alien with no mechanical style and skeleton will be born, which can explain the problem. So, the acid blood of the alien may also come from the engineers. Thinking of this, Chen Chen snapped his fingers lightly. Okay, slice this monster dissection. I need a diagram of his organs and a gene map. Understood. It took another few hours. When Chen Chen walked out of the laboratory, he was slightly sighed in relief. To Chen Chen's disappointment, Chen Chen didn't find any surprises until the experimental body was completely dissection and sliced. The experimental body did undergo genetic recombination, but after the recombination, it was only one without wisdom. The brutal and violent wild beast, that's all. Even the brain structure has become much smaller, and its plasticity is not as good as humans. But Chen Chen knows that this is actually a normal phenomenon. Human beings can be considered as the supreme product of the earth. The only advanced life, impossible black liquid, can mutate even more than before. Excellent. The only thing that surprised Chen Chen was that the original male experimental body was dissectioned, but an immature reproductive organ was discovered within the body of the experimental body. That is a cyst structure that exists in the lower abdomen. After opening it, it is found that there is a bile of densely packed, as if there are larvae-like tadpoles. Those tadpole-like larvae are transparent and have simple biological structure, but they are real life. They are usually conceived in the cyst, but will be released at a critical time. Looking at the structure of this cyst, the small X can roughly determine that when these tadpole-like larvae mature, they can be ejected through the belly button of the experimental body and penetrate into the target within the body. This is how this new species reproduces. Parasitic reproduction, similar to aliens, is simple but frightening. At present, it seems that using black liquid to strengthen the human body is not necessary for the time being. Drinking it is completely mortal, and its lethality is comparable to paraquat. However, if it is used to develop chemical weapons, it should be relatively easy. Next, one of Chen Chen's research directions is to combine black liquid with spore plants to form the kind of spores that can parasitize the human body in the movie Alien: Contract. I don't know exactly how David in the movie came up with the research. After parasitizing the human body, the spores will not cause the human to mutate, but form an embryo within the body. Next, the embryo will grow silently, until it can grow out of the human body. It will break out of the back or chest, and grow into a white-skinned monster like an alien. I have to say that Chen still has a lot to go for the research on black liquid. At present, it seems that the reproduction method of the monster made by black liquid seems to be parasitic reproduction, even the final perfect creature Alien. This reproduction method reminds Chen of a virus called Golgotha, or G-virus for short. This virus is almost the same as black liquid. It can also mutate biological genes, resurrect the dead, and even infect a life to give birth to a new species. And it even gave rise to a title, Extremely Evil Matter, that infringes upon the realm of gods. The most important thing is that G-virus is transformed through T-virus. You can try to combine black liquid with T-virus. Maybe there are new discoveries. Chen divine light flashed, thinking about it silently. Super US Speak Chapter 277. Super US Speak Chapter 277. A few days later, when Chen received the results, he went to the 5th level biosafety laboratory again. At this time, the group of Black Rider assistants are going through a complicated and tedious process to separate one after another cone-bottom centrifuge tube. In the centrifuge tube, all are red liquid, and the translucent liquid within the body contains many fine and dense sediments. This is the new substance formed by the combination of black liquid and T-virus. Part R. The screen behind you turned on automatically, showing a black and white image on it, and at the same time the voice of little X came. The process of combining T-virus and black liquid, it is not stable. It is affected by the dosage and culture medium, and there will probably be special mutations in 3 directions. In the end, we got 87 new viruses, all of which are filoviruses. After destroying the viruses with duplicate functions, I finally selected the 3 most representative types of viruses. Chen hearing this looked at the screen, but saw 3 images side by side, displayed on the screen. In the 3 pictures, there is a special filamentous substance. Because it is an electronic microscope, it is not at all colors. It can only be seen that there is almost no difference between the 3 filamentous substances, like 3 slender and hideous worms. However, this worm is only less than 1 micron in length and less than 100 nanometers in thickness. The whole body is composed of simple protein shells and RNA nucleic acids. Looking at these 3 special viruses, even Chen seemed to feel a chill. Originally, T-virus had the power to threaten humans. Now that it has been strengthened by black liquid, I don't know how much it can achieve. Degree. Through animal experiments, I have obtained the properties of 3 viruses. Of these 3 viruses, the first virus has an enhanced infection ability and can pass through the air. Infected, and the infected organisms cover almost all carbon-based life. After being infected, it will behave exactly like the black liquid. The host dies, and a new life will be born instead of the host because there are too few experiments. Determine if there is an immune group. Following the explanation of Xiao X, a mouse-like monster with red eyes and a black shell appeared on the screen. There are red muscles in the gaps of the shell. Looks extremely hideous and terrifying. Second, it is not highly infectious and cannot be transmitted through the air, but it strengthens the virus's ability to mutate the host. After the host is infected, the degree of mutation is far more severe than the other 2 viruses. Immediately afterwards, The picture turned again. Chen Chen actually saw a palm-sized monster with 7 or 8 pairs of fleshy feet on the abdomen. This monster did not have a black carapace. Instead, it had large and small eyeballs, meaningful organs, and densely packed tentacles. It looks like a pile of monster corpses piled up fused together, forming an indescribable thing. Apart from this, there is the last one. Xiao X continued. The third virus is not very capable of mutation, nor is it highly infectious, but it is indeed the most incredible of the 3 viruses. Chen Chen hearing this brightened up. Where is it incredible? You will know soon. Xiao X actually bought a pass, and then the screen flashed, and a strange picture appeared again. On the screen, it is obvious that 2 pictures are stitched together. On the left picture is an ordinary-looking little white mouse, with big slick eyes, looking cutely at the screen. On the right, the little white mouse is still standing, but the little white mouse has become a monster about the size of a rabbit, and the whole body is composed of black carapace and red muscles. Chen Chen raised his eyebrows and saw something was wrong at a glance. The biggest change of this third mouse seems to be its body shape. Yes. It's amazing that this little white mouse infected with the third virus also eats a lot, but it only eats about 50 grams, but its 20 grams has grown into a monster weighing 300 grams. You mean, its weight has increased by 260 grams out of thin air? Chen Chen seems to be unsure, suddenly lifts the head. It's true. Xiao X quickly explained, it's true. I have all the video records here. It is the same as the little white mouse used in other experiments, only eating the weight of the first 2 kinds of little white mouses only increased from 20 grams to about 40 grams. Only it almost breaks the law of conservation. And all this happens within a few hours. Yes. So what's the reason? Chen Chen asked. What caused it to increase in size? After dissection, I found a special organ within the body of this little white mouse. Little X replied, the skin of this little white mouse produces a special absorption mechanism that can directly absorb moisture and even microorganisms in the air to replenish myself. Not only that, I found a large number of high-energy covalent bonds in the blood of the little white mouse, which seem to directly react with nitrogen in the air to form a shell. And its weight increases out of thin air. It should be related to these factors. Hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help showing a weird color. Is this too exaggerated? It won't. Xiao X explained. Perhaps there are many factors we haven't discovered, but what can be confirmed is that the growth rate of the little white mouse number 3 does exceed the material energy taken in, which is beyond doubt. I think this may contain the secrets of why aliens can grow up quickly. Then focus on the second and third viruses. Chen Chen nodded. About viruses in terms of infectivity, I think it's necessary not at all to do too much research. Just seal the first virus directly. Understand? I will use the most rigorous sealing technology to seal the first virus. Xiao X agreed, but should you give these 3 viruses a name? Chen Chen hearing this simply opened the gene sequence diagrams of these 3 viruses. Pondered, these 3 viruses can be regarded as different subspecies of the same type of virus, and they have a deep relationship with the T virus, and are very similar in nature to the G virus in Resident Evil. In that case, just call them G viruses. So these 3 models are G001. G002 and G003? Xiao X asked. It's not wrong, just do what you want. Chen Chen laughed, then turned and left, but when he walked to the door, he suddenly had a very absurd idea. G-virus. G-virus. Why is this new type of virus synthesized with black liquid and T-virus so similar to the G-virus in the game? No. It can be said to be almost exactly the same. Why do I have to call it G-virus? What did I think? Chen Chen couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Your godfather? When Chen Chen stopped, Xiao X couldn't help but ask. Chen Chen did not answer, but took another step and disappeared outside the door of the laboratory. Super USB Chapter 278. Super USB Chapter 278. After obtaining the holographic imaging technology, the bionic technology quickly broke through the previous bottleneck, and within a month, a bionic prosthesis was sent to Chen Chen. This thing called a bionic prosthesis does not have a head, up to the neck, and looks male as a whole. It's just that, apart from this, the torso and limbs are painted as flesh-colored. Only the cracks exposed at the joints can tell that this is not a normal human body. Looking at the suture-like thing in front of him, Chen Chen couldn't help raising his eyebrows. This is the bionic prosthesis integrated according to the bionic and mechanical technology in many movies. Xiao X explained. The arms, spine, legs, internal organs and bionic prostheses can be divided into these 4 categories. The 4 categories are assembled together to form a complete bionic prosthesis. When removed, it will be a separate bionic prosthesis and artificial internal organs. Speaking, Black Rider, standing on both sides of the bionic prosthesis, started Kaka to dismantle the bionic prosthesis in front of him, quickly dismantled it to 8 pieces, and then spent a few minutes to reaccumulate it. The skeleton of the bionic prosthesis is made of titanium alloy, the outer shell is made of elastic polyethylene to simulate muscle tissue, and the joints are constructed with a normal temperature superconductor. The Meissner effect formed inside can keep the bearing space at 0 forever with a wheelbase of 5 mm. This is a complete frictionless bearing technology. In other words, the joints of zero resistance and zero wear. Chen Chen stepped forward and asked while fiddling with the arm of the bionic prosthesis. There is nothing wrong in principle, but the actual effect is still to be tested to draw a conclusion. Little X replied. Seeing Chen Chen did not continue to ask, he said again, the best solution for the control principle of the bionic prosthesis is the God chip, which can convert the nerve impulses transmitted by the human brain into electrical signals, and then assign them to the bionic prosthesis. On the bionic prosthesis, we follow the movie technology, implanted with nanometer-level electrodes acting as nerves, can make users produce a clostridial tactile sensation. The strength and agility can be adjusted according to the power, and the maximum strength can reach 500 newtons. The titanium alloy skeleton of the phone body is prone to deformation if it is exceeded. As for the battery, the current high-efficiency hydrogen fuel cell is still used, which can allow users to move for a week to half a month. After listening to Xiao X's explanation, Chen Chen asked again, what about the digestive system? That is the role of artificial internal organs. Little X continued. In terms of internal organs, there are 3 artificial organs: artificial heart, artificial lung and artificial stomach. Both artificial heart and artificial lung can provide enough oxygen and blood pressure according to the needs of the user. The artificial stomach only temporarily it can digest nutrients and water, but cannot eat like an ordinary person. In other words, even if the user has only one brain left, or even only one brain, he can still carry this set body so that it moves like a normal person? Chen Chen asked. Yes, combined with the bionic technology in each movie, although we only learned some furs, we still developed a mature bionic prosthesis, and if the user just loses his arms, legs, weight, this bionic prosthesis can still be transplanted to the user by removing the arms and legs. Hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help laughing. Very good. But the technology inside the level is still too high. We need to simplify it. Do you want to commercialize? Xiao X suddenly understood. Yes, only commercialization can expand the influence of blacklight technology in the world. Chen Chen replied, I have been thinking about NZT-48 for a long time recently. The more you think about it, the more you feel that all around danger lurks on every side. X, aren't you curious? You mean the various abnormalities of the Earth Federation? Xiao X suddenly understood what Chen Chen was referring to. Yes, during this period of time, I have been thinking about what has happened to human beings that led to the formation of the Earth Federation in 1992, and recently, how did they advance foresee the danger of the statue and the plague? Chen Chen paced slowly in the room. Apart from this, I am more worried about whether there is a possibility that one day our existence will also be Federation foreseeing. If the other party really has the means to predict the crisis, this is indeed a certain probability. Xiao X exclaimed, moreover, We have no defense means. So, if I don't get the answer for a day, I can't sleep and eat well. Chen Chen seriously said, I need to continue to be strong and improve the company's strength. At the same time of strength, I gradually approached the truth and tried every means to find out. Now it has been a long time since the launch of 3 anti-cancer drugs. The frequency of launching a new product in half a year is just right. So this time, let us take out the bionic prosthetic body technology. So if the processing is simplified, besides the frictionless bearing technology, what other technologies should be eliminated? Xiao X asked. In addition to the frictionless bearing technology involving normal temperature superconductors, the God chip must be eliminated. As for the alternative, I think the brain-computer interface technology is very good. Thinking about Chen Chen said, Thales Electrode that Musk launched in 2020 is a ready-made choice. You can send someone to contact the other party to see if we can get the right to use their company's Thales Electrode. The so-called brain-computer interface, in simple terms, is a device that can fuse the human brain and the computer together, and the brain-computer interface is the device that plays the role of this connection. Generally speaking, brain-computer interfaces are divided into 3 categories, namely invasive brain-computer interfaces, semi-invasive brain-computer interfaces and non-invasive brain-computer interfaces. The invasive brain-computer interface is the insertion of the device into the cerebral cortex. This type of brain-computer interface can obtain high-quality neural signals. This type of equipment is mainly used for treatment, such as helping blind people, paralyzed patients recover their motor functions, etc. Semi-invasive brain-computer interfaces are those that are implanted in the cranial cavity but do not penetrate deep into the cerebral cortex. The last type is a non-invasive brain-computer interface. As the name suggests, this refers to those brain-computer interfaces that can function without implanting the brain, such as EEG. No matter which type, useful control signals must be passed from the complex cerebral cortex, but the invasive brain-computer interface will undoubtedly be much more accurate, and the least precise is the non-invasive UP. Nowadays, the brain-computer interface is in the leading position in the world. It is the famous reality Iron Man Elon Musk's Neuralink company, so Chen Chen will also choose the lace electrode technology. Apart from this, artificial visceral technology can also be temporarily sealed. Think about it, Chen Chen technology opened the mouth and said, after all, these technologies are still a bit shocking. The customers we have to face are only those with disabilities. Few people are willing to abandon their whole body and keep only one head, unless it is gradually freezing people. Understand? Then we will continue to study bionics prosthetic technology. Xiao X asked. Of course, Chen Chen, as it should be by rights, said. Not only that, I also hope to be able to research the mass production version of Terminator T-800 and from NS5. These can make up for our lack of numbers. Apart from this, we can try to study the artificial skin of the alien plane, just like the biohazard said. Chen Chen looked towards the bionic prosthesis in front of him. I have to say that although the bionic prosthesis is flesh-culled, the plastic cluster on it can be seen at a glance. Only by combining the bionic prosthesis and artificial skin can users buy the desire is greatly increased. After all, one kind can be easily seen as a prosthetic limb, and the other kind is no different from the human body. Do users still need to think about which one to choose? Artificial skin technology is not difficult. It can be copied in about 2 months. Xiao X agreed clearly. Super USB Chapter 279. Super USB Chapter 279. Blacklight Biotechnology Co. Limited has a dedicated website on the internet. The core server of the website is located in the business capital of Zhongzhou district and is operated by the data center under the head office, which is the one that Chen Chen once bought. But at this time, inside the head office building, the employees of the technical department who received the data burst out first. No way. Really fake. Real fake. A young man in a suit and leather shoes, but apparently just recently graduated, shouted, I didn't. Are you wrong? This is really a website update from President Xia. It's not an April Fool's joke, right? What happened? Others in the entire technical department. The person immediately leaned in front of the computer, and then read the copy on the screen. Bionic technology, regain mobility for the disabled. Is this a bionic prosthetic? Our company does not develop biomedicine enterprise. Why are you competing with life engineering again? We still operate translation software. Why don't you tell me? Everyone was joking with each other and discussing stand-up. As the entire technical department was boiling, the director of the technical department suddenly came in with a serious expression. Everyone, prepare. 10 minutes later, the summer conference will be held for us in the conference hall on the 30th floor. Meeting. Are we alone? The young man asked. Yes, there is no one else in the entire technical department meeting. The supervisor nodded, and then left in a hurry. Xiao Zhang, don't ask this question anymore. It's not appropriate. As soon as the supervisor left, an older man smiled and came to the questioner. The young man patted his shoulder beside him. Why? The young man became even more puzzled. You will understand if you stay here for a longer time. The man kindly said, I know that when you come here to apply for a job, you must be looking at blacklight technology. Come on. Although our company did not enter the global top 500, it was actually because our company was not listed. Many people said that if our company is listed, the market value may immediately break through $100 billion level. Yes, I just came to apply because I valued the potential of blacklight technology, but the young man called Xiao Zhang was a little confused. Now it seems that I can't feel the atmosphere of a high-tech company at all. That's right. Another old Fox employee came over and said with a laugh, our name here sounds bluffing. The world-renowned Blacklight Technology, a company that has developed aging reversal treatment programs, developed a variety of anti-cancer drugs, and blacklight virus vaccines, and we are more. It's the headquarters of Blacklight Technology. It should be pretty awesome. In fact, we were deceived, cheated, because these projects are all it was developed in Africa, and the company's real focus is actually in Africa. To put it bluntly, our headquarters is just an external platform. The old Fox employee exclaimed, now understand. Although our head office has hundreds of people, apart from maintaining the website and operating the Little X translation system, there are almost no other projects. As a biological company, even in business there is not a research center, which is fucking outrageous. That said, although President Xia is the general manager of second only to boss, he actually has no real power. Xiao Zhang opened his mouth, as if there was something he wanted to blurt out, but the man quickly covered his mouth. You and I can understand from the bottom of my heart, don't say it. Actually it's not what you think. Seeing this, the old Fox staff said with emotion again, I have joined in since the establishment of Blacklight Technology, and I don't even want to hide it from you, boss and President Xia. In fact, it's the alumni relationship. The two met at the university. It's a pity that the falling flowers are yearning for love, but the heartless brook ripples on. Is the boss so young? Only then. Xia, how old is it? So how is the boss? It's not even 30. The fascinated person from the side suddenly exclaimed. It's smaller than you think. The old Fox employee chuckled. I actually met boss before he went to Africa. He was 3 terms lower than Mr. Xia. That is, if the boss did not drop out of school, which is just the freshman of this year. No way. Everyone burst into wailing and exclamation. All right, well, let's see what time it is now. Don't hurry up to the conference hall. Be careful of being late. Someone on the side suddenly reminded, don't talk about Mr. Xia. Even if Mr. Xia does not participate in those research projects, it is still with no difficulty to expel you and me. Everyone is hearing this. And then they dispersed. At the same time, Xia Yin is standing on the podium in the conference hall on the 30th floor. Looking at the empty audience, it seems a little lost. Mr. Xia, President Xia. The secretary Pata walked to Xia Yin and shook in front of Xia Yin. Manager Go has notified the technical department and they will be there soon. Okay. Xia Yin just came back to his senses. She nodded to the secretary. then turned on the computer, and asked while operating, "Has the information been sorted out?" "The materials sent by the African branch have been sorted out, you only need to play them in order," the secretary replied, and then walked to the entrance of the conference hall and looked outside. "Mr. Xia, they are here." Xia Yin was nodded, did not speak, watched a group of members of the technical department file in, and then chose a position to sit down, waited for a while, and saw that no one came in. Then she turned down. The supervisor in the first row asked, "Manager Go, are all the people in your technical department here?" "Except for those who ask for leave, everything else is here." Manager Go looked back and then replied, "Very good." Xia Yin was just laughed with satisfaction. At the same time, a shrewd and capable female powerhouse appeared. She seemed to be a different person. At the same time, she pressed the button on the desktop, and she was immediately behind her. The screen began to show a mixed projection of text and pictures. "You should have received the emails sent to your mailbox just now, so I won't sell it anymore. I'm very happy that our blacklight technology has created another brilliant, according to the news from the African branch, the first generation bionic prosthetic project we developed has been developed and will soon enter the commercial stage." The bionic prosthetic project developed by the African branch uses Stellus electrode brain-computer interface technology from Neuralink in North America. "We have obtained authorization from Neuralink." Everyone has a meeting, hoping that everyone in the technical department can come up with a good plan and creativity in the official website. Xia Yin said solemnly on the stage, "After all, our company's website hasn't changed for 2 or 3 years. It just happened to take advantage of this opportunity to change the appearance of the entire company." Speaking, the screen behind Xia Yin began to flicker, and soon a humanoid monster without a head but a body appeared. Xingtan. See the screen. The ink painting monster that was obviously full of the characteristics of the Zongzi district. Everyone in the audience suddenly cleared the comprehension. "I believe that as a Zongzi person, you have heard of our own myths and legends, of which Xingtan is one of them." According to legend, Xingtan was a minister of the Flame Emperor. Because he was not willing to defeat the Flame Emperor, he went to challenge the Yellow Emperor, but the Huang Emperor cut off his head. So Xingtan used his breasts as his eyes and his belly button as his mouth. The Yellow Emperor fights. This is the origin of Xingtian. I am here to provide you with an idea. If this project is promoted, I hope to use the myth of the classic of mountains and seas in Zongzi district. Xingtian is the theme. One is that it can promote the culture of our Zongzi district, and the other is that the character of Xingtian is indeed in line with the inspirational spirit of the disabled. As Xia Yin explained, beside the Xingtian on the screen, a line of ancient poems suddenly appeared on the screen. Jingwei titled, "The Tiny Wood, will fill the ocean with it. Xingtian Wu is sorrowful, and strong will always be there." So, the new bionic prosthetic project, I think it can be called Xingtian Project. Super USB Chapter 280. Super USB Chapter 280. A few days later, Chen Chen sat in the conference hall and quickly flipped through the planning book sent by Xia Yin. Xingtian Project. After turning the planning book to the last page, Chen Chen couldn't help laughing, and then clicked a tick on the computer with his mouse. So far, the company's new website style and the name of the bionic prosthetic project have been formally confirmed. Next, it is the operation and promotion of the head office. However, in the planning of the head office, Xia Yin expressed the hope that Chen Chen could show up more. It is best to become a symbol and benchmark of blacklight technology, just like Tencent Ma Huang and Alice Ma Yan. Luo Zixiang from Jingdong. After all, Chen Chen does have the qualifications to become a symbol. Only 18 years old, he developed an aging reversal treatment program, and then dropped out of college and started his own business. After only 3 years, he jumped to become the CEO of a group with a market value of tens of billions. Young, successful, and numerous auras added. These are Chen Chen's symbols. For this, Xia Yin hopes Chen Chen can go to TED to give a speech. TED, an abbreviation for the 3 words apostrophe technology, entertainment, and design in English, is a private non-profit organization in North America. The organization organizes the TED Speech Conference with it famously. The purpose of this speech conference is creations worth spreading. Those who can qualify for the TED Conference are also top talents from all walks of life, such as Nobel Prize winners, or Bill Gates, Musk, and other rich people who created a legendary, scientists, philosophers, artists, explorers, psychologists, linguists, religious leaders, philanthropists, etc. Since the TED speech was posted online in 2006, it has quickly gained the attention of the whole world, and it has become one of the most authoritative speech platforms in the whole world. If Chen Chen can be on this stage, Blacklight, the Science and Technology Extinction Project, can quickly spread throughout the world, and the effect is much better than spending hundreds of millions of dollars to advertise globally. Seeing this, Chen Chen thought for a while, and finally agreed to this proposal, because with the company's growing influence, the name Chen Chen is destined to be known by more people, even because Chen Chen was the first to develop a blacklight virus vaccine. He was nominated for this year's Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in September last year. If there are no twists and turns, this year's Nobel Prize Chen Chen will be determined. This is something the North American regional government can do nothing about, because if Chen Chen loses the election, it will affect the Nobel Prize authority and impartiality. After all, in the medical field in 2023, there will be no one better than Chen Chen. Chen Chen thought silently after he closed the web page. Now the company has almost reached peak in the development of biomedicine recipes, holding several patents, and owning the ultimate weapon of life sciences city. As long as it waits a few years for the 3 anti-cancer drugs to pass clinical trials, and then release TAD-001 medicine, which can completely cure Alzheimer's disease, when the time comes, even Pfizer and Novartis companies of this level cannot compete with them. At that time, Blacklight technology will officially become an unprecedented world-class pharmaceutical monopoly, and it will be even more difficult for 1 or 2 continents and countries to move themselves. However, as a rule, when the blacklight technology develops to that level, it has basically reached its limit. If you want to continue to grow, such as reaching the level of Umbrella, basically it's impossible. After all, the potential of a single industry is limited. Even if the global pharmaceutical industry unites, it does not have the same power as the Earth Federation. If Chen Chen wants to go further, there is only one choice. That is horizontal cross-border development. If a group wants to achieve long-term development, it must actively expand into other fields and reach the top of this field in all walks of life. This is the way to the development of the corporate empire. What is a corporate empire? It is that this company has the characteristics of imperialism, does not act in accordance with economic laws, and has its own unique means of doing things, such as private armed forces that are only responsible for the company, and a unique economy, monopoly system, and top-secret projects hidden under the public, cooperating with the government, etc. This kind of enterprise, even the average country must be afraid of. 30%, any of its actions can cause a sensation in the world, and its political influence is no less than that of a country. Even in all continents, the control over this kind of super-monopoly is very limited. Chen Chen's goal is to reach this level of enterprise, even stronger. It's just that cross-border things are actually not easy. There is no background, no technology, no talents, everything has to start from scratch, just like starting a company from scratch. However, for ordinary companies, cross-border is indeed a very dangerous move, and may even lead to bankruptcy. But for Chen Chen it is not a problem at all. After all, Chen Chen has a key to all major planes. Through that key, he can obtain any high-tech technology he wants. These technologies are enough to make him stand at the forefront of any field in energy, electronics, networks, industry, even aerospace and military industry. As long as there is enough time, Chen will be able to create a realistic umbrella company sooner or later. 3 days later, Blacklight Biotechnology Co., Limited. Suddenly a major change occurred on the official website of. In the past, there was only 4 great areas on the homepage of the official website of Blacklight Technology, which were the biopharmaceutical section, the medical project section, the infectious disease section and the electronic technology section. 4 great areas are replaced with 4 colors of green, white, gray, and black, which makes people obvious at a glance. In the biopharmaceutical section, there are naturally 3 anti-cancer medicines that have entered the clinical trial stage, and the medical projects section includes the Aging Reversal Treatment Project, Alzheimer's Disease Reversal Treatment Project and so on. As for the infectious diseases section, the research materials on blacklight virus and vaccines, etc., are publicly placed on the official website for anyone from all over the world to come and observe. Under each section, there are separate forums. Because of the authority of Blacklight Technology, these forums have gradually attracted the attention of countless scholars. Many experts in the medical field are in Blacklight Technology. Registered an account on the official website, turning it into a professional website similar to academic exchanges. Under the management of Xiaox, the forums under the official website of Blacklight Science and Technology are managed in an orderly manner, which has won the favor of those academic experts and regarded it as a permanent place. But just this morning, when some academic experts and editors of various journals opened the official website of Blacklight Science and Technology to search for materials, they were surprised by the new official website. I saw a new section suddenly appeared in the 4 big sections that were once arranged in a square. The color represented by that section turned out to be golden, and there is a new section named Tissue Engineering on it. If someone clicks in curiously, they will find that a large blank page appears on the screen, and the center of the blank has a big question mark, and behind the question mark, it is a human illusory shadow. The illusory shadow is vague. I can barely see the shape of a person, but it is weird that the illusory shadow has no head. Look in this newly added section. Many people who silently follow the company already understand that Blacklight Technology has new products. As a newly emerging pharmaceutical giant in the biopharmaceutical field, Blacklight Technology is not very high profile, but its every move still affects the minds of countless people. After this information was released, many international media are rushing to report, Blacklight Technology is suspected of releasing a new product. This time it may extend its tentacles to tissue engineering. Wall Street Journal. Blast. According to industry insiders, Blacklight Technology is suspected of joining forces with Musk. Tencent News. The new business of Blacklight Technology is confirmed to be related to organization engineering, and the representative image is suspected to be the ancient figure Xingtan in Zhongzi district. Sina Express. When people opened the main page of the Blacklight Technology official website, the Earth Federation was shocked. UK subscription number. Through the exposure of major media, Blacklight Technology publicly announced the release date of the new product, and announced that on April 1, the founder and chairman of Blacklight Technology TED Talks will be held. And the place of the talks was arranged by TED officials in the life science city of Blacklight Technology. This move has almost given the face of Blacklight Technology. Suddenly, Blacklight Technology has once again become a discussion resource in the biotechnology circle. Some netizens who are more concerned about the biological field do not discuss it even more. Also happy, the project in the field of tissue engineering, plus the headless knight. This is actually very easy to guess. It must be related to head replacement surgery. Blacklight Technology under the new section. There are speculated by netizens. Fart. If it is a head change operation, do you think the International Association of Bioethics Committees can agree? Not to mention that stem cells have not solved the problem of spinal nerve reconnection. Someone who is more knowledgeable quickly refuted it. Perhaps it is a cloned body. Recently, there was a news circulating on the internet, saying that many rich people clone their bodies privately in order to transplant organs in the future. Maybe the silhouette of this headless figure has no head. Maybe a clone. Someone speculated again. Oh, sofa. Rubbing the dog's head on the second floor. Some people grabbed the floor. This hand speed and internet speed basically bid farewell to bicycle. Someone ridiculed said with a smile, "Impossible. Any human cloning is prohibited by the Zoo State International Law of the Earth Alliance. It is said that human cloning and head replacement operations can rest." Yuke the editor's horse is gone, and I've been shocked all day long, and your whole family sashes are all shocked. For a while, there are people who think about it, it doesn't matter to yourself. There are high-hanging people, and the entire forum group of demons dances, saying and so on. Super US Speak Chapter 281. Super US Speak Chapter 281. Many people have discovered that the city built by Blacklight Technology, the Life Science City, has launched several major projects. For example, several factories of unknown purpose. These factories stretch for tens of kilometers, plus the Blacklight nuclear power plant by the sea, finally formed a vast industrial park, almost the largest heavy industry gathering place in Africa. Apart from this, a building in the center of Life Sciences City that has been under construction for more than a year was finally completed during this time. This is a hemispherical building with an area of about 4 hectares and a diameter of about 200 meters. From the inside, it should be a public facility like a multifunctional stadium, but different from the general stadium. This hemispherical building has a huge dome. Using the latest light material technology, there are 40,000 seats inside, and the central one can be raised and lowered. Style high-tech stage. The stage is in the shape of a distillation flask. A straight passage reaches the backstage, and the actors can enter the stage straight from the backstage. On the stage, there is a hexahedron. Each side is a 15,000 mm 10,000 mm. The huge screen is enough for the audience in the farthest seat to see everything on the stage. The name of this enclosed multifunctional stadium is called the Blacklight Dome. At this time, a large number of people have arrived in this dome-like building. These people are coming in and out, transporting each piece of equipment in. The reason for this is that the TED conference in 2024 will be held here. Xia Yin handed the planning document to Chen Chen. After Chen Chen agreed, Xia Yin sent it to the African CEO Qian Wenhuan again, and Qian Wenhuan would run the venue. In order to get the Xingtian project an unprecedented publicity, the head office even negotiated with the organizers of TED personally, and set the venue of the 2024 TED conference in the Blacklight of Life Science City Dome. Moreover, unlike inviting only 1,350 viewers every time a TED conference was held, this time, Blacklight Technology issued 30,000 invitations in one go, inviting all the well-known people who have boarded the TED conference audiences, and exemption of the $7,500 ticket fee. All expenses are borne by Blacklight Technology. The reason for this is not only because Chen Chen will give a speech at this TED conference, but also the new press conference will be opened together in the venue. Such a high-profile move immediately aroused the attention of the whole world. Even some people who did not receive the invitation letter began to quickly apply for visas to come to Namibia, wanting to participate in this grand technological event coming. At the end of March, the number of tourists in the Life Science City was a breakthrough for the first time. 100,000 people. The huge floating population has brought explosive economic benefits. It is hard to find a hotel in the Life Science City. Even nearby hotels in coastal cities like Walvis Bay and Swakopmund are already overcrowded. Many people had no choice but to live in Windhoek, the capital hundreds of kilometers away. The reason why everyone is so crazy, apart from TED, is the world's famous speech conference, and the participants are all leaders from all walks of life. More importantly, many people are actually aiming at Blacklight Technology. The new press conference is here. Many people have long seen through Blacklight Technology, which is almost a biomedical company standing at the apex of the Earth Federation. Although the market value is not high, Even the world's top 500 can't even enter. It's just because the company didn't have financing and listing, that's all. This company has grown to where it is today based solely on strength of oneself. On this day of April 1st, it is located in Life Sciences in front of the Blacklight Dome in the middle of the city. There were busy traffic and loud voices. At 11 o'clock in the morning, hundreds of news cars and media from all over the world gathered in the square inches front of the Blacklight Dome's main entrance. Many reporters and hosts had to stand in the crowd and face the camera who opened the report. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Federal Information. I am your friend Anna. Now we are in Namibia's Life Science City. As you can see, it is now a sea of people. There are hundreds of media besides us. I have to say that today is a special day, because today is the day when the hero of the Earth Federation Blacklight Technology holds a new type of conference. As a benchmark for biomedical companies, Blacklight Technology is actually not high profile. Since this mysterious company entered people's eyes, it's only the second time it has held a press conference. What's more dramatic is that the last time this company held a press conference, it happened to be this time last year. That press conference shocked the world. I wonder if this press conference will disappoint everyone. In any case, please wait and see. The host of Federal Information talks freely, and not far from her is the reporter of AFP. Everyone in front of the screen, this is AFP, and now I'm standing in front of the main entrance of the Blacklight Dome, which is the life science city of the famous Blackwatch company. Speaking of this legendary company, I think few people would not know that before they rushed to many continents, they developed a vaccine against the Blacklight virus 1 month in advance, saving the entire Africa, and even indirectly saving the Earth. The Federation. Apart from this, they also developed 3 anti-cancer targeted medicines, which claim to have a 90% chance of curing cancer. Apart from this, they also developed an aging reversal treatment. The plan is that this is a star company in the biopharmaceutical industry. Their emergence is almost equivalent to saving hundreds of millions of lives. And today, it is not just another press conference of Blackwatch. And this time the most mysterious founder of this company will appear in the public eye for the first time. He will give a speech as a TED speaker. I don't know what kind of life enlightenment he can bring us. What? Emanson from AFP. Please pay attention to our follow-up report. This scene keeps happening in the square of the Blacklight Dome as the time gets closer and closer to midday. More people coming. These people are in suits and shoes, full of confidence. They hold admission tickets, pass the ticket check and confirm their identity, and then pass the metal detector and X-ray machine before entering the venue. There are 40,000 seats in the Blacklight Dome. The reason why only 30,000 people are invited is that the remaining 10,000 are for those who actively sign up. Apart from this, and the major seat of the media, it is Black Rider who is responsible for the security of the venue. For the safety of Chen Jin's speech, 500 security guards were arranged on the surface in the venue to perform security tasks. Thousands of Black Riders inserted into the audience. Apart from this, Xiao X also monitors the internet around the clock, and can respond quickly if it finds any dangerous traces of information. Until 12 o'clock, when everyone was completely seated in their place, the venue lights suddenly dimmed, and at the same time, the circular podium in the center of the venue slowly descended from the dome. At the same time, 6 huge screens were also lit up one after another, completely exposed in front of everyone. The TED Talk has completely begun. Super USB Chapter 282. Super USB Chapter 282. The hexagonal screen group at the top of the podium and the stage lights only turned on for a moment, and then slowly dimmed again. On the dome, a bright searchlight suddenly turned on, shining on the empty lecture platform. In the peripheral zone that the searchlight can't reach, everyone seems to have seen a man walking on the passage, moving towards the podium slowly. Next, a solemn piano sound resounded melodiously in the venue following the appearance of the man. The originally noisy venue was completely quiet. The audience consciously closed their mouths and looked towards the podium with an expression of curiosity and expectation. The screen at the top of the podium lights up slowly, and at the same time several drones responsible for shooting also landed from the pitch-black dome and hovered in the air. The screens showed exactly what they were shooting. At this moment, on the 6 screens at the top of the podium, the man finally walked out of the darkness, walked under the searchlight, and walked into the sight of everyone. That was a man from Central Europe who couldn't see his age. The man combs his head and wears a black suit with no characteristics. He looks young and ordinary. The only thing that can be remembered is the man's eyes. It was a pair of piercing eyes, but with inexplicable rays of light. The original youthful appearance was precisely because of these eyes. It was impossible to tell his true age. If you don't look at those eyes, this man seems to be only in his 20s, but after seeing his eyes, he will think that the other person is in his early 30s, even if it's over 40. It was a pair of eyes that could see through everything, sharp and vicissitudes of life. Darwin's evolution theory tells us that we evolved from the forest ancient apes. There is no opening remarks, no self-introduction and no warm-up of the venue. The man suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and low. But, what is evolution? The man raised his hand and gestured gently with his thumb and index finger. Modern science has taught us that evolution is actually genetic change. Many people think that evolution is a change from simple to complex, from low to high level evolution. This is actually wrong. It means those in genes are suitable, the part of the environment is preserved, and the unsuitable part is eliminated. The genes are not at all high and low. The man said with a slight smile, in our central continent, we used the translation of theory of evolution into theory of evolution was actually not wrong at the time. The only difference between these two terms is probably that the former is a disorderly evolution, and the latter is an orderly evolution. Just modern, mainstream science recognizes the evolution of disorder. It's as if our ancestors have always lived in Africa, but our relatives have left Africa more than 210,000 years ago. The accumulation of mutations and mutations under the choice of different environments. Ancient humans have embarked on different evolutionary paths. Our relatives out of Africa became Denisovans, Neanderthal people, and the others belong to the genus. Their brain capacity is larger than ours, and their strength is stronger than ours. They were once entrenched in the entire world. Until 710,000 years ago, our ancestors intellectuals came out in Africa. About 50,000 years ago, Homo sapiens began to intersect with Neanderthals and Denisovans. Then, what happened? The man spread out his hands, showing pride. We ate them. We killed all the creatures of the genus. From the fossil remains, we can see that other humans were once our food. Not only that, it took us only 30,000 years to extinct 70% of 5 large organisms on the Earth. The mass extinction of species before humans is usually based on the time of million years or even countless years. The speed has increased by thousands of times. When I was talking about this, the faces of many people in the audience gradually changed, and there was a burst of conversation. Here, what I want to ask is, can it be said that those extinct creatures, do they not conform to the theory of evolution? The man's voice is getting louder. Could it be that those Neanderthals, who are smarter and stronger than us, can adapt to the environment better without our genes? No, it is not. There was a sneer at the corner of the mouth. They just can't adapt to us, that's all. As these words were spoken, the audience broke out again in low voices. The man ignored the discolored faces of the people in the audience and continued to open the mouth and said, some people may think that I have been using the evolution theory as an unqualified one, and it is likely to be overthrown. The theoretical examples given by are against the spirit of science. But you can rest assured that whether evolution is true or false has nothing to do with the subject I am talking about this time, because I am going to talk about a new theory. Do you still remember what was the first sign of the development of civilization by mankind? As the man asked questions, countless people in the audience suddenly shouted, fire. Yes, It's fire. The man suddenly stretched his hand to his pocket, took out a box of matches and pulled out one, swiped lightly beside the matchbox, only to hear a sigh. The match lit slowly. But then, the man stretched out his other hand and pinched it lightly with 2 fingers, and the burning flame was extinguished. The huge screen above the man's head gave a close-up of the man's actions, and saw the man casually throwing away matches, and lifts the head casually. Lawrence of Arabia, I like it very much. Squeezing out the burning match with his finger. His colleague William Porter asked him what trick he had to put out the fire without hurting himself. Lawrence smiled and said, the trick is don't care about the pain. Hearing this, the audience suddenly chuckles. The man continued, fire is a symbol of human civilization, which allows humans to be distinguished from other creatures and completely establish a foothold on the earth. Then in 4000 BC, we invented the wheel. 800 BC in 1988, we invented the sundial. In the 9th century, gunpowder. In the 19th century, steam engines, railways, electric lights, and the theory of relativity. In the 20th century, automobiles, television, nuclear bombs, the internet, quantum mechanics. In the 21st century, biotechnology, nanotechnology, nuclear fusion, and M-theory. The words were uttered like a cannonball, and the man kept pacing on the podium. We humans, there has been almost no genetic evolution in 30,000 years, but we have subverted the entire world. What does all this depend on? Are these illusory gods? As this sentence was said, some religious figures in the audience suddenly complexion changed. In fact, it's really a bit. But in the next second, the man asked himself to answer, and at the same time the words changed. How did the Neanderthals get extinct? In the North American science fiction drama Western World, Professor Ford said to the robot Bernard, Neanderthals were eaten by us, while Harari, the author of A Brief History of Mankind, thinks, imagination. This is the fundamental reason why our ancestors can survive. In the past tens of thousands of years, Homo sapiens has continuously evolved from Africa and gradually became more imaginative. This ability gave our ancestors unprecedented power in the face of harsh environments, ethnic cohesion and cultural transmission, and created stories of fictional imagination to entrust their spirits, such as gods and witches, totem and so on. So, religion is not really useless. The man spread his hands, then resolute and decisive. But in the final analysis, we still rely on science, technology. Science can make us recognize this world, and technology can help us change this world. Even, technology can help us participate in evolution. Paused. The man continued to speak. No, it's no longer considered evolution at the technological level. This is true evolution, because we can control the direction of our evolution, and we can evolve more perfectly. In the final analysis, we want to obtain a longer lifespan. This is the ultimate meaning of evolution. As everyone knows, our Blackwatch company has developed the use of stem cells to delay aging in the Aging Reversal Treatment Project. We have developed 3 specific cancer drugs at the same time. In the final analysis, this is an evolution through technological means. And this press conference is our evolution to humans, an attempt at another path. This is the new theory I elaborated: science and technology interference in evolution. We humans can in our own way, come out of an evolutionary that is beyond nature road, because. The man paused, he looked around the audience in a circle, and finally revealed rays of light and said, "We are God." Super US Speak Chapter 283. Super US Speak Chapter 283. Following the man's last words, the entire venue was in an uproar, and countless spotlights blazed fiercely. This is a deviant speech, a blasphemous speech. In the current environment of North America and Europe, such a speech has undoubtedly offended many people. But the one on stage, the man seemed not at all to hear the uproar in the audience, but his expression was as usual. In other words, standing in that position, he no longer needs to care about anyone's boos. At this moment, many Western religious figures can no longer bear it, they just stood up and left the scene angrily. However, most of the people still stayed, and there was even a burst of warm applause from the venue. At this moment, the applause and the boo were the same. Who is this man? At this moment, this is the only doubt in most people's minds. Such a young youth should be at an age when he is still working hard. It is difficult for people to think of a powerful person. However, the speech did not end with the departure of a group of people, and the speech continued. Maybe someone does not approve of my words and thinks that God is immortal and God is omnipotent. The man scanned the audience. His expression more lonely. But we humans the same can be. Until a new round of uproar broke out in the audience. The man continued to speak. He pointed to the sky and the earth, the god of the sky, Uranus. For his own sake his throne was not taken away, and his children were imprisoned underground. In the end, Cronus rose by the wind, castrated his father with a sickle, and replaced the rule of the god of the sky. Then, Cronus, in order to protect his divine position, was determined to eat every one of his heirs until Zeus escaped a catastrophe under the protection of his mother, and eventually defeated Cronus and became the king of the gods. So, we can find a pattern. The man's voice was raised again, that Ice-Even God needs to grow, and the civilization we are building today is not exactly are you advancing on the path of moved towards immortality and omnipotent. There was a lot of discussion in the audience again. God has the mighty power of spiritual God, and the mighty power of our human beings is the power of technology. The man did not hesitate to suppress the discussion in the venue. Ordinary people, the idea of always stubbornly believes that there is life and death, which is an irresistible law of nature, but this idea is actually wrong. Feynman, the founder of nanoscience, once said, however, in all biological sciences, we have not found any evidence to prove that death is inevitable. Since aging is a law, the essence of forming this law must be a biological phenomenon with a cause, so we also have the reason is to believe that as long as we find out the essence of this law, we can design methods to make people recover one's youthful vigor and immortality according to this law. So, as everyone knows, Lapomycin was born, stem cell therapy technology was born, aging reversal treatment project was born. Speaking of this, the man suddenly paused, he looked all around again, and then right hand made a fist and said, conquer aging and immortality never violate any laws of nature. Human aging is conquerable. It is just that the body's constituent materials are worn out, just like a car will become old after a long drive. But will a car age? If the car parts are old, we can directly replace them. Strictly speaking, we can drive this car forever, and the human body is essentially the same as the car, but it's all more complicated. So, in modern technology, is it possible to develop a part that can be replaced by our body, so that we can live longer and closer to spiritual God? Speaking of this, the man suddenly smiled slightly. Suddenly, the solemn atmosphere in the meeting was in vain. Many people were shocked when they saw this scene. This ability to control the field is almost comparable to that in World War II. The demon of. At this moment, I only listened to the man's question and answer. I'm very lucky. Yes, it's a new type of project that Blacklight Technology has just conquered. A shortcut to the road. I call it the Bionic Prosthetic Project. As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar in the audience, and many people naturally thought of it the bionic prosthetic system in movies such as Alito and Cabinet. At the end of this speech, please allow me to introduce myself. After the uproar in the audience fell again, the man began to make the final remarks. My name is Chen Chen, and my goal is to build a human divine kingdom built by technology. As the theme of this conference was drawn, the speech finally came to an end. The man on the stage seemed to have done an insignificant little thing. He bowed slightly, and then the platform under his feet automatically settled, causing the man to disappear directly on the stage. Until the man's silhouette disappeared completely, the audience in the audience came back to his senses from the shock. I don't know who was the first to applaud. Then, the applause seemed to spread at the speed of light. But within 2 seconds, the entire venue burst into deafening applause, and at the same time it was mixed with the loud cheers and roars of countless people, which lasted for a long time. And nothing after the speaker. The screen above the podium went black automatically, and when it lights up again, it has become a human silhouette. The only difference from ordinary people is that this silhouette does not have a head. This is the promotional image on the official website of Blacklight Technology. Seeing this scene, everyone was refreshed. They understood that the previous speech was not only to explain the standpoint and values of Blacklight Technology, but also to extend the theme of this conference. And the man has already clarified that the silhouette of this headless man is actually a kind of bionic prosthesis. Like the previous aging reversal treatment project, it is a technology to enhance human lifespan. Just when everyone was thinking about it, the platform originally sank down and rose again, but this time, it was not the young man who appeared in front of everyone just now, but the famous talk show host in North America. People, in the previous design, Qian Wenwen will work with this person to host the next press conference. At this time, in the backstage of the Blacklight Dome, Chen Chen took the wet wipes from Black Rider and wiped his face, while gently tilting his head, looked towards the woman standing in the shadow. "What's wrong? Do you know what you just said?" Xia Yin slowly walked out of the shadow. At that time, she wore a slim evening gown, revealing her beautiful figure, while her silk-like long hair was dyed chestnut brown, exuding a fine luster in the dim light. "Your remarks are too radical." In the Western environment, if someone distracts you from this speech, it will be a blow to the reputation of Blacklight Technology. "I just said what's in my heart, that's all." Chen Chen twisted his neck and said indifferently, "And no one will get in the way. Trust me." Xia Yin was speechless. She hesitated for a while before speaking again. It seems that we haven't seen each other for a long time." "Not very long. Less than 2 years, that's it." Chen Chen nodded, "But it seems that you have indeed grown a lot over the years." "So are you. I almost don't know your personality." Xia Yin sighed, said with a slight smile. Just when Xia Yin wanted to say something and so on, a Black Rider suddenly came forward and gently handed a mobile phone to Chen Chen. Chen Chen flipped the phone slightly, then frowned, and finally said to Xia Yin, "My task has been completed, and it's up to you and the old money." Then, before Xia Yin could answer, she turned and left in a hurry. Looking at the back of Chen Chen without the slightest hesitation, Xia Yin's smile that was too late to put away was suddenly full of bitterness. Super USB Chapter 284. Super USB Chapter 284. The next press conference on Xingqian project naturally does not need Chen Chen to host. He just had a conversation with Xia Yin, and Xiao X suddenly sent a message. On the mobile phone, Xiao X sent a message, "Just a few minutes ago, during the experiment of the inertial restraint reactor, there was a suspected atmospheric pressure leak." So Chen Chen no longer cared about Xia Yin, turned around and left in a hurry. Until stepping out of the Blacklight Dome, Chen Chen quickly got into Cheng Zhao's car and said, "Hyper, go to the spire as fast as possible, hurry." But before finishing talking, Xiao X's voice came from the car stereo again, "My godfather, in fact. Just now it was a data error, everything is normal in the inertial restraint reactor." Cheng Zhao looked at Chen Chen in the rear view mirror curiously. "Boss, are you still going to the minaret now?" "Go, I'll stop by." Chen Chen waved his hand, helplessly said. Suddenly, the vehicle started slowly and left the Blacklight Dome. The inertial confinement reactor in the mouth of Xiao X is the nuclear fusion device developed by Chen Chen according to the plain technology of Elysium. Since the end of last year, the major consortiums have been based on Chen Chen's requirements, provided him with a large number of high-precision laser components. Even Chen Chen discovered that some of these laser components turned out to be spare parts for the official NIF facility in North America. And I don't know what methods these families used, even the laser generator of the NIF project. It's all done. After the reactor is assembled, after several months of experiments, this inertial confinement reactor has been successfully ignited 13 times in succession, causing the deuterium-tritium fuel inside to undergo nuclear fusion reaction, forming a diameter of 1 centimeter miniature sun. Not only that, after many parameter corrections, this inertial fusion reaction can be maintained for more than 5 minutes, and the Q value easily breaks through the number 10, reaching as much as 18 points. Seeing that the world's first truly controllable nuclear fusion reactor is about to succeed. But when the atmospheric pressure leaks, Chen Chen is naturally panicked. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Half an hour later, when Chen Chen took the elevator to the Minaret experimental base, he just saw a newly erected giant building at the southwest corner of the underground space. This is a shed-like building similar to an assembly line factory. At this time, dozens of Black Riders are coming in and out here, looking very busy. This shed-like building is Chen Chen's newly built inertial restraint power station. Different from nuclear fission power plants, nuclear fusion is a completely clean energy source. The only substance produced after the reaction is water. And because of the harshness and particularity of nuclear fusion, once the reactor fails, the reaction it will stop automatically, and there will be no accidents such as the proliferation of nuclear radiation. Therefore, Chen Chen is very relieved to build a nuclear fusion factory in the Spire experiment base underground. As Chen Chen walked into the factory building, he saw a huge cylindrical building with a diameter of more than 30 meters in front of him. This building is made of reinforced concrete, and inside this building, whose outer wall is as thick as 5 meters, is the inertial confinement reactor. Who could have imagined that at this time, in this huge building-like building, there is a high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees and an ultra-high pressure of more than 100 billion atmospheres that the Earth has never had before. Chen Chen looked towards the console on the side, then raised his head and asked, X, what's the situation now? Now 15 consecutive ignitions have been successful. Inertial confinement fusion. The reaction time of the reactor has exceeded 1 hour, and the Q value has passed through 20 so far. Has the problem of insufficient stability been solved? Chen Chen, hearing this, cannot help but raised an eyebrow. I remember that in the previous experiment, normal temperature superconductors were unable to completely stabilize the plasma, right? X replied. The reason why it is difficult to stabilize is because once the plasma undergoes nuclear fusion, it will become very turbulent, and the reaction will be terminated due to the phenomenon of scattering. In order to solve this problem, I specially went to the world's major well-known forums to offer a reward and modify the background data to make my question worth hundreds of EXP. In other words, whoever can solve my reward problem can get more than 100 points of experience on the website. In order to gain experience, those high-energy physicists have offered ideas and thought there were 341 methods, but they were useless in my opinion. In the end, I got really useful from an ID named Mitsaki Kawa, the son of Zuo. Xiao X continued. Add 0.1 milligrams of heavy elements to the deuterium-tritium fuel pellets as the core, because the heavy elements will accumulate toward the center of the sphere, so after the fusion reaction occurs, the ball will remain at a certain high temperature and high pressure to maintain the plasma temperature and the pressure toward the center of the sphere. Because this pressure is maintained, the ball will not at all immediately undergo omnidirectional fusion. Part of the energy of the plasma on the surface will be released to the surrounding reaction chamber to keep the balance between the two. The ball will neither expand nor contract, and the fuel of the ball will be squeezed to the surface to participate in the reaction. Make the reaction more durable and stable. It's so simple. Chen Chen showed a look of shock. Is that a high-energy physics genius? X. Can you find out his true identity? I have checked. This person has opened a studio with only one person, and is responsible for writing advocacy, network navy, trademark grabbing note and many other businesses. I have to say, how sophisticated the nuclear fusion equipment copied by Chen Chen here, and how to restore Elysium, the technology of the plane, but the technology generation gap always exists. However, what Chen Chen did not expect was that Xiao X actually took a different approach and used a brainstorming method to solve a major problem. Although doing so would cause the reactor power to not reach the level of the original version, For Chen Chen that is enough. In fact, the fundamental meaning of the so-called inertial confinement nuclear fusion is to hit the energy of multiple lasers onto a very small target containing nuclear fuel in a very short period of time to create a miniature nuclear fusion and release a lot of energy. After the first nuclear fusion is over, the reactor will automatically be filled with new fuel targets. In this way, nuclear fusion will be ignited again and again to obtain a large amount of energy. The real difficulty in this is that in addition to the supersymmetric laser components, there is another point that requires the laser generator to consume a huge amount of electricity to ignite and form a fusion reaction. In other words, even if it is not enough to form a nuclear fusion reaction, the energy generated by the nuclear fusion reaction must be greater than the energy consumed by the ignition of the laser generator. Therefore, here we have to mention the gain factor of nuclear fusion energy Q value. The ratio of output energy to input energy is called Q value. Q is greater than 1, which means output is greater than input. If the cost is included, if it is a boiler-burning steam turbine, the thermal efficiency is approximately at 40% 70%, plus some other losses. Roughly Q equals 2.5 can be considered a real cost price. In other words, at Q0, the realization of fusion reaction is a sign of the breakthrough of the principle of human fusion reactor. At Q1.0, the output energy is greater than the input energy, which is a sign of break-even. Q2.5, the output energy is still greater than the input energy after being converted into electrical energy. This is the true sign of the practical breakthrough of nuclear fusion. Q50 is a sign that profit can be realized after the output energy is converted into electric energy and can be commercialized. Therefore, there is often a saying in the high-energy physics community: if you don't talk about the controllable nuclear fusion of the Q value, you are actually playing rogue. And Chen Chen, the inertial restrained fusion, the Q value of the reactor at this time has been brushed to as much as 20, and the maintenance cost has long been more than enough. The only regret is that Chen Chen not at all uses the boiled water method to generate electricity. Because of insufficient underground space, it cannot withstand a large amount of hot air emissions, so Chen Chen uses electricity conversion efficiency low magnetic fluid power generation technology. This technology is not a technology in the plane of holistic space, but one of the technologies that already exists in reality, and its principle is very simple. The miniature sun in the reactor is actually a high-temperature plasma confined by a magnetic field, and the plasma is also a charged particle system composed of positively charged particles and negatively charged particles. According to the Lorentz force, as long as the magnetic fluid device is used to concentrate the positive and negative charged particles on the two-pole conductors to generate a potential difference, then, as long as the wire is connected, the current can be directly output. The advantage of this kind of magnetic fluid power generation technology is that it is simple and easy to operate, and there is almost no technical difficulty. The disadvantage is that the efficiency of electric energy conversion is not high. Otherwise the inertia at this time limits the Q value of the fusion reactor. It is likely that the breakthrough has exceeded 50. You must know that the Q value of nuclear fusion reactors in the forefront of the world can also be maintained at around 1.5, and there is still a long way to go to truly reach the self-sufficient 2.5. However, Chen Chen is at least certain that his nuclear fusion reactor in the Minaret experimental base has officially succeeded. And this will be the first truly mature nuclear fusion in human history. Reactor. According to Xiao X's calculations, the maximum output power of this reactor can reach 200,000 kilowatts. Although it doesn't look like much, the energy it consumes is only one hair from 9 oxen, which is far more cost-effective. Supernuclear fission power plant. Super USB Chapter 285. Super USB Chapter 285. Next, the inertial confinement reactor will undergo a trial operation for 1 to 2 months. After it is determined that there is no problem, the reactor will formally take over the power system of the Minaret experimental base. This underground base has completely become a self-sufficient refuge. On the seaside of the Minaret experimental base, an L-shaped inland port was excavated according to the original design, and reinforced concrete was used to fix the shape. Extending the port, it is an underwater tunnel about 1,000 meters long, but because it has not yet opened up with the outside sea, there is not at all seawater in the tunnel. In this tunnel, Chen Chen designed a total of 3 gates A, B, and C, just like the floodgates of a reservoir, so that even if the Minaret experimental base is open to the outside ocean, there will be no seawater coming in. If the submarine in the ocean wants to enter the Minaret experimental base through the passage, it is enough to open the first gate, let the submarine come in and then close it, and then open the second and third gates. As for the submarine, Chen Chen is naturally impossible to order huge monsters like Ekolo and Lada, and the reason is very simple. First, the submarine is too large to be accommodated in Chen Chen's port. Secondly, although this type of submarine is not a nuclear submarine, it is also an ultimate weapon in conventional military force. If you really want to order it, it will only attract the attention of all continents. After all, the formidable power of this ultimate weapon is not comparable to ordinary armored vehicles and armed helicopters. Thirdly, military-class submarines are too sophisticated and can't dive too deep into the sea territory. Killer-class submarines can dive up to 300 meters, ladder-class submarines can dive up to 400 meters, and some a nuclear submarine with a double-hull structure can only dive to a depth of up to 500 meters. And Chen Chen's Minaret experimental base is located 723 meters below sea level. Therefore, Chen Chen just let Xiao X hide his identity and ordered a batch of private submarines around the world. These submarines are both exploration and sightseeing, and most of them are micro-submarines that can carry 3 to 5 people. Different from military submarines, exploration submarines are small enough, and do not have any weapon equipment and endurance requirements, so this submarine can dive to a depth of 700,800 meters instead, which Chen Chen bought the submarine for sightseeing can reach a depth of 1,000 meters. This type of sightseeing submarine is a 5 meter long and 3 meter wide miniature submarine. It is different from other submarines in shape. This submarine is U-shaped as a whole, just like a huge pliers. In the center of the U-shaped fuselage, there is a spherical cockpit. This spherical cockpit is almost entirely made of toughened glass, which can effectively disperse the pressure of the seawater. The interior is divided into 3 seats in the shape of a fret. You can see it when you sit on the ball within the body. The 360-degree panoramic view is a must for local tyrants. And the price of this type of sightseeing submarine is even higher, a price of $108,000. These submarines have been placed on standby on the Black Light, and on the Minaret experimental base. The port project has finally come to an end today after nearly a year of implementation. At this time, the passage to the outside world has been completed. This is a circular passage with a length of 12,100 meters. The diameter of the passage is 10 meters. It extends from the cast cave of the Minaret experiment base to the ocean. The end of the rock wall. In the passage, all 3 giant gates have been installed. The farthest gate is located at the end of the passage, only several meters away from the outside sea. The next thing to do is very simple, just use explosives to blow up the outermost rock wall and open the passage, so that we can have one more passage in and out of the experimental base. Listening to Xiao X's explanation, Chen Chen, who had just walked out of the inertia-constrained power station, came to the port construction site again. He looked at the building under his feet, covering an area of about 100 square meters, which is 30 meters long. The deep square wharf and the deep tunnel below the wharf can't help asking, once the spire is connected to the sea, how should the entrance be camouflaged? An extra gate on the dark rock wall should be very conspicuous. Don't worry about this, Xiao X replied. On the other side of the passage, which is the part of the ocean rock wall, I have let the Black Rider drive the submarine and cut it off. The outermost rock wall shell can be made into a camouflage layer for Gate A, so that no one can find the passage unless the gate is opened. Not bad. Chen Chen nodded. Then turn it on now. Yes. As Xiao X executes the command, Chen Chen sees the deep below the pit-like port. At the exit of the passage, a giant gate 3 or 4 meters thick slowly descended, completely sealing the passage. On this gate, a big C is written. At the same time, the artificial intelligence X-111 of the Minaret experiment base also issued a warning to the entire laboratory at this time. Warning: within 10 minutes, the inner chi pressure of the Minaret experiment base may be disordered. All personnel should stay awake to prevent damage to the middle ear canal due to deep sleep. The 5-second countdown starts. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. HNGL_NGL_NGL_NG_. A slight explosion sounded. Chen Chen only felt a slight shock under his feet, and then, a shock of a special frequency came closer from a distance. The rock wall has been blasted and seawater has poured in. It is filling the gap between Gate A and Gate B. The gap between Gate A and Gate B has been the sea fills up, and Gate A starts to close. Gate A is closed, Gate B is opening. Gate B is fully opened. With the reminder of the little X, the shock came closer, and the violent shock passed through the rock and the sea gate at the foot of Chen Chen into the entire minaret cave. Obviously, the sea water has poured out of Gate C. However, the little X not at all opens the sea gate directly, but repeats the previous operation again. Close Gate B. Gate B is closed. Open Gate A again. Close Gate A, open Gate B. Repeated this way many times, and finally the entire passage was filled with seawater. Until this time, Xiao X closed Gate A again and reminded, "My godfather, I am ready to open Gate C. Go on." Chen Chen nodded, not at all, meaning to leave. So, in Chen Chen's eyes, the huge and heavy gate at his feet finally let out a low wailing, and then a bang opened a small gap. Suddenly, the water that was crushed into thin water rushed through the gap and sprayed in. Chen Chen standing by the port could only smell the smell of sea assaults the senses. Immediately afterwards, the gate slowly rose, and more seawater poured in. Chen Chen only heard a deafening rumbling sound in his ears, and the port was being filled up by the seawater in the passage quickly. Until the port level rises to close to Chen Chen's foot, the influx of seawater stops completely, and then the sea gate located underwater is closed again, sealing the passage. So far, an artificial inland port has been completely constructed. Next, you only need to park the micro-submarines you bought here, and you can enter and exit along the port at will, instead of having to enter from the various entrances and platforms of the Life Science City every time. And the underwater channel is equipped with a water pump, which means that if necessary, the seawater in the channel and the port can be pumped out again. Of course, the entrance and exit of the port is certainly not as convenient as the elevators of the Life Sciences City, but the opening of the port represents a more concealed retreat from the Minaret experimental base. In the future, if Chen Chen overturns or the experimental base is exposed, and the army surrounds Chen Chen's Life Science City, Chen Chen can also use the ocean route to escape. After all, I have the Green Hills. I am not afraid that there is no firewood. Take precautions. A sly individual has more than one plan to fall back on. Although Chen Chen is confident that he will never get there, he leaves the retreat. After all, there is nothing wrong. Super USB Chapter 286. Super USB Chapter 286. In the next period of time, Chen Chen every day all paid attention to the situation of the inertial restraint reactor. But very fortunately, under the control of Xiao X, although the reactor had several minor faults during its operation, it was quickly remedied, not at all causing any loss. After half a month, after the finally improved inertial confinement reactor operated for 168 hours without failure and abnormality, Chen Chen let the reactor formally take over the power system of the Spire. The next step is to find a way to miniaturize this type of reactor. After all, the most suitable way to use an inertial confinement reactor is to make a spaceship engine. Through magnetic fluid power generation technology, it can directly drive plasma engine to achieve continuous driving force. But if you want to miniaturize, Chen Chen needs at least his own laser component assembly line. This technology is no less difficult than the lithography machine. Chen Chen still needs to think about it. However, since the Xingqian project was announced to the public during this period of time, it has caused a violent response throughout the world. Xingqian is the brand name of the prosthesis released by Chen Chen. Its purpose is to benefit the disabled in society through bionic prosthetics. The so-called Xingqian project is more far-reaching. In the strategic system of the People's Republic of China, this project is prepared for human beings to undergo head replacement surgery in the future. Today's bionic prostheses are just testing the waters, that's all. First throw out bionic prosthetic limbs to benefit the disabled, and then gradually introduce bionic internal organs and bionic electronic spine, challenging the bottom line of social ethics a little bit. It is always better than throwing head-changing technology directly, so that human beings are in addition to the brain. In addition, the whole body is full of mechanical biochemical people. Directly throwing this technology will definitely trigger a tsunami of public opinion. So, boiling frogs in warm water is the best choice. Although it is only a rudimentary bionic technology, and when implanting bionic prostheses, the disabled also need to implant Neuralinks lace electrodes in the brain. This is the latest invasive brain-computer interface technology released by Musk in 2019. As everyone knows, there are hundreds of millions of neurons in the brain. The connections between neurons form a neural network. The signals on neurons are mainly transmitted through electrical impulse signals. In other words, these impulse signals reflect our actions and thoughts. If we can analyze these impulse signals, it is equivalent to analyzing a person's soul. So, brain-computer interface technology appeared. The lace electrode developed by Neuralink is a multi-contact flexible electrode, which is an invasive brain interface, but it is thinner than ordinary hair, only 27.5 microns. Thinner electrodes mean less brain damage. In order to implant this kind of electrodes into the human brain, Neuralink has even deliberately developed a surgical robot, which is like a sewing machine. Root and root electrodes are implanted in the human cerebral cortex. Blood vessels can be avoided during the implantation process, and unique electrode positions can be customized to minimize damage. All the electrodes will be buried in the cortex, they will float with the brain, so don't worry about scratching the brain, just like burying hundreds or thousands of hairs in the brain. In the end, all recorded signals are transmitted to the sensor along with these hairs. The lace electrode technology uses a special sensor. This sensor chip will be nailed to the skull. This design has two advantages. One is to anchor the electrode to prevent the electrode from accidental dislocation. The second is to complete the digital-to-analog conversion at a close position to reduce noise. Finally, through a specific algorithm in the chip, the electrical signals in the implanter's brain can be successfully converted into a program, so that the implanter can use thoughts to control his prosthesis very smoothly, so that the prosthetic limb is as flexible as a real limb. In order to buy the right to use the lace electrode technology developed by Neuralink, Blacklight Technology paid a total of $1 billion. Of course, Chen Chen can make money from here. Chen Chen's bionic prosthesis has not yet been recognized by other countries, so these prostheses and brain-computer interface implants only the Life Science City can do the surgery, but even so, a large number of people come to the Life Science City. Except for those who want to regain their youth, everyone else is disabled. And most of the disabled people all over the world are still waiting. After all, it is a new technology. If there is no national implementation, these people can only wait silently to see if the first try will break any negative news. After all, no matter how unreliable a technology is, there will always be the first batch of little white mouse. If this technology is really reliable, then sooner or later it will be able to brew a reputation, and it will not be too late to make a choice when the time comes. On the other hand, since the design of the M1 UAF was completed, Mark Dawson's new mission has never been completed. No, or it is directly stuck on the preconditioned side. Because Chen Chen hopes that he can produce the aircraft in Elysium. He specifically asked Mark Dawson, if he can provide him with samples of the aircraft, can he use that aircraft? Simplify and copy it? At that time, Mark Dawson's answer was, there must be a special wind tunnel. So Chen Chen made a promise that he would build a group of large-scale special wind tunnels for future research by Mark Dawson. However, since this period of time, the materials of the special wind tunnel have caused Chen Chen a headache. Apart from this, Chen Chen has no experience in building wind tunnels at all. He has to find a way to build a wind tunnel. Wind tunnel engineers. But the kind of national treasure is obviously difficult to recruit. Chen Chen still has no results. But it's okay, no talents can be recruited. At worst, the time to build a wind tunnel is slower. It will take several years to complete. Chen Chen can still afford it. However, the thinking during this period of time also gave Chen Chen a new enlightenment besides using aircraft beyond the Earth Federation technology to make up for the lack of maneuverability. In fact, he still has other choices. For example, science fiction movies capable of human body transmission. The Fly, Doom, Terminator, Killing City, Interstellar Trek. Chen Chen flashed these 5 movies in his mind. In The Fly, the protagonist Brondo Seth has developed a time-space transmission machine that allows items to be transmitted between 2 places without gaps. However, during the Hansen experiment, there was an accident in the experiment. A fly flew into the experimental cabin, causing the protagonist Brondo and the fly's genes to fuse, and eventually he became a big fly of human size. This is a horror movie. Doom is a change from the game, but it is different from the game's plot. It tells the future human colonization of the Firestar, but encountered a virus leak. So a rescue team was used with a teleportation device teleported in the past. This is also a horror movie. And Terminator and Killing City are similar. Both belong to the category of horror movies. 4 of the 5 movies are horror movies, and there is really no one. Super USB Chapter 287. Super USB Chapter 287. Just do what you want. Chen Chen simply asked Xiao X to download all the movies in advance, and he was in charge of rushing to the nuclear power plant. The power of the Blacklight nuclear power plant is 2 million kilowatts. Although half of it will be provided to the Life Sciences City, the remaining power is also 1 million kilowatts, and the first inertial constraint built by the Spire Lab. Because the reactor is only the first generation, there are still many technical deficiencies, and the overall power is only about 200,000 kilowatts. In addition to the energy consumption of the Minaret laboratory and the need to use electrolyzed water to extract deuterium and tritium fuels from seawater, the amount of electricity that is actually available is not at all. Therefore, Chen Chen not at all transferred the charging location of the USB flash drive to the Minaret experimental base. But having said that, a fusion reactor covering an area of less than 1,000 square meters can generate power comparable to 20% of a large thermal power plant. This price-performance ratio is completely worthy of the name of nuclear fusion. When he came to the nuclear power plant again and took out the U-disk, Chen Chen sat in front of the computer and thought for a while. To tell the truth, Chen Chen is still a little bit resistant to obtaining technical information by entering the world on the opposite side of the channel. Because every time a channel is opened, it means that you may be exposed to some unknown danger. Even Chen Chen can't guarantee whether that kind of danger will be brought into reality because he opened the channel. Furthermore, the Ebola virus in reality and the T-virus in Resident Evil, the 3 statues in reality and the 3 statues on the plane of Elysium are actually produced in reality with the linkage effect. Chen Chen is even more reluctant to open channels at will. However, if Chen Chen is not allowed to use the USB flash drive anymore, it is absolutely impossible. It is like NZT-48. Once you start taking it, it will never be end. And what is the essential difference between NZT48 and USB flash drive? No, they can bring pleasure and make people happy. However, if it is only for ingestion, it should be acceptable. Chen Chen estimated the energy reserves in the USB flash drive, and the only thing that can be ingested is probably killing the black ball in City. After all, the size of the black ball is the smallest, whether it is Terminator, Interstellar Trek or Flying Man. The transmission device inside is very huge. But obviously, the transmission device of the black ball is not unlimited. It can be seen from the plot of the movie that the protagonist in the movie used a rope gun called gun. Firearms shoot out a certain characteristic rope, which can bind the target in place. Then, the bound target will be teleported to the satellite, or only part of it will be teleported to achieve the goal of killing the target. So can it be considered that when these people are selected by the black ball to perform combat missions, they are also transmitted to the outside world through satellites? If this is the case, then just taking a black ball is not enough. Even more, how? Even if the black ball is taken, Chen Chen cannot guarantee that he will be able to crack the black ball technology. It is even more possible, but he still knows it and does not know why. So Chen Chen still needs complete technical information. However, none of the 5 films including Turn the Fly, Doom, Terminator, Killing City, and Interstellar Trek showed specific research materials. The only way to get technical information is to enter the opposite world. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help shook the head. He silently compared the dangers that may be encountered in each plane, and finally chose the movie The Fly, compared with Interstellar Trek and several other movies with a level of development comparable to Divine Grade Civilization. It seems that the plane of Flying Man is the safest. After all, there is only one, and Frankenstein is a mixture of flies, not aliens, robot army, etc. Of course, this is only compared to the dangers of other planes. If you are facing a Frankenstein who can only exterminate human civilization, then the danger is actually no better than that of aliens. And the army of machines is much less. Thinking of this, Chen Chen copied the movie The Fly that Xiao X had downloaded before, and then moved towards the U-Disk and dragged it away. Dong. However, a sound of a program error came from the notebook. Chen Chen was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that the Fly was rejected by the USB flash drive. WTF. Chen Chen frowned. In his opinion, the worldview of Flying Man is simpler than most science fiction movies. The simpler it is, the more it conforms to the rules, and the easier it is to be accepted by USB flash drives. The only science fiction principle involved in this movie is molecular teleportation technology. Putting it that way, isn't it? It seems to understand something. Chen Chen sucked in a cold breath. Without thinking about it, Chen copied the movie version of Interstellar Trek again and dragged it to the USB flash drive. Dong. The USB flash drive rejected Chen Chen again. Chen Chen can be sure that this is not a question of the integrity of the story, because Chen Chen has tried it a long time ago. Even if a movie has a big series, as long as it can be recognized by the USB flash drive, even if it is only one of the series, it can still be put into the USB flash drive. Only TV series, you must put all seasons into play. In other words, the worldview set by Interstellar Trek has also been denied by the USB flash drive. Actually, in Chen Chen's opinion, Interstellar Trek is undoubtedly in line with the definition of science fiction. It is more scientific than most science fiction movies. The reason why it was denied by the USB flash drive is obviously because the background is too large. After all, you must know that Interstellar has been filmed for 50 years before and after the Trek, produced thousands of TV series, more than a dozen movies. It is precisely because the worldview is too large, so once there are certain settings conflict, will naturally lead to the total negation of the U-Disk. It seems that these two movies have been denied by the USB flash drive. Xiao X's voice suddenly came. My godfather, now you can confirm that Terminator and Killing City can be accommodated by a USB flash drive. So the movie Doom is left. I don't know if this movie can be accommodated by a USB flash drive. In fact, no, I've tried it. However, Chen Chen shook the head, and then he dragged Doom to the USB flash drive. But the USB flash drive still heard a bang. 3 movies, all rejected? How did you guess it? Xiao X suddenly asked with surprise. Obviously, the problem lies in the transmission machine. Chen Chen deleted these 3 movies from the USB flash drive before continuing to open the mouth and said, "Didn't you find out that the 3 movies rejected by the UDisc all use the so-called particle decomposition method on the principle of the transfer machine, so that people stand on the platform of the transfer machine and the controller switches the transfer room control panel. Then, the transmitter locks each atom on the person on the platform, and uses the transmitter carrier wave to transmit these particles to the place where the spaceship members want to go, and reorganize there." So, Interstellar Trek viewers will see that Captain Kirk and his crew disappeared after dissolving into a bright light, and then reappeared on a distant planet. Speaking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned, but, does this kind of transmission really conform to the transmission mechanism? This principle is more like a modern fax machine. Building a copy of a person at the receiving end is like cloning a person. Similarly, we can now clone any human in strict accordance with genetic information, and can completely reproduce all genetic information of this person, so that the clone is indistinguishable from the body. However, they all understand that even if the cloned person is similar to the person, they have nothing to do with each other. Even if the cloned person has the same memory as the body, they will never be the same person. Super US Speak Chapter 288. Super US Speak Chapter 288. Chen Chen once heard of a short story. The background of the story is in the distant future. At that time, mankind had invented countless black technologies. One of them it is transmission technology. It works like this: you walk into the teleportation platform, which is a very small room, and then you have to set the place you are going to go in the room, assuming you start from the business capital. Go to Kyoto. After you choose your destination, you press the button, and the equipment in the teleportation room starts to scan your whole body, collecting all the detailed information about each atom and the exact position of each atom. While scanning you, the teleportation room is also destroying you. While scanning, it destroys each of your cells and breaks them down into the most primordial particle state. After the scan is completed, you are completely destroyed. Then, the transmission platform will send the collected information to the transmission station in Kyoto, and use the data recorded during the scan to restore your body. Constructed out. This step may seem long, but in fact all processes can be completed in 1 second. After 1 second, you will have crossed more than 2,000 kilometers and come to Kyoto from business. And the current you are no different from the previous you. Your mood has not changed. Your stomach is still a bit hungry, and even the scratches on your fingers are still there for you. All you feel is, press the button, then your eyes will go dark, and then you will arrive in Kyoto. In the 28th century, this has become a very common technology. Everyone travels in this way. It is not only convenient, but also safe. But one day, you are going on a business trip again, so you come to the transmission room again, press the button. You hear the sound of the instrument scanning, but you are not at all being transmitted. So, you go to the customer service staff of the transfer station and tell her that the equipment in the transfer room is broken. The customer service takes a look at the usage record and tells you, the scanning equipment is working normally and it has collected all of your data, but the cell destruction device that works in sync with the scanning device seems to be malfunctioning. I'm going to be late for work. You can use another departure room soon. You don't want to listen to her explanation. Just emphasized. The customer service opens the surveillance video. The above is the surveillance image of you in Kyoto. Look, this is the surveillance image of your transmission room in Kyoto. In fact, you have arrived in Kyoto. Hearing this, you are completely angry. But that's not me, because I'm still here. At this time, I heard the noisy customer service manager coming over and explained to you, scan the equipment does work normally, and you has indeed arrived in Kyoto. It's just that the cell destruction equipment in the transfer room in Shanghai is broken, but don't worry, we just need to send you to another transfer room and activate the cells inside separately. Just destroy the equipment and destroy you. Although using the teleportation room to teleport yourself has become a common sense in the whole world, you suddenly panic at this time. Wait a minute, I am not destroyed, will you die? The customer service manager explained. It's not such a gentleman, you watch the surveillance video, you are alive and well in Kyoto. Hearing this, you are more panicked, but that's not me, it's just a copy, I'm the real me. The customer service and manager looked at each other helplessly. I'm sorry, sir, but the law requires us, your cell must be destroyed. The law cannot allow you to exist in the world at the same time. You looked at each other in horror, and then started to run for your life. But the two guards caught you from behind and you dragged to another teleportation room. Although this little story is a bit ridiculous and funny, the truth is very straightforward. You before being teleported and you after being teleported, which one is the real you? At this moment, Chen Chen laughed and explained to Xiao X, so, it really defines whether a person is himself. In fact, it still needs to be distinguished by consciousness, and the consciousness here does not refer to similarity, because in the previous story, if similarity can define a person, then the you of Chengdu and the you of Kyoto are the same personally, because you two have the same memory and the same personality, but in reality you is you, the you in Kyoto is not you. If similarity cannot be defined, then what can be defined? Xiaox looking thoughtful asked. Of course it is continuity. Chen Chen replied, human consciousness is continuity, your thinking, your character, and your memory are all piled together out of your subjective consciousness. It's like a baby grows up to become an adult. Everything the baby has experienced has formed his consciousness now. You are impossible to say that the 1-year-old and the 50-year-old are not the same person. Indeed, from a physical point of view, the 1-year-old you and the 50-year-old you have nothing in common. Every cell in the 1-year-old boy has died for several decades, but the continuity of consciousness will not. What's changed? The 50-year-old may not remember his 1-year-old self, but he remembers his 40-year-old self, while the 40-year-old remembers his 30-year-old self. Even if he loses his memory, he essentially does not change this causal relationship. I understand. Xiao X immediately exclaimed, in this way, the particle transmission device does destroy the continuity of consciousness and destroy the continuity. The consequence of is to end the previous consciousness. Even if it can replicate this consciousness, it is not the original consciousness. Yes, consciousness is unique, it is not through copy can continue. Chen Chen nodded and said, moreover, in the TV series Interstellar Trek, this kind of transmission device had a traffic accident. In the TV series, Captain Kirk was reorganized at that time. They were assembled into two people, and a new parallel universe was created. That is to say, this kind of particle transport device is absolutely problematic. The problem is so big that even a USB flash drive thinks it can be used in practical applications. In other words, it's not that this kind of transmission device is not scientific, but that no one will use it? Xiao X asked. Yes. It should be like this, Chen Chen replied, and I tried Killing City and Terminator a long time ago. There is no problem with this movie, which can be recognized by the USB flash drive, which means that their transmission technology should be different from particle transmission. Speaking, Chen Chen wrote Terminator, Genesis and the two movies Killing City were dragged to the USB flash drive. Only hearing a scream, the two movies were successfully dragged into the U-disk. In Terminator, Genesis, the full picture of the time machine appeared for the first time in a movie series. It was a huge platform like a hill. It is impossible to capture reality, but its the function is beyond all teleportation device. It can teleport a life from this timeline to another timeline, but wouldn't this create a time paradox? Chen Chen muttered, or say, There is actually another explanation. Super USB Chapter 289. Super USB Chapter 289. As far as I know, in the worldview of Terminator, the future can be changed, even the past can be changed, and it depends on sending people back to several the time machine decades ago. Chen thought, in fact, this is impossible at all, because Einstein's special theory of relativity has already told us that time is irreversible and it is possible to travel through the future by moving close to the speed of light, but it is absolutely impossible to return to the past in any way. Otherwise, there will be the so-called grandmother paradox, banana peel theory, and time traveler, banquet and so on, various time paradoxes. But the plot in the movie is indeed recognized by the USB flash drive. Xiao X said, "This is still to start with the parallel universe theory." Chen nodded. When talking about parallel universe, apart from quantum mechanics, it is the clearest explanation. M theory. The reason why this theory was first proposed is because all physicists help to find an unification physics framework that can combine all four forces in physics: strong force, weak force, electromagnetic force, and gravity, including it. So, the earliest string theory was born. Then, after a tortuous course, the final string theory and the combination of supersymmetry concepts led to the superstring theory that shocked the physics community. Later, Jewish scientist Edward Witten used superstring theory to verify the new dimension, the 11th dimension, and finally created the ultimate theory of physics, M theory. Chen sorted out his thoughts silently. Quantum mechanics and M theory are about the explanation of the grandmother paradox and other time paradoxes is actually the existence of the parallel universe. After all, the universe is diversified. The multiverse itself is composed of countless parallel universes, and the parallel universe is separated from a certain original universe. There are other universes that are similar and different from the original universe. Speaking, Chen looked at the USB flash drive. All the movie planes opened through the U-disk are actually parallel universes. This has been confirmed. Therefore, the time machine of the Terminator plane is actually not sending people back to the past, but sending people back. I have arrived at another universe that's all that is almost the same as the original universe. In that universe, there is Skynet, John Connor, and everyone in the original universe. Two universes. The only difference between them is that the timeline of the universe is more than 10 years ago in their own universe. This is why the protagonists have always wanted to, the reason that prevented Judgment Day from coming, but was never able to do it. Chen could not help but sighed. In other words, the machine on the Terminator plane actually has a USB drive. The same works are different, but its flaw is that it can only send people to the parallel universe of the Terminator series, but it is impossible to cross this series. Cross out of this series? This vocabulary seems a bit abstract. Xiao X didn't come back to his senses for a while. It means that in the Terminator movie, the entire group of the protagonist can only transmit himself to the parallel universe of different timelines based on this universe, but cannot transmit himself to other worlds. View the parallel universe. Chen made an analogy. For example, the protagonist and Skynet can transfer themselves to the world of Avengers. Of course, if it does, director Cameron is about to be sued by Disney. So from here we can see that the time machine of the Terminator plane, it should be related to space, and the transmission principle of the molecular teleporter is not the same. So there is no concern about King the Teleporter. Chen explained again, but in the movie Terminator, Genesis, in addition to the huge mountain-like time machine at the beginning, there is actually a time machine that is handmade by the heroine and T-800, and the background is made. It was 1984. That is to say, if we can get the production technology of the manual version of the time machine, we are also fully capable of making it. Chen continued to think, and if you take arriving at that machine means that I have the ability to shuttle parallel universes in different timelines. I want to see if it is me in other parallel universes. Do I have the same USB flash drive? Or I am the entire multiverse, a special case of the universe? Your godfather, I think this method is best not to try. Little X hearing this, but immediately persuaded. Speaking of which, if the U-disc, if it's not the only one, then your move will trigger an unpredictable chain reaction. I understand what you mean. Chen Chen slightly smiled. Suddenly understand, if the U-disc is not the only one, since I can take in the time machine technology of the Terminator plane, then I can do the same in the parallel universe, and then it is very likely that there will be a parallel universe. It suddenly came to my current world, which caused unpredictable military force conflicts. Yes, so I don't think this approach is desirable. Little X replied. But, even if I don't do this, how can you guarantee that in other parallel worlds will not do it? Chen Chen shook the head and said, the reason why it is called parallel universe is actually not at all the main universe and the sub-universe. The universe I live in is by no means the core of many universes. All universes are parallel and equal, so it's not that I am not. If you do, you can stop others. Is that so? Little X helplessly said. But what I have to say is that, in addition to the time machine of the Terminator plane, the transmission technology in Killing City actually meets my current needs. Chen Chen thought for a while, and said again, I don't have a strong need to shuttle parallel universes right now. After all, I don't even have control of my own world, let alone other parallel worlds. The transmission technology is the main one. However, the transmission mechanism in Killing City is definitely different from the principle of the particle transmission device. You can see from the plot that the protagonist and the others, when being teleported by the black ball named Gantz, their consciousness can maintain continuity, and if the principle of particle teleportation is basically impossible, it can be teleported, and it can also make people conscious. Then how to explain the resurrection in the movie? Xiao X asked. In fact, there are already many explanations on the internet. Chen Chen thought about it, and his expression gradually became more serious. In fact, there are many details in the original work that can be used for reference, such as when the protagonist and the others perform tasks, they can be teleported in real time, so that people can keep a clear consciousness while teleporting, but once they are injured during the task, it is completely different. If you are seriously injured or even resurrect a dead player, you need a slower printing of the black ball, and the person who is printed will lose the memory of when he was seriously injured. Therefore, many people on the internet guess that this time in fact, the resurrected person is no longer the original him, but a clone. In other words, the black ball actually has two functions. First, real-time transmission of living person's function. Second, reproduce all the information of a person, including his memory, and copy it out in a way similar to 3D printing. This is what the black ball can bring back to life. The truth, even if it is resurrected, the resurrected person is no longer the original him, but a person with the same genes, the same memory, and even the same thinking as that person. The copy of that's all. Super USB Chapter 290. Super USB Chapter 290. After listening to Chen Chen's analysis, Xiao X suddenly looked thoughtful. If according to what you said, the black ball Gantz actually has the ability to print human bodies out of thin air, this is not the same as what you said before. Is the principle of the particle conveyor the same? It is indeed very similar, but the black ball is obviously more perfect, because it not only includes 3D printing, but also includes real-time transmission technology, which should belong to two different technical aspects. Chen Chen explained. Xiao X seems to be bright. If this is the case, then as long as we use the black ball's 3D technology to replicate Black Rider, wouldn't it even save 3 months of cultivation time? This kind of printing definitely consumes a huge amount of energy. Chen Chen explained. Otherwise, the government in Killing City can replicate hundreds of thousands of performances. The strongest fighters come out. According to the comics, the technology of those aliens is actually not very good. If the government really does this, wouldn't the aliens be unable to withstand a single blow? But they didn't. Obviously, it is a matter of energy to do it. Of course, it's just my analysis. The specific situation depends on taking the black ball out. After the function, maybe I guessed it wrong. Speaking of this, Chen Chen no longer hesitated. He directly moved the mouse to the movie Killing City on the USB flash drive on. In Chen Chen's plan, he would first take the black ball from the movie and analyze it technically. It would be great if he could directly crack the technology. However, if the technical generation gap cannot be cracked, Chen Chen can only choose to enter the plane of Killing City to find the relevant technology of the black ball GANs. Thinking of this, Chen Chen clicked on the movie and dragged the progress bar to the scene where the protagonist came to the black ball room shortly after the opening, and was fired by the black ball. Suddenly, the shot of the screen freezes on the black ball that is directly about 1 meter and is opening 2 rows of weapon racks. Seeing this, Chen Chen presses the space to pause, and at the same time decisively extends the hand, and stretches his hand into the screen. It is as if he stretched his hand into a stream of clear water. Chen Chen seemed to feel a sense of coolness, and then he touched the weapon rack on the edge of the black ball. If it weren't for this unfolded weapon rack, he would really not be able to catch the smooth black ball. While grasping, Chen Chen decisively pumped his hand. Suddenly, Chen Chen only felt his hands loose, and then drum. A huge black ball appeared directly on the floor in front of the computer. The ingestion is successful. But the first thing Chen Chen took out the black ball was nothing else but along the weapon rack and looked into the black ball. Immediately Chen Chen saw that the inside of the black ball was empty. Not only did all the XGun weapons disappear, even the one installed in the people in the ball are gone. However, this is a normal thing. In the first state, the U-disc cannot pass any organic life material. And those XGun gun Chen Chen didn't have any thoughts. The kind of bloated weapon with a 5-second delay in firing a shot, as long as it is not a brain pump. No one wants to use it. After all, a traditional gunpowder weapon is much stronger than it. The only advantage of XGun is probably the formidable power. As for the equipment such as the gravity guns gun and the transport binding device gun that appeared later, the network has also been thoroughly analyzed. The gravity gun should be just a positioning device, and it shows a gravity attack. It is more like a shockwave attack from outer space satellites. And the gun transport bundler needs the cooperation of satellites in space, so it's not at all to use it separately. If you only look at the material, the shell of this black ball seems to be some kind of carbon fiber material. Xiao X observed through the high-definition surveillance camera and analyzed said, but the shell of the black ball in the movie also has the function of a display, which is a bit magical. Carbon fiber IPS screen. Chen Chen reached out and touched it. Touching, he only felt a delicate and cold feeling on the surface of the black ball, and then he asked again, X, can I detect Wi-Fi network ports? After all, whether it is a movie or an original work, it indicates that this device can connect to a wireless network. I'm already trying to invade. Little X replied. The protocol is correct, and the other party is still using 802.11 network protocol frames. Sure enough, Killing City is the same. The real world is similar to the parallel world. Even the wireless network protocol is the same. Very good. Try to crack it. Chen Chen nodded. If there is any information about this, the various technical information on the seat surface is even better. Invading. The other party's firewall has been cracked, and the other party's encrypted data is being cracked. Xiao X continued to report various situations. It is certain that this black ball is just a device terminal. That's all. In fact, there should be a higher level server, and the black balls, the calculation speed is not fast, and it seems that some important device is missing. Chen Chen, hearing this, can't help taking another look inside the black ball. It is clear that the driver is missing from the black ball. The naked man who should have existed inside the black ball, Chen Chen tentatively called it the driver. Obviously, the driver should be a very important part of the black ball. Unfortunately, in the setting of the whole work, the meaning of the existence of the driver has never been explained. In Chen Chen's view, the existence of such a driver is inherently unreasonable. After all, compared with artificial intelligence, the computing speed of the human brain is completely uncompetitive. The real advantage of human beings should be on the level of imagination, association and thinking, not on the speed of calculation. However, from the perspective of entry, the existence of the driver obviously has a special significance for the black ball. Although the black ball without the driver is very tightly guarded, it is still defeated by the small x. Coming down. But Chen Chen remembers that in the original work, even hackers can hack into this black ball. I have successfully cracked the encryption technology of the black ball, and I am analyzing it. Soon, Xiao X received a new message, and then again there was a moment of silence. Chen Chen is not in a hurry, just watching the black ball from the sidelines and waiting silently. About 5 minutes later, Xiao X spoke again. My godfather, I have completely cracked the program of the black ball, but it is strange that the program and code of the black ball are incomplete. A computer lacks a CPU. It can even be said that the black ball has no AI at all, just a bunch of dead code. It should be the reason for the lack of driver. Chen Chen nodded. You did a good job, X. Can you control this black ball now? For example, use the teleportation technology inside to teleport a person from one place to another? Or is it to copy a person out of thin air? Sorry, I can't do it. Little X helplessly said, this black ball is like a computer in addition to the lack of important components. He also lacks the support of a server. Obviously, most of its data should be stored in a higher level 1 server. Super USB Chapter 291. Super USB Chapter 291. Hearing Xiao X's explanation, Chen Chen finally stopped hesitating. In that case, I can only go there. Chen Chen asked the Black Riders who are in charge of defensive forces to wear GS combat uniforms and park armor to achieve the highest military force level, just in case when the channel is opened, there will be some bad things breaking through the channel and come to reality. Of course, until now, Chen Chen has not encountered such a situation. As for the park armors, Chen Chen took a few more sets when he was bored before. So far he has a full 10 sets of park armors in his hands, and because of the nuclear fusion battery technology, the power of these armors is still very durable. Chen Chen still remembers that he once tested the internal energy problem after the item in the U-disk was ingested in reality, and the result of the test is that the energy storage in the ingested material will not exceed electricity consumed. Just like the Star River pendant, originally, that pendant should have energy comparable to stars, but in fact, after ingesting reality, the internal energy is only a tiny bit. That certain point is equivalent to the power consumed by the USB flash drive when Star River is captured in reality. Therefore, park armor is actually the same. According to the calculation of 1200 kWh of electricity required to ingest 1 gram of material, the electricity cost of ingesting park armor from a U-disk is roughly 36 million kWh. The energy of a kilowatt-hour of electricity is approximately 3.6 million joules, while the energy released when a 1 kilogram of TNT explosive explodes is approximately 4.19 million joules. That is to say, ingesting a park armor requires roughly 31 million tons. The energy of the equivalent nuclear bomb is half the equivalent of the Tsar's nuclear bomb. The nuclear fusion battery in the park armor, no matter how powerful it is far from the capacity of half a Tsar nuclear bomb, so the park armor ingested is basically fully charged every time. Moreover, Chen Chen, in order to guard against the unexpected, he also captured a life-saving capsule that charges the park armor in Iron Blood Fighter 2018, so I don't have to worry about the power of the park armor anymore. Problem. At this point, after everything was prepared, Chen Chen clicked on Killing City again and fixed the screen in the midfield of the movie, in the room where the protagonist was. Although it is very likely that the opposite side of the passage is a world where civilization has been destroyed, but after all, it is more appropriate to be careful to make the Wanyan ship and place the passage in such a sparsely populated location. It is better than setting the passage. Is it better at the subway station or even the room where Gantz is located? With the opening of the Chen Chen expression grave, the screen in front of the computer suddenly went black. The entire screen seemed to be upgraded from 2D to 3D. A continuously rotating black ball moved from the center of the screen, a little bit protruding out. it kept spinning. This black sphere is constantly filled with black tentacles. As it rotates, the tentacles are dragged and rotated like a cantilever, finally turning the black sphere into a black galaxy. This small black ball that looks like a galaxy expanded sharply, swallowing the screen within a few seconds, spilling all around the screen. The channel is finished. Looking at this passage, Chen Chen couldn't help asking, X, is it my illusion? Why do I feel that this passage is constantly evolving every time I open the passage? P. Yes, and the channel is getting bigger and bigger. Little X affirmed, this is not your illusion, Lord Godfather. Chen Chen pondered for a while before he wondered, is this a phenomenon of the USB flash drive itself? Or is it the second state of the USB flash drive moving towards a certain direction undergoing unnoticeable influence evolution? Thinking for a while, but it doesn't seem to be the time to care about this. Chen Chen finally waved his hand. Suddenly, a black rider who was ready for defense swore park armor and stepped directly in the channel. From Chen Chen's gaze, Black Rider seemed to have walked into a circular door where there was no light coming through, but black mist was constantly emitting, and then completely disappeared. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes until the agreed 5 minute time comes, only a jingle sound. A silver cube suddenly falls from the dark passage. It fell out, hit the floor, and rolled twice. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. He beckoned with one hand. The magic flies directly into Chen Chen's hand, and then Chen Chen skillfully presses a few keys. This silver magic is convenient and direct, opening several panels and reflecting in the whole room at the same time. A vivid 3D picture appeared in the room. In the picture, Black Rider, who has just entered the passage, is standing in a dilapidated ruin. The room where the protagonist of Killing the City was long ago collapsed. Looking at the whole Tokyo city, it has also been dilapidated. Endless weeds and vines surround the city. Those vines even entangled on the skyscrapers, dyeing the whole city into towering greenery. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen only feels ironic. Although what the U-Disc opens is a world where civilization is cut off, it is doomed. But seeing the iron and steel capital that once stood proudly outside the natural world has now become a paradise of nature again. There is a sense of irony. Although human beings have the power to challenge the natural world, they still cannot beat time after all. Could it be said that under the scouring of time, no matter how bright civilization is, there is only one way to annihilate it? Chen Chen murmured. This feeling just flashed past. And then Chen Chen cleared up his emotions and looked towards the 3 dolls shown by the silver cube again. In these 5 minutes, the Black Rider only went around for a short time, but even so, I have seen a lot of small animals living in many ruins, including wild cats and dogs. There are also many parrots and birds. Obviously, these all are pets once kept by humans, but after the death of humans, they became the first owners of this ruin. As 5 minutes arrive, the Black Rider will close the silver cube of all the pictures recorded. Something's wrong. After the screen ended, Chen Chen immediately opened the mouth and said, Your godfather, do you mean? From the picture just now, we can see that those buildings collapsed naturally. Chen Chen immediately said, Did you not find that the buildings collapsed naturally after decades of rain washing and vegetation erosion? That is to say, the city of Tokyo on the opposite side of the corridor collapsed after the complete destruction of humans. And the offspring of those pets can prove this too. I see, you mean, humans are not perished by war with aliens? Although Xiao X is only artificial intelligence, she is close to ordinary people in terms of thinking divergence ability. At this time, she immediately understood Chen Chen's thoughts. From the perspective of the world opened by the U-Disc, it must be the world of the extinction of human civilization. Killing City. If the plane follows the plot inertia, it should be destroyed by aliens. Then what we see after opening the passage should be a ruined wall, a city destroyed by war. Super USB Chapter 292. Super USB Chapter 292. Yes, this is what's wrong. Chen Chen nodded. According to the plot of the original comics, humans have defeated aliens. Yes, This is actually a very outrageous thing. After all, even the spaceship was created. As a result, the weapon level is still stuck on conventional hot and cold weapons. Let's leave it aside. I actually prefer aliens, with weapons of mass destruction as a backstop. Even if they can't destroy the Earth, they'll destroy humanity with no difficulty. But now, it seems that human civilization was not extinct because of war. Either the aliens used some superior means, or something else destroyed humans. Then, we have to go to the plane of Killing City to find more advanced technology. Xiao X asked, I'm afraid that technology will die out with human civilization. No, this is for me. It's good news. Chen Chen waved his hand decisively. If human civilization perishes in the flames of war, then there is no solution. But now it seems that after human civilization perishes for some reason, those buildings have been preserved instead. Doesn't this mean that the Black Ball Gantz's technology may also be preserved? It turned out to be like this. Little X suddenly realized, like the plane of Elysium. Yes, Chen Chen nodded, but he seems to have thought of something again. Suddenly expression changed. But I hope that the extinction of mankind is caused by aliens, not something similar to those three statues. Up to this point, Chen Chen and Xiao X also weighed the pros and cons and calculated silently. Regarding the energy issue in the USB flash drive, Chen Chen suddenly said, X, is there a backup for Elysium? Nothing, but I can download it now. Little X replied, do you want to take something from Elysium? Of course, I want to take out the luxury spaceship Bugatti Forge, replied of Chen Chen, expression grave. This is already considered the easiest vehicle to escape gravity and sail in outer space. Xiao X silently estimated the weight. Indeed, this is probably the best choice to go to the alien plane. In addition to its small size and lightweight, it also has the ability to navigate in outer space. No matter what the situation is on the opposite side of the channel, you can barely handle it, but you want to be in the Killing City position. Use it in the face? Yes, I'm going to look for the Black Ball Gantz technology on the plane of Killing City. Chen Chen affirmed. The plot in the comics has already revealed everything. The Black Ball is actually made by the human government, and even the Black Ball Gantz has a special assembly line. As for the source of technology, an alien civilization that is about to be destroyed sent its own scientific and technological information to the Earth through information means before being destroyed, so there are those empty rooms, as well as magical transmission technology and copy human technology. But now, it seems that the Black Ball Gantz's technology is still incomplete. If the Black Ball wants to transmit humans, it needs the cooperation of other facilities, and we just want to be on the plane of Killing City looking for this kind of technology. After all, the opposite is also a complete Earth. Without transportation, it can be said to be impossible to move a single step. Speaking, Chen Chen temporarily closed the channel to Killing City. According to Chen Chen's previous test, the channel opening has a certain degree of repetition, allowing temporary closed, as long as the next channel is not turned on. The previous channel can be retained. Ingesting items in the first state of the U-disk will not affect the opening of the channel again. At this time, following the discussion between the two, Elysium was downloaded again. At the same time, Chen Chen used the method of ingestion to directly extract the Red Brady from the movie. Suddenly, a dark red car with a length of more than 4 meters and a height of less than 2 meters appeared in reality out of thin air. This car is streamlined as a whole, just like a real version, the red sports car, but the only difference from the sports car is that it has no tires. Only the tail section 2 plasma pulse boost engines are responsible for breaking away from gravity. There are 4 inside the car. There are 2 seats. 1 main driver's seat on the right and 3 passenger seats on the left, which can carry a total of 4 passengers. In the movie, the protagonist uses a delayed burst gun to fire a bullet when the opponent takes off. It hit the engine, detonated the bullet and crashed the spaceship out of the city before the opponent was about to enter the supersonic state. This also shows that this spaceship is only an ordinary civilian model and does not have it too high protective ability. Of course, There are also military spaceships with protective capabilities in the movie, but that size is obviously not what Chen Chen can take. Patted this car a car-like spaceship, Chen Chen said, "Take the pressure sensor and weigh the car." Immediately, Black Rider took the pressure sensor, and everyone worked together to lift the spaceship to the sensor, and immediately measured the weight of the spaceship. This ship, the weight of Bugatti Furge spaceship, is unexpectedly light, only about 1,400 kg, which is less than 1.5 tons. It is almost the same weight as a Medbird 3000. Chen Chen calculated it silently, but was not worried, and asked Xiao X again, "How about it? Can I enter the world of Killing City with spaceship with full equipment?" After calculation, the power in the U-Disc is not a problem, but the only problem is that after bringing the spaceship into the world of Killing City, it will not be able to bring it back to reality, because the energy returned is not enough. That is to say, this time to perform the mission on the plane of Killing City, no matter whether it succeeds or fails, the spaceship must be abandoned. Chen Chen was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Understood. You can inject Avatar X-112 into Bugatti spaceship, let it take charge of driving. This time I will go there in person." Understand. Xiao X knew that Chen Chen could not be stopped, but he still said, "Please be careful." "Don't worry, as long as I don't encounter the kind of statue in Elysium and it is in an explosive state, I will be fine." Chen Chen expression shook the head plainly, "And don't worry about aliens and so on. The destruction of Tokyo has already told us that the Earth is in a state of civilized extinction. Human occupation is definitely not such a sight at this time." At this point, under Chen Chen's operation, the passage to the plane of Killing City was opened again, and Chen Chen was also dressed this time. After wearing the GS battle suit and putting on the park armor, he moved towards the passage with the two Black Riders. Behind them, the small Bugatti spaceship was also buzzing with its engine suspended in the sound. The moved towards channel floated past. Immediately, the black light swallowed the silhouette of the two. Super US Speak Chapter 293. Super US Speak Chapter 293. Still the familiar feeling. At the moment of passing through the passage, Chen Chen felt a strong sense of weightlessness. At the same time, his eyes seemed to have lost his vision and his ears had also lost hearing. In other words, Chen Chen lost all his sense of body. The whole person was left with an illusory consciousness, floating in the endless darkness. However, this feeling only went through for a moment, and the next second, Chen Chen regained the light. At this time, he was already standing on a rubble. Next to him, there were two other Black Riders and a small Bugatti spaceship that also followed, and the one that came first came before. Black Rider was standing quietly opposite. Chen Chen's 6 scanners quickly popped out of his back and scanned all around quickly, but only a few wild cats in the ruins were detected. Wild dog. Apart from this, everything is normal. Drone. Next, Chen Chen said softly. Following Chen Chen's orders, the 4 M1 UAFs carried on the Bugatti spaceship also began to take off silently, and at the same time they took off, their stature also quickly became blurred. After flying out of several dozen meters, the 4 drones had completely merged into the air, disappear without a trace. The search speed of drones is much faster than that of humans. A few minutes later, 4 drones have searched for everything within 1 kilometer and passed the avatar of the small 2112 search. Report the information one after another. Your Excellency Commander, no signs of human activities have been found within 1 kilometer, only a large number of animals and plants exist. Expand the range and search for conditions within 10 kilometers. Chen Chen ordered. As the order is issued, the drone moved towards further unknown exploration. In the interval of drone exploration, Chen Chen jumped off the ruins and moved towards a nearby apartment that had not collapsed. Although this apartment was already entangled by vines, it was conventional reinforced concrete, instead of ordinary wooden structure. has not collapsed under the wind and rain for many years. The original glass door of the apartment has long been damaged. The black hole inside is like an open abyss. As Chen Chen and 3 black riders entered, a cloud of dust filled with the breeze. Open. Chen Chen squatted down and touched the ground. A thick layer of ash has accumulated on the ground. Looking at the thickness of this layer of ash, no one has ever entered it for decades. Seeing this, Chen Chen still did not take it lightly, but cautiously walked in, and then let a black rider take the lead and began to explore the rooms in the apartment. This apartment has a total of 5 layers, 10 rooms on each floor, connected by a corridor, and at the end of the corridor, there are 2 stairs for up and down. This is the most simple apartment building layout. The one after another door of the apartment used alloy anti-theft doors, which remained intact for so long. However, most of the anti-theft doors on the first and second floors showed signs of damage, and it seemed that someone forcibly broke in. Yes, but the traces are also very old. Walking around in these rooms, Chen Chen didn't find anything special. It was nothing more than some rotten furniture, and even Chen Chen found a wallet that was too late to take away, and there was still a lot of money inside of cash. However, food-related things have disappeared. In other words, the people who broke in later took only the food, but not the money. Chen Chen thought, putting it that way, someone prying open these doors and breaking into the apartment happened after the government collapsed. These people have adapted to the disordered world. They are searching for food all over the world, but they are dismissive of the previous money. Silently remembering this clue in the heart, Chen Chen directly skipped these opened doors and moved towards the highest floor of the apartment. It seems that those who break in have many choices. They just pried open the doors of the first floor and 2 layers. Starting from the 3rd floor, only a few rooms have been pried open, most but it remains intact. On the 4th floor, there are even fewer doors that have been pried. Until the 5th floor, no room door has been pried. Seeing this, Chen Chen no longer hesitated. He beckoned, and a black rider immediately stepped forward and moved towards the first door that was already rusted to death. He only heard a moment of metal distortion. With a loud bang, the door was forcibly opened by Black Rider. These Black Riders are themselves little supermen who are perfectly integrated with the T-Virus, and then put on GS combat suits and park armor. Their power is increased to a very terrifying point, and a rusty leaf is turned away. The iron gate is still with no difficulty. At the moment when the door was opened, the sound of metal tearing broke the long silence of this apartment, echoing in the distance like a ripple, circle after circle. In this brief moment, Chen Chen frowned, because he suddenly noticed that this apartment seemed a bit too quiet. Unlike the ruins he just came to, just swept it with the infrared vision of the park armor, and you could see too many insects and silhouettes of a few wild animals. In this apartment, let alone wild animals, there is not even an insect call. Something is wrong. Chen Chen took a step back suddenly, and then said, "Let's withdraw." Without any hesitation, he just opened the security door. The Black Rider followed Chen Chen down the stairs. Along the way, Chen Chen couldn't help tensing his nerves. For some reason, he suddenly felt that even the air had become solidified. There seemed to be something in this apartment. Slowly after he made a noise, woke up. Is it an illusion? Still, Chen Chen only felt cold and sweat on his back, and he obviously didn't see anything, but for some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of have one's hair stand on end. This feeling was like a glow back. He had to brace oneself and quickly escape from the apartment. Having been out of the area of the apartment, Chen Chen slowly put out a breath. The solemn feeling faded a little after he left the apartment. He couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. The air seemed to be held down by something heavy. The originally loose air became muddy like a swamp, and there was moved towards the heavier oppression evolves. This is a feeling that only Chen Chen can feel. It's just this feeling. It's still a bit vague. Chen Chen couldn't help but look down at the park armor outside his body. It seemed that this armor blocked his feeling, but what kind of armor is that? How about feeling? Chen Chen frowned. He can feel that that feeling is by no means the 5 senses. It should be an instinctive brain response to reality. Strictly speaking, and should belong to the category of sixth sense. In other words, I have noticed something that I have never noticed before, and that kind of thing directly reflects in my mind, making me feel dangerous. This feeling is not groundless, but more subconscious. For example, during Chen Chen's previous scan, he has observed many animals living in the ruins. Although all around is deserted, it is full of vitality. However, after entering the apartment, although Chen Chen ignored the existence of these small animals due to his inertia of thinking, the different environments all around still made his subconscious mind vigilant, so Chen Chen's the superficial thinking will feel all kinds of improprieties, but what is improper is not clear. Until the next moment, the subconscious mind breaks the impropriety of little animals all around are gone. Then Chen Chen will be shocked and leave the apartment quickly. Thinking of this, Chen Chen turned his head again and looked towards the apartment behind him. But when he saw clearly, his suddenly eyes shrank. I don't know when, all the doors in the apartment were opened. It's like the apartment wakes up from a deep sleep. It opened densely packed A's, staring at Chen Chen in front of the building. Super USB Chapter 294. Super USB Chapter 294. Hiss. This scene made Chen Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The scanner behind him seemed to sense that the host's spirit was not stable. It pops up again, scanning frantically all around, but no matter how you scan, there is no sign of life in the apartment in front of you. Continue backing. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Chen took the lead to retreat again, until the passage where everyone came. Chen Chen secretly relieved. Next, Chen Chen suddenly right hand pressed a button on his left arm, only to hear a beep. A needleless syringe was ejected out of thin air. Then Chen Chen took out the syringe and tilted his neck at the same time. Suddenly a small piece of armor bounced on his neck, exposing a diaphragm that blocks air. Next, Chen Chen directly inserted the needleless syringe along the septum. Kai. The small solution is injected directly into Chen Chen's vein. About 30 seconds later, Chen Chen only felt his mind clear. The original feeling of one's hair stand on end quickly faded, leaving only endless speculation and thinking in his mind. Very interesting. Chen Chen silently stared at the apartment 100 meters away with his chin, and then looked towards the Brady spaceship on the side. X-112. Did you see when those doors were opened just now? Not at all. X-112 replied, I called the visual signal of the famous Black Rider. Just now when you left, there was a time of 5.3 seconds. Everyone looked away from the apartment, so 100% of the time the doors of these apartments were opened was probably at 5.3 open within seconds. Chen Chen nodded. This situation is normal. Black Rider needs to be constantly vigilant all around, so Impossible has been staring at the apartment behind him. But the rusty ones in the apartment, the silent opening of the door is obviously not something ordinary people can do. First of all, there is no electricity in the apartment. Chen Chen is very sure about this. Even if there is electricity, the doors are specially equipped with switches. They will open automatically as long as they are powered on, but they still can't do it just now. That's seen, because those rusty doors can no longer be opened with electricity. And even if they are opened, they are impossible to open silently. Chen Chen directly abandons the probability that the gate is controlled by a switch. But if it is not controlled by someone, then what is it? Chen Chen couldn't help squinting his eyes. He had to admit that this is no longer a question that can be solved by eating NZT-48. The reason why this seat surface is cut off from civilization is obviously caused by some existence. And most likely, it was related to the apartment behind him. Is the situation similar to the plane of Elysium? Chen Chen shook the head. At this moment, the voice of X-112 again communicated from the park arm of the device heard, Your Excellency Commander. The M1 drone has searched the general situation within a radius of 10 kilometers, and we have found 13 human bones exposed on the street. Can the animals and plants be tested? Chen Chen asked again. Can the camera be turned into a thermal imaging mode to explore the animal parts in the ruins? You can try. Following Chen Chen's command, The 4 drones switched to thermal imaging mode at once, and started the exploration mission again. While exploring, a map with a radius of about 10 kilometers around Chen Chen's location is also taking shape. This map is directly transmitted to Chen Chen's armor. The Park armor has a unique eye system, which can directly project the image on Chen Chen's retina. At this time, the lower right corner of Chen Chen's line of sight is the map that is constantly exploring and forming. When the map took shape, Chen Chen did not continue to move, but kept quiet and stayed in place, while paying close attention to the situation of the little animals all around. In Chen Chen's view, since these small animals can live so prosperously after the extinction of humans, it should be possible to prove that things that have extinct humans are harmless to animals and plants. No, maybe it's not harmless, but these little animals can keenly detect that kind of thing and avoid it in advance. Thinking of this, the 4 drones finally scanned everything within 10 kilometers in half an hour. Chen Chen clicked on the map in the lower right corner, and the map immediately zoomed in. It was translucent and occupies Chen Chen's entire line of sight, with densely packed squares scattered on it. Each of these squares represents a building. It's like a real top view of a metropolis. Continue to zoom in on the map, and there are a lot of densely packed small red dots on it, but most of these red dots are dark red or orange red, and some are orange or even bright yellow. These red dots are in on the whole map. At first glance, there is no pattern at all. These little red dots are all wild animals hiding in buildings or ruins. The brighter the red dot, the larger the body. The dark red may be mice and birds, while the orange and red oranges are wild cats and wild dogs, while the brightest yellow is medium and large creatures such as cattle and sheep. X112. According to the density of wild animals, all search areas are divided into square areas with a side length of 100 meters. As for the density, there are 4 levels. Chen Chen thought for a while and continued. The first level, the number of wild animals in the square area is greater than 5, and the area is represented by blue. The second level, the number of wild animals in the area is greater than 2, and it is represented by yellow. The third level, the number of wild animals in the area is greater than 1, which is represented by dark red. The fourth level, the number of wild animals in the area is 0, which is represented by bright red. Understand? As X112 executes the command, the map in front of Chen Chen is immediately separated by one after another with a dashed line. The entire map with a diameter of about 4 kilometers is divided into 1,500 densely packed squares, and these squares begin discoloration quickly. After the local map was completely discolored, Chen Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes. On this map, there are many single red areas and dark red areas. But these are indeed one piece in the east and one piece in the west. They look messy, and only 3 places show the ultimate law. Sex in these 3 places, the center is bright red, the edges are dark red, and the edges are yellow, and the outermost layer is composed of blue patterns. X112, calculative correction of the map. Chen Chen ordered again. Following Chen Chen's orders, I saw most of the messy red-yellow disappeared from the map in front of me. Those locations were either empty roads or open spaces without any houses. These places, the scarcity of animals is not an anomaly. Only those 3 locations with an area of several thousand square meters were highlighted, and one of the abnormal locations was an apartment building that Chen Chen had just entered. Sure enough, looking at the map in front of him, Chen Chen laughed plainly, showing a clear expression. These 3 places should be some kind of restricted life zone. Now that the security situation of all around is clear, Chen Chen finally no longer hesitates, but directly sits in the Bugatti spaceship. X112, take me to the location where you found the human skeleton, and pay attention to stay away these 3 abnormal areas, as well as those small red areas that still exist after correction. Yes, X112 replied decisively. Super US Speak Chapter 295. Super US Speak Chapter 295. After flying only 2-3 minutes, The spaceship landed on an empty and run-down street. This is a wide intersection. Chen Chen once remembered that the opening scenes of Eastern Sea films always shot some of these intersections during peak-off hours. The huge traffic flow and the dark crowds on both sides of the road together create a prosperous and rushed scene. As the green light flashed, the majestic river-like traffic was interrupted by invisible forces, and the flow of people on both sides of the road suddenly passed by like a flood discharge, out of the most prosperous city. It's just now that the traffic that used to be there is no longer there, and the crowded crowd has disappeared, leaving only the dilapidated streets in disrepair and the vines spreading everywhere. Walking out of the spaceship, Chen Chen immediately saw a bone on the side of the road that was about to fuse together with the dirt. This corpse has been dead for a long time. There are only messy white bones all over, and because of the long wind blowing and sun shining, it has been half buried in the soil. It is estimated that it will be a few years later. It was completely sunk in the mud and disappeared. On the bones, there are many traces of animals eating. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned. Apart from knowing that the other party had been dead for a long time, this kind of corpse had no clue. X-112, are all bones like this? Yes, it may be because the search range is too small, and the drone cannot search inside the building, so no well-preserved bodies have been found for the time being. Let the drone continue to expand the search, and try to search for conditions within 100 kilometers within today. Speaking, Chen Chen looked at the dilapidated frontage houses on both sides of the road and reconfirmed that there are no nearby. The red restricted area exists. And then I took the Black Rider to the street house. These street-side houses are all shops. In Tokyo, these shops can be said to be an inch of money, but now they have long since declined and become homes for wild cats and dogs. Those small shops selling snacks have long been raided. Chen Chen can even see scattered glass and hammers falling on the ground. These all are traces of looting. The same is true for other similar clothing stores and tool stores. The most unattended are the most expensive gold stores and the banks with the largest traffic. Chen Chen simply asked the three Black Riders to search separately. After searching through a shop, Chen Chen soon found what he was looking for. A well-preserved male mummy. Hearing the news of X-112, Chen Chen walked into an office building and found a corpse that had been dried into bacon in a room on the 3rd floor. It's just different from the exposed corpse. This office is closed and there are no windows open, so the corpse that has been dead for many years still remains in its pre-death state. This corpse maintains the posture of lying on the desk, seeming to be asleep, but it is wearing an outdoor jacket. The clothing itself has long been oozing out with the corpse water after the corpse decayed. The infestation was terrible, and beside the table, there was an opened package with a bunch of ropes, daggers and other tools scattered all over the floor. There is even an open military canteen next to it. Obviously, this corpse entered this office alone when he was alive, and then he rested on his desk. But he didn't expect this sleep and never got up again. The closed office has perfectly preserved the scene before the corpse died. Chen Chen estimated the time of the death of the corpse immediately. The owner of the corpse died 4 to 5 years ago, and the age of the corpse was only about 30 years old. Did you die suddenly at such a young age? Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned. The corpse in front of him seemed not that simple. Thinking of this, he made a light gesture, and the Black Rider on the side immediately came forward and began to look for something on the corpse, while the other Black Rider looked through his package. Soon, the first Black Rider found a tool bag that he carried close to his body in the pocket of the corpse. In the tool bag, there was also something similar to a diary. Chen Chen took this palm-sized notebook and opened it gently. Suddenly, a line of scribbled Japanese appeared in front of him. Because after taking NZT48, he can easily master various foreign languages, so Chen Chen often takes the time to learn some of the more popular or more typical languages in the world, including ancient Greek, Latin and Japanese. At this time, as Chen Chen saw it, Chen Chen quickly read these Japanese texts. 2028. March 26th will be fine, and we will continue to work hard today. Yeah, it's my favorite time for dinner. I'm going to start soon. Today's meal is the canned beef that Mr. Daz brought back from the city. I can't believe it. June is so kind and willing to share with us the canned beef obtained from his birth and death. I must remember D.A. Jun's kindness. After reading the first page, Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned. Obviously, this is indeed a diary, and it is also the thing that the corpse in front of me records the date and life trivial matters, but it does not at all mention any information Chen Chen wants to know. However, after seeing a few more pages, Chen Chen turned to the second page and continued reading. It will rain on April 16, 2028. Come on. After changing to a new diary, I found that I have gradually lost the habit of writing a diary. Maybe there is a reason why it has been eroded by the recent safe and comfortable life. But there is no way. I am still too weak to help everyone. Fortunately, everyone is living very hard. On the second page, there is still no valuable information. The only information is probably the corpse in front of you, who joined a group during this time. Hold together for survival. Chen Chen shook the head. Continue to turn to the third page. Next are some daily things. As long as there is no information, Chen Chen will flip through it. At the end of the day, he was suddenly attracted by a diary. September 2nd in 2028 will be fine. Come on. Today is also a sunny day. It's been a long time since I wrote a diary. Since the beginning of the whole world, the glorious civilization of mankind, it was completely degraded. The remaining people who survived inherited the deceased's will, struggling to survive, and I was the same. But I suddenly had a bad premonition in these 2 days, because I had had nightmares for 2 consecutive nights. I will dream of a bad thing tonight. Haha, it should be just a coincidence. I will definitely not have that dream tonight. I will definitely not. That which is that. Chen Chen impatient continues to turn back, and the next page is the second day of the previous diary. September 3rd is sunny in 2028. I really can't believe it. Why did you have that nightmare again last night? It shouldn't be. It's fake, huh? It must be a coincidence. And oh, please don't scare yourself. This must be just a coincidence. I will definitely not continue to have that nightmare tonight. Must be strong. Super US Speak Chapter 296. Super US Speak Chapter 296. Did you see something in your dream? Looking at these 2 diaries, Chen Chen immediately discovered something unusual. This man named Ando seemed to be afraid of his dreams. According to the diary description, he has had the same dream for 3 consecutive nights. And this dream seems to indicate something. It seems to indicate a kind of the very bad thing, that is, that. Chen Chen showed a moment of thinking, but he didn't at all delve into it. Anyway, the answer should be found in the next few diaries. So Chen Chen continued to turn to the next page. September 4th, 2028. Damn, I had that dream again last night. It was the woman with disheveled hair. She left me. It's getting closer and closer. Damn. She was still outside the door on the first day, but she was already standing by my bed last night. I even saw her white eyes. Damn. Exclamation mark. I dare not tell Da Zejun all this, otherwise I will be kicked out of the team after everyone knows it. I am only 30 years old this year. I haven't lived enough yet. Don't want to die. A woman with disheveled hair, white eyes, will continuous dreams. Seeing this paragraph, Chen Chen couldn't help squinting his eyes. He glanced at the corpse in front of him again, and saw that the corpse was lying quietly on the desk. His face curled into a ball, his mouth because it lost water and turned into a black hole. At this moment, Chen Chen suddenly realized that the hideous expression of this corpse did not appear to have shrunk after death, but that he saw something extremely terrifying before his death. Things turned into this look. Chen Chen stepped back subconsciously. This corpse is weird. Chen Chen turns to the next page again. September 5th will be fine in 2028. I have left the team. I have left Xiaozejun and Sakuruko. They drove me out, but I know that it's not their fault. It's me who caused everyone's trouble. I am ready to die. I didn't sleep last night, so now I have to keep moving. If I calm down, my eyelids will start to fight. I don't know how long I can hold on. Maybe I can try to sleep for 5 minutes, and wake up as soon as the other person hasn't moved. Maybe you can escape the fate of death. But I'm still scared. I will die. And being kicked out of the team, how long can I hold on alone? On this page, the handwriting has begun to blur. Obviously, when the author wrote this paragraph, I was crying constantly. Chen flipped back again subconsciously, but suddenly he was taken aback, only to see that the diary was completely blank at the back. This diary was interrupted on September 5, 2028. Chen didn't believe in evil, so he flipped it back again, but all the back was blank. Obviously, this was the last time he wrote his diary. In other words, in the next period of time, in order to try to avoid the dream, he has no mind and diary, or he has not had time to write the diary, and he has died here. Chen looked at the corpse again, and then revealed a thoughtful expression. Could it be said that the corpse in front of me was actually killed by my own dream? That continuous nightmare, woman with disheveled hair. In this diary, this man named Ando, from start to finish he has never mentioned what is destroying human civilization, but just replaced it with that, and these 3 key words are all the information revealed in his diary. However, looking at his tone, that in his mouth that destroyed human civilization seems to be different from the nightmare he encountered. Chen thought said, or, the nightmare that I have made is also part of that. The information is still too little. Chen not at all gets too many useful things. Thinking of this, Chen finally took a deep look at the corpse and gestured to everyone. Then the 3 Black Riders followed Chen and left the office. Next, Chen simply asked the 3 Black Riders to separate from each other, and each searched a floor to search for new clues as quickly as possible. Although this is a bit to find a needle in a haystack, after all, what Chen has to face is a whole lost world. Apart from this simplest way, there is indeed nothing else way out. Fortunately, the apartment before not at all in this office building is as weird. After Black Rider is divided into 3 groups, not at all encounters any abnormalities. Instead, as the search continues, more and more bodies was discovered. When Chen received the news and came to the 5th floor of the office building, he suddenly saw the floor door. Using azure and yellow acrylic panels, he carved out the Japanese Bulgari characters. Chen still remembers that this is indeed an internationally renowned luxury brand. However, this kind of prosperity has long since disappeared with the passing of human civilization. At this time, in the office hall that should have been lively and extraordinary, there were 5 mummy corpses lying on the floor. The age of these 5 corpses is obviously longer than that of the previous Ando, and much longer. They have almost completely dried and turned black, and they look black and full of indescribable folds and hideous. It can be seen from the clothing that these 5 bodies are all women. This time without Chen's order, the 3 Black Riders squatted down and started searching for clues on them, but Chen was disappointed this time. There was nothing on these corpses. However, Chen still noticed that these 5 corpses all have the same feature, that is, if you maintain their posture when they died and lift them up, you will find their faces. It faces one direction. Chen looked in the direction of the 5 corpses, which was the French window opposite the elevator. At this time, the floor-to-ceiling windows are no longer what they used to be, and they are covered with dust and fallen leaves, but they can barely see the outside world through the windows. Only the outside world is blank, only the buildings on the opposite side of the road, and old billboards that are spluttered and about to collapse. Apart from this, there is nothing outside the window. In other words, these 5 women seem to have seen something in the same way, but while seeing that thing also harvested their lives. Chen murmured. Thinking of this, Chen Chen suddenly flashed a decisiveness in his eyes. Then he pulled out the GS knife hanging outside the park armor and flicked it lightly. Suddenly, the GS knife in his hand that had only a handle popped out 10 centimeters long. The blade. Next, Chen Chen directly squatted down and moved towards one of the female corpses and cut the belly. The GS knife has a high-frequency shock effect. Even though the corpse in front of you has hardened into a tenacious leather-like substance, Chen Chen just swipes it lightly and still cut it directly. However, Chen Chen found out that the inside of the corpse was as usual. Although it had been completely air-dried, it was still possible to vaguely see the shape of the organs before birth. In other words, these corpses did not die from some internal injuries, but something else. Super US Speak Chapter 297. Super US Speak Chapter 297. Chen Chen was not relieved, and prying open the corpse's skull again, only to see that the brain in the skull had shrunk into a walnut-like substance, but not at all signs of external damage. Chen Chen took a few minutes to do an autopsy, but from start to finish did not find any injuries, not even bruises or bruises. And there are no signs of organ damage and brain damage inside the corpses, that is to say, perhaps these corpses died of acute death. It is commonly known as sudden death. Generally speaking, sudden death refers to the case of a patient who is normally healthy, or appears to be healthy, in a short period of time due to a natural disease, and this natural disease is divided into two types: sudden cardiac death and non-cardiac sudden death. But after all, the corpses have been air-dried for a long time, and before air-drying, the organs also showed signs of sallusion. Without some professional equipment, Chen Chen could not analyze the cause of death of these corpses. Knowing that they are all sudden deaths, could it be that there is something seeing that will cause sudden death? Chen Chen frowned. He thought for a while, and simply adjusted the park armor to become hot imaging mode, which forms another vision similar to iron and blood. But it is different from ordinary thermal imaging. If ordinary thermal imaging can only see a block of color, then the thermal imaging of park armor can see more details. Even than directly using naked eye, there are even more details. In the case of taking NZT-48, Chen Chen only took a few minutes to adapt to this visual system. I just don't know, can this resist the homicide law of seeing and dying? At this time, as he walked all the way down, Chen Chen's originally relaxed heart gradually sank. The plane of Killing City is the most weird world he has ever seen since traveling through the various planes. The weirdness even exceeds the plane of Elysium. What's even more painful is that this seating area is not like Elysium. It has advanced technology. It uses AI similar to the main system to manage human life. As long as it occupies the main system, you can understand what happened at that time. This world is completely no different from reality. Just when Chen Chen was thinking about it, suddenly, he saw the mobile phone in the hands of a corpse, and his eyes lit up. He took the mobile phone over and asked the Black Riders to continue searching the room. He returned to the Bugatti spaceship and took out a data cable to connect to the spaceship. Next, after charging for a while, he successfully turned on the phone that had been shut down for many years. At the moment of booting, X112 immediately intruded directly, turning on all the permissions of the phone like a rogue 360, and checking it inside and out. The chat history of social software has been extracted and is being scanned. The information has been scanned, and valuable information is being detected, and is being filtered. The phone will be shut down in 2025 June 3rd. Where is the time of the catastrophe? Chen Chen immediately asked. The so-called catastrophe, that is, the time period during which aliens officially invaded. That is the plot of the late comics. It is 2000. X112 replied, according to the chat content of the line software on the mobile phone. The time period of alien invasion was 2000, but it was subsequently after the Black Ball Warriors were defeated by Geno. Human society was restored to peace again, until 25 years later, which is the period before the phone was turned off. I only extracted the chat information from the phone. The specific situation was because there was no internet. Therefore, it is impossible to detect. Can the satellites be contacted? Chen Chen asked again. Even if humans disappear, some satellites should still be able to operate for several years. The signal of any communication satellite could not be contacted, it should have failed. X-112 continued to answer. Chen Chen is nodded, and then he said again, in this case, let the drones pay attention to see where the data center in Tokyo is. If you can find the data center, maybe you can. I have enough information. Understood. X-112 said, I will pay attention. Next, more and more many corpses were found. After Black Rider turned the entire office building upside down, hundreds of corpses were found. Most of these corpses were air-dried, and some poorly preserved decayed into bones. But Chen Chen can be sure that these corpses all died at the same moment, and the method of death was amazingly consistent, that is, seeing something outside the window, and then that thing instantly caused sudden death. Phenomenon. Sitting into the spaceship, Chen Chen flipped through the diary in his hand again while thinking silently. From now on, all the corpses found so far died at the same time, and only one different example is Endo, who left a diary. According to the diary, that appeared in the world, and human civilization began to degenerate. Doesn't it mean that it is very likely that that in his diary will instantly be with everyone in the office the cause of death? And Ando escaped the first batch of deaths and became the survivor in his diary. Moreover, this kind of survivors also formed a team to survive in the doomsday together. Then, it was this nightmare Ando had later. Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned. The not at all in the diary explained the source of the nightmare, but from the lines between the lines, it was found that the team knew about this nightmare phenomenon, and because Ando started to have nightmares, so ruthlessly kicked him out of the team. Why are you kicking out? Is it because you are afraid? Chen Chen suddenly thought of something. He raised his eyebrows. Infected? But this idea just appeared, but it was immediately rejected by Chen Chen. Impossible. I have never heard that nightmares can be contagious. But Ando also not at all described in detail in his diary why he had nightmares and did not go searching for the source and solution of nightmares. Is it because they think this kind of nightmare has no solution? It's a pity that Ando is not at all mobile phones, but this is normal. After all, Ando has lived longer a few years, but in fact it was the end at that time. In the wasteland period of equivalent to civilization, all electrical appliances lost their function because of no electricity, and mobile phones were of course no exception. It's just this end of the world. It's a bit too special. After the Black Riders searched the entire office building, Chen Chen asked Black Rider to continue searching along the street. Quickly searched for a high-rise community. The search volume of the community is larger than that of the office building, but the results are also more fruitful. Soon, there will be new discoveries on Black Rider. When Chen Chen received Black Rider's report and walked into this unit, he immediately saw a mess of the house. Super USB Chapter 298. Super USB Chapter 298. This is a middle-class community. The community has 33 floors. There are 3 units in total. Each unit is divided into 1 ladder and 2 households. Each household has 2 rooms and 1. At this time, Chen Chen walked into a unit on the 10th floor. The door of the unit has been easily cut open by a GS knife, but as soon as he entered the door, Chen Chen saw that the floor of the living room was piled with various food packaging bags, as well as a large amount of paper scraps, fabrics and other debris. Behind the door, there is a sofa. The sofa has been cut out of shape, and the fabric on it has been peeled off and pasted on the window. Yes, all the windows are covered with fabric and newspapers, and the whole room is dim. Only a few light shines in through the gaps, giving the room a trace of secretiveness. A window again? Seeing this scene, Chen Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Next, Chen Chen continued to walk in, and soon he saw a silhouette in the open bedroom. A silhouette of a completely dry body with his head drooping in pajamas that are too dirty to see the colors. This is a woman hanging on the roof. The appearance of a woman has long been unable to see clearly. The only thing that impressed Chen Chen is that her hair has become like wool felt because it has not been washed for a long time. This woman committed suicide. Just after a few glances, Chen Chen walked into other rooms. These rooms are the same as the living room. The windows are sealed with fabric and newspapers. There is not even a gap on the ground. There are packaging bags everywhere, all kinds of junk food. Obviously, this woman has lived in the room for a long time. Thinking of this, Chen Chen came to the toilet again. As soon as he opened the toilet door, Chen Chen saw excrement all over the floor, and the excrement in the toilet was full. Chen Chen turned a blind eye to these excrements. He walked to the faucet and opened the valve, but no water came out. This kind of high-rise building was a water storage tank, but now there is no water flowing out. Obviously the water has been used up. The dirty toilets, empty faucets, and food packaging bags all over the floor all show that the woman lived here for a long time before her death. Chen Chen asked the Black Riders to try to find things like diaries and see what they could find, but the result disappointed him. It seems that this woman is just living muddle-headed, not at all hobbies of journaling. However, just when Chen Chen thought he had no other clues, and was about to leave, suddenly, the wall beside the corpse caught his attention. On the wall near the bedroom on the other side, there were a few traces of suspected beating. Chen Chen slowly walked to the front and touched it lightly, only to feel a few big holes made by hard objects, and even the wall coverings in some places were cracked. Next, Chen Chen lowered his head and kicked the rubbish under his feet. He soon kicked a hard object. As Chen Chen kicked, he made a dribbling rolling sound. That is a deep yellow hardwood baseball bat. Obviously, the pits on the wall were hit by this baseball bat. Thinking of this, Chen Chen once again came to another bedroom, and then he realized that the same traces on the walls of this bedroom. Interesting, Chen Chen murmured in a low voice. He observed for a while and immediately found that the two bedrooms are on the west side of the overall layout of the house, and this building is the east house. That is to say, this suite and the next door shares a wall, the bedroom wall. Do you want to break through the wall and enter the next door? Chen Chen frowned. Obviously, this method it's totally unworkable. Even a person with greater strength can't penetrate a wall without a handy tool, let alone a woman holding a baseball bat. As long as you are not an idiot, you will definitely not use a baseball bat to hit a wall in vain. But if this woman is not trying to punch through the wall, what is it for? Chen Chen stood silently in front of this wall, and suddenly noticed again that besides a large number of dents on the wall, there was also a black mark. Because he was wearing park armor, this mark was only on Chen Chen's chest. It was dark, as if something dirty had been wiped on the wall and then penetrated into the wall. Chen Chen observed the outline for a while, and then suddenly realized that this is the shape of a person's profile, and from the position, it is similar to the height of the dead. When the deceased was alive, did he often stick his face up? Chen Chen suddenly moved in his heart. He lowered his head slightly, put his hands on the wall, and turned his face sideways. Follow the marks on the wall and stick his face up. Although wearing park armor, Chen Chen's posture is not wrong, and the moral of this posture is eavesdropping. Chen Chen immediately cleared the comprehension, and the deceased was often eavesdropping on the movement next door. Is there any clue next door? Thinking of this, Chen Chen quickly walked out of the room with Black Rider and walked into Xe next door. Black Rider also checked the situation of Xe before, but not at all. As Chen Chen walked in, he immediately saw that it was a family that was almost the same as an ordinary household. The empty room, the ordinary furniture, the ordinary bedroom and layout, seemed to be absolutely nothing unusual. Seeing this, Chen Chen walked into X's bedroom. The layout of the West house is exactly the same as the East house. The only difference is that they are symmetrical. The living room of the East house is on the east side, the two bedrooms are on the west side, and the west house's bedroom is on the east side. The living room is located on the west side. But when walking into the bedroom, Chen Chen suddenly eyes shrank. On the wall of the bedroom, there was a huge impact mark. The wall covering here was completely crushed, even revealing the red brick behind the wall. It's as if something once hit the wall over and over again, and finally smashed the wall to form this look. What are you doing? Chen Chen walked to the front, reached out and touched, but apart from the broken wall, nothing remained. Seeing this, Chen Chen came to another bedroom again, but found that the same was true in this bedroom. A shallow hole was horizontally on the wall of the bedroom, and there was nothing apart from this. Chen Chen frowned. Just when he was puzzled, X-112 suddenly sent a message, "Your Excellency Commander." When the drone was inspecting the edge of the city, it found signs of living people. Hearing this, Chen Chen immediately refreshed. Where? At 8,720 meters northeast of your current location, the other party seems to be collecting supplies on the edge of the city. Do you need to follow him? Follow him. Don't be found. I will come now, Chen Chen said immediately, and then he couldn't care about it anymore. 2 strange rooms were beckoned, and 3 black riders immediately followed and evacuated the complex. As Chen Chen left, this strange room fell into strange silence again. I just don't know if it was windy or something. Soon after Chen Chen left, the female corpse hanging on the roof suddenly shook slightly. Immediately, as if there was a rhythm, it shook with a swing. Super USB Chapter 299. Super USB Chapter 299. A 2,425-years-old young man carrying a huge army green backpack, holding a sharp knife in one hand and a kettle in the other, silently on the desolate weedy road moving forward. It seems to be the reason why the youth has not been taken care of for a long time. The young man has long shawl hair and thin stubble on his lips. His walking speed is not fast, even slower than ordinary people. When each step steps out, his eyes will sweep all around, and his eyes are full of vigilance. These performances are nothing. It's just the standard configuration of wasteland scavengers, that's all. What is really eye-catching is that a half-arm-sized Vajra parrot stands on the shoulder of the young man. This Vajra parrot has bright red feathers. When it reaches the wings, it turns into blue. It looks very eye-catching, and it can stand firmly on each other, no matter what posture the young man makes on his shoulders. He looks very smart. Silently picked up the kettle, opened the lid and took a side. The young man sighed slightly satisfied. Then he looked at his left shoulder, took out a water glass, poured half a glass of water in the glass, and got it together the mouth of a Vajra parrot. Suddenly, this Vajra parrot immediately leaned over its head, buried its entire head in the water glass, and it rose to tons. When the parrot on his shoulder was full, the young man drank the remaining water in the glass and then moved on. Just looking at the young man's walking pattern, he will find that he seems to be walking in the most central position of the highway, as if he is subconsciously away from the black holes on both sides of the road. However, when the young man walked again for a while, suddenly, the parrot on his shoulder moved restlessly, and at the same time it made a call, which seemed to be an early warning. Suddenly, the young man's expression changed. He quickly looked at the parrot on his shoulder, only to see that the parrot was turning his head, looking at the high altitude behind him, while flapping his wings anxiously. Not even think. The young man stepped abruptly and went straight into the shop by the road. The other party seems to have found us. At this time, a few kilometers away, Chen Chen just got into the Bugatti spaceship. X-112 immediately reminded the other party's shoulders the parrot is very sensitive. It is normal. In the past, birds were extremely sensitive to magnetic fields and electric fields because they needed to undergo climate migration. It is reasonable to feel the electromagnetic waves emitted by drones. Chen Chen silently stared at the screen in front of him, but saw that the screen was in thermal imaging mode. Although the young man immediately hid in the ruins, he was still clearly visible under the thermal imaging. However, Just now I specially observed that this person had been walking in the middle of the road and was impartial. Is he following a certain rule? Suddenly Chen Chen muttered in a low voice, because in his opinion, if something unknown hits the surviving humans, walking in such an open place is undoubtedly courting death. Because of walking in this way, you are completely exposing yourself to countless pairs of eyes. It is safer to look for alleys and other roads in the buildings on both sides. Unless, he thinks more danger will be hidden in the building? Chen Chen frowned. He suddenly thought of touching himself before when the apartment building I arrived at was in that situation. The wide road was indeed safer, and it would be easier to escape once it encountered any danger. Chen Chen's mind gradually got a little bottom. Following Chen Chen's thoughts, the Bugatti spaceship quickly lifted off, slowly approaching the found living person at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Because this is the first time Chen Chen has discovered alive human beings in an alien plane. He once opened that many plane channels, but without exception, he only saw civilizations that were completely destroyed. Even a living person does not exist, and Chen Chen once thought that there is no living person in the world opened by the USB flash drive. However, all of this was completely overturned when the young man appeared just now, and it also gave Chen Chen new hope. Perhaps, the world opened by the USB flash drive does not necessarily have to be a destroyed civilization. 40% later, Chen Chen has silently arrived at the place where the youth is. Not far away, as the Bugatti spaceship landed, Chen Chen and the three black riders walked down the spaceship and moved towards the hiding place of the youth. In the past few minutes, the young man had no intention to escape at all. He just curled up at the bottom of the counter of a shop. If it weren't for the thermal imaging to observe the other's position, Chen Chen even thought it was a young man. Has ran away silently. It's just that this hiding method can really avoid the culprit who destroys this world. Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, but he didn't stop at his feet, but walked straight towards the shop. As Chen Chen walked in, there was a sound of footsteps. On a quiet street, the sound suddenly became very clear. In Chen Chen's thermal imaging vision, he heard after these footsteps, the youth's body was visibly shaking. Obviously, the other party is scared inside. Just when Chen Chen completely stepped into the shop with the broken window, the young man finally moved. He suddenly leapt from the bottom of the counter without even looking at it, and moved towards the shop. The inside rushed over. Generally speaking, there is a back door in this kind of street-facing shops. Obviously, the young man knew he could not hide, so he moved towards the back door and fled. "Can you run?" Chen Chen frowned, then waved his hand, and one of the black riders suddenly took a step, and then there was a sound of click under his feet. The original tiled floor of the shop shattered immediately, and this black rider is like a bullet out of the chamber, instantly turning into an afterimage and rushing out. The young man only felt a gust of wind coming from behind. He didn't have time to dodge, so he felt his back tighten, and he was caught by some existence. It's over. The youth only felt cold all over. He subconsciously grabbed the Vajra parrot on his shoulders, and then threw it forward, shouting hoarsely, "Quickly run!" Gaga. The parrot was caught off guard, flapped its wings vigorously at in midair, then landed on the ground, and quickly rushed into the darkness behind. The other two black riders were not intercepted at all. After all, Chen Chen's order was to catch this person, not the parrot. The young man only felt a strong attack. He didn't have time to react. He felt that he was flying into the air. He was thrown back by Black Rider with one hand and fell heavily on the floor of the shop. The youth let out a scream, but the next second a cop stood up, and then ran out of the gate, not even think. However, he was about to escape again, but he had a face-to-face meeting with Chen Chen and the remaining two black riders. Suddenly, the youth gave a sudden stop and fell into a state of bewilderment. Super USB Chapter 300. Super USB Chapter 300. Don't be nervous, I am a living person. Seeing the performance of the other party, Chen Chen's heart suddenly moved. He clicked on the park armor, the whole armor it quickly contracted, and with a burst of blue arc flashing, the park armor changed into a guard arm form again. As the park armor disappeared, Chen Chen wearing a GS combat uniform suddenly appeared in front of the youth. You are a Gantz player. However, after seeing Chen Chen's costume, the youth suddenly widened his eyes and revealed an unbelievable expression: impossible. Shouldn't Savior Gantz team be cancelled by the United Nations long ago? How could it be here? You are not wrong. I am indeed a member of Gantz team. Chen Chen nodded. The governments of various countries have never cancelled the Gantz team, but have created countless underground military bases, where we receive training and prepare for the next catastrophe. The youth expression was happy at first, and then bitter again. It's useless. Human civilization has been dead for 5 years. Even your Gantz team is helpless for the second catastrophe. Chen Chen's expression flashed, and then he said sincerely, this is a long story. There was a problem with our underground base, and there was no one to overhaul it. As a result, we were isolated from the ground for 5 years. It was only recently I thought of a way to open the gate of the base, but didn't expect this scene to see. What? The youth was suddenly surprised. What do you mean? Yes, it's the first time you left the underground base from the second major disaster to now? Yes. Today is the third day when we leave the military base that has been trapped for 5 years. Our captain ordered us to divide into several teams, and our team is responsible for coming to Eastern Sea to search for clues. Chen Chen nodded. And you are the first living person we met. My name is Chen Chen and I am a Gantz member of Zongzu. The 3 teammates behind me are also Zongzu. Don't know your name. So you are from Zongzu? No wonder the Japanese is a little strange. The youth suddenly said, my name is Fujiwara Oki, and some people call me Oki. It turned out to be Fujiwara-kun. Chen Chen patted the shoulders of the young man with a solemn expression. This is not a place to talk. Let's find another place. Then, please let Fujiwara-kun tell us the situation of human civilization completely. Please. Then the young man named Fujiwara Oki said a little while waiting, then turned around and whistled to the inside of the shop, and then the Vajra parrot staggered out. It looked at Chen Chen and the others very humanely for a while, and then climbed onto its shoulders again under the urging of Fujiwara Oki, and then began to quietly comb the scattered feathers when he fled in a panic. Next, at the request of Fujiwara Oki, everyone came to the center of the road and prepared to talk in detail here. Before the detailed discussion, Chen Chen saw that Fujiwara Oki seemed to have not eaten for a long time, so he took out a few energy bars and handed them to the other party. This act really quickly won the favor of the other party. The view here is the best, and there will be no sudden attack by that. Fujiwara Oki nibbled on the energy bar while warned repeatedly, although once it's hard to escape by being watched by that, but you can always try to escape in the streets extending in all directions, instead of falling into a desperate dead end. That Chen Chen hearing this simply took out a diary. So, what does that in your mouth mean? This is not the first time I heard this pronoun. I found a diary of the deceased before. That is also recorded in it. Diary? Looking at a palm-size black notebook in Chen Chen's hand, Fujiwara Oki's face changed. Immediately bitterly laughed. It seems that you really don't understand anything. Do you even dare to read this thing in the diary of the deceased? What do you say? Chen Chen, leaning against the Bugatti spaceship, asked again. Fujiwara Oki was silent for a while, then slowly said, all this is difficult to explain for a while. I will start with the second catastrophe. Get up. As everyone knows, the first catastrophe occurred in 2000, which is 30 years ago. Fujiwara Oki whispered. Outside the planets cast their weapons of war and almost destroyed most of their human civilization. They treated humans as food and livestock, and kept us in cages. Then our Gantz team defeated them. Chen Chen added, yes, in the end you saved the Earth and saved mankind. Fujiwara Oki nodded, but I didn't expect that it was only 25 years since the first catastrophe. The second catastrophe broke out. And the cause of this catastrophe came from the depths of the network. Chen Chen was taken aback. Yes, on that day, a group of patterns suddenly appeared on websites and forums in various countries. Fujiwara Oki nodded. It is a strange shape, like countless spirals. Black and white abstract pattern. When I was talking about this, Fujiwara Oki frowned, as if trying to explain the appearance of the pattern. I don't know if you have seen that kind of picture, but I can guarantee that it is something that can't be drawn by chance, even if it is scribbling a few 1 billion or tens of billions of times. It does not follow any inertia and trajectory at all. It seems to be spinning and flashing continuously. It can go deep into your head, making you always agitate your brain like touching a high voltage line. Hearing Fujiwara Oka's description, Chen couldn't help asking, "What do you mean?" Yes, there is a visual map on the internet. Does this map have any effect? However, after talking for a long time, Fujiwara Oki couldn't help scratching his head. I don't know what effect it does, but I know that anyone who sees this picture will die in an instant. Only a very small number of people can survive. What? Chen suddenly he was shocked. Anyone who has seen the picture will die instantly. What, are you kidding me? The scene of the strange death of hundreds of people in the office building flashed in his mind, and then he realized that both there is still a difference. According to Fujiwara Oki, the picture appeared on the internet, but everyone in the office building died of something outside the window. I'm not kidding, it's all really, and I am the one who is immune to that picture. Fujiwara Oki quickly defended, but I have forgotten the look of the picture, and no one in my team remembers it, because that painting is impossible and remembered by the human brain.